nobody there, means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha installed the Buddha, was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown, through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? time, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time.
What's up, boys and girls? My name is Hush. Now I'm trying to do the intro, girly pal. My name's Cole. This is the Cole Lateral TV broadcast. Looks like I need to turn down my mic a wee smidge. There we go. And we're just gonna dive straight into Destiny's broadcast for the day. And playing some Diablo 4. So if you like it, follow the stream. If not, tell me in the comments how much I suck. And yeah,
Alright.
I'll see you when I see you.
Oh fuck, I need to go bear or bush? Bushes are gross. But fuzzy is okay. I think trimmed or bear is fine.
W's in the chat.
Amazing, a dude that's never been to Yemen about to tell its history. Wow, Two-Face. What a great, prescient, I'm using that word too much now, it doesn't make sense here. Observation.
He started using that fucking word because Hassan started using it wrong.
I feel like my brain is just on information absorption mode. I'm addicted. Bro, staying up and reading that paper made me feel alive.
Made me feel alive. Made me feel alive.
Paulson and Baud paper was such a good paper. Such a good ass paper. I want to fight over that 14th Amendment shit so much now. Ah, fuck.
Alright, so what did we get at the end of the night? Because I was falling the fuck asleep.
Glenwald is going to be Greenwald?
Get
Glenwald? Do we call him
22%
Glenwald
increased
now? I don't
damage
think he's
to
gonna do
set
that.
of
Or if he
damage
is, it's not
types
going to
for
be
7
about that paper.
seconds.
He has 0 engagement. I don't think he's actually read the paper, to be honest. I need to brush my teeth and put my teeth back in. I'll do it in an hour. Fuck it.
My teeth. He's got to put his teeth back in, guys.
Start writing briefs? Oh, like amicus briefs or whatever? I just really like the legal, I just like the whole process. It's just like professional debating in like everything. Summarize the paper for us dunces? I already did yesterday, didn't I? Go to law school. The thing is, I'm worried I wouldn't like law school because I feel like a lot of law school is like retrospective. I feel like you study a lot of history and stuff. I know like so many. Okay, I'm not trying to be weird, okay? But like for a lot of the girls that reach out to me, for whatever reason, I attract like the lawyer archetype or the law school archetype. But like of every girl I know that is either going to law school or has gone to law school, and I ask about this, oh, did you guys go over this paper? Do you guys do like a con law class? Do you like all them like, oh no, we don't go over any current events ever. And I'm like, oh, do you guys have like an interest in this, or have you done this? Like, no, I don't care. I just like true crime, or I just want to make a lot of money. And I'm like, really? I don't think they're smart. And they like know some law stuff, but it feels like they don't have like a lot of passion for current events laws. Or to be fair, the Trump stuff is like, even if you're into law, the Trump stuff is probably boring, or unless you have an interest in politics, you don't care as much, right?
Right. Or you just date stupid, silly
sluts.
sluts.
I had a dentist appointment at 1:30.
Stupid, silly sluts. And I
God,
say
just
that
wanna be
I say that
I
word
wanna
with
be
all the love,
homo-romantic.
all the
I
love,
was gonna start
guys.
dating guys, and it would just be so much better. Fuck.
Yeah,
it would be
dude.
so cool.
I'll date you,
I just need to get
Destiny.
over it.
Let's go.
I think if I really
wanna
tried, I
date
could
with
really date it.
Destiny.
And we'd have like the same interests. We'd both be super smart. Damn. I'll figure it out. I'll think about it. I'll think on it hard, okay?
Very nice. Rubbish. Right, calm
There
down.
we go. What do we
Hey, I'll
got?
think
What do
on
we
it.
got? What do we got? What do we
It just
got?
can't be any stereotypes. It can't be. I don't like bear people. I don't like twink people. No gay accent shit. There should be like a normal gay dude, like a normal guy who happens to like to date and fuck guys. I think. I'm sure dating like I have a really hard time seeing guys that I know like as friends sexually. It's like a really hard thing for me to get over. That's why I always any dude I hook up with is always just randoms off of Grindr. Liking seems like a cool dude though. What is this? Actual brain dead. Would you do anal with guys? Or only with, I don't know. I just don't like. Ugh. I've never even done anal with a woman yet. I just don't like anal at all. Or just like the messy stuff is like, ugh. I don't know. We'll see.
Expect me to draw a moral line. I have to perceive a difference that I consider substantial. And I do not consider the difference substantial.
In what? Oh, thank God. We'll never know how this ends.
Do you guys? No. Right. No. And that's really what matters. If it was made with AI, I'm completely okay with that because it was fun.
The evidence
It
is
doesn't
that
matter. Nobody really cares.
the
about
lead
this.
developer has been very positive about AI in the past and made an AI game
We're gonna play
called
this, by the way.
AI Art Imposter that lets
Yeah.
an AI artist draw a picture. And so that was like one of the
Yeah, we're
games.
gonna be
and-
Where
We're
the
gonna
fuck
play
and
is
this
the
week.
yeah, just
goddamn?
generally has been much more positive about some of the benefits of AI rather than what is the normal sentiment amongst artists and you know.
Oh,
I
there's
guess
no
general,
jeweler here. That's
Twitter
cute.
population,
That's
which is
fucking
that,
great.
You know, AI
That's
is
fucking
bad and it
awesome,
takes
guys.
judgment.
Well,
Just set me up
AI
in a
and the
spot with
sentiment
no
from artists-
fucking jeweler. Okay, cool.
Artists' opinions don't matter. It just doesn't matter because what matters is the opinion of
The consumer.
the people that are buying the product.
Yep.
Like,
100%
it doesn't-
correct.
Like your opinion on it, like just because you do it doesn't. Like nobody cares.
Yep. You
Like-
can have an opinion that informs some people on like aspects of it, but to try to say that it's good or bad or you shouldn't like it or not, nah, doesn't matter.
It's not relevant. It's like whenever one of these like really well respected and really respectable directors talks about how bad Marvel is. Shut up, old man. Shut up. I like watching the Thor movie. It was cool.
The AI art stuff is just gonna be obnoxious. If you're an artist, what you need to do is you need to figure out how can you set yourself apart from it, or how can you utilize it in your own work to make better art. Those are your only two options. It's not going back in the box. Once this stuff becomes more popular, once these tools exist, it's never going back in the box. Figure out how to work with it. Did you see Hassan saying NATO should be abolished? I didn't watch this. Some Ukraine disagreements in Discord if you want. Yeah, all of my prior pro-Ukraine friends are very mad at me. Apparently Dylan was unhappy as well. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I mean, like, heads up, I guess. Warning for the future. If you're Jewish and you watch my stuff and you're really happy about my Israeli takes, if we're 6 months or 10 months or whatever, however many months and months into the current conflict and Israel's not making progress, I would also say probably time for Israel to leave. Couldn't get all of Hamas in a year. Sorry. I mean, like, you tried, you did it, but like, it can't be, these conditions can't endure. I'm sorry. Like, at some point you have to, yeah, I'm sorry. It sucks, but
Endure.
Dylan got banned? For what? We don't know.
Endure, guys.
You see the statement from Greg Abbott defying the Supreme Court? I did not.
All right, where are we going? Where are we going to? It is time to
Sorry, Greg Abbott. Is this Texas governor?
Item
Am I about to get
upgrading,
to it?
huh? It's time to upgrade items already?
It's over the immigration
Let's
stuff, I bet.
fucking go.
Because I see headlines. Oh, thank God. Yes! I do know some politics. Texas holding the line despite Supreme Court defeat. Even though the Border Patrol now has the legal ability to cut the razor wire installed by the state of Texas southern border, it does not appear Texas will let them do it without a fight. Ooh, fuck, where's Pisco? I feel like this is a super interesting conflict. Because I think immigration is pretty clearly within the United States federal wheelhouse. But it also absolutely has an effect on states, right? A disproportionate effect even. So I think it's super interesting what the resolution would look like. Governor's full statement. The federal government has broken the compact.
Fuck
between
it,
the
we're
United
doing all
States
the
and
weapons.
states.
Let's
The executive
fucking
branch of the United States has a
go.
constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws in the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce
Gonna
those
be
laws.
fucking
and has even
beast
violated
moding on
them.
these fools.
The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. I don't think this is strictly true, or rather, like,
I
it might
hate
be
the
strictly
fucking
true,
Six
but not as
Octavia
much true.
bullshit.
But
this one's quick at least.
despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand, President Biden has ignored Texas's demands that he perform his constitutional
Fucking Greg
duties.
Abbott
President
is a
Biden has violated his
tool.
oath to
Anybody who
faithfully
says
uphold immigration laws
otherwise is
enacted by Congress. Instead of prosecuting
Wait,
immigrants
what?
for the federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The effect is to illegally allow their en masse parole into the United States. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along the state's southern border, bridges where nobody drowns, and into the dangerous waters of the Rio Grande. Under President Biden's lawless border
poison shit,
policies,
I
more than
don't
6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. These are usually like encounters. They're not like full off, like these may have
Basically, I
entered and now
do
remain and
average
stay in the United States
11% extra
indefinitely or whatever.
damage.
This is more than the population of 33 different states in this country. This illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on on the people all across the United States. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and the other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left at the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. This is why the framers included both Article 4, Section 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion. We should have like a read the Constitution on stream at some point. I've never done like a full reading, or maybe I did like in high school.
Never read the whole fucking Constitution,
So why does it take so
bro?
long for everything to
What
load
a
on this game?
loser.
Like,
What a fucking loser you are, Destiny. God damn.
Article 4, Constitution of the United States. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state, and the Congress may, by general
Let
laws,
the light
declare the
push
manner
out
in
the
which such acts
darkness
shall
hiding in
approve
this
the
child.
effect thereof.
Father,
Section 2, the
force
citizens
out
of each
this
state shall be entitled
demon.
to all privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping in another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service and labor may be due. So Section 1 is basically reciprocity between like all of our record keeping and everything between states, which makes sense. It should be that way, right? And like legal stuff. Section 2 has to do with like basically if you murder someone in one state, go to another state, that state is going to extradite you back to the main one, which also makes sense, right? You can't be fleeing into other states, escaping legal actions from other states. New states may be admitted by the Congress into the Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of another state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of or dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claim to the United States or any other particular state. Yeah, you can't merge or separate states or like add states to other states, whatever, obviously. And then section 4, the one that was brought up, was the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasions and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature can be convened against domestic violence. Do you think this is where you get the authority for like calling the National Guard in? I feel like this has to do with like war stuff. Like, or foreign invaders, and not necessarily immigration, but maybe Section 4 of Article 4 has been invoked for immigration. I'm not sure. I'd have to see the legislative history on that. Oh, and Article 1,
Fuck your
Section
little
10,
sealed
Clause
door,
3.
homie. I
Article
might go
1,
clean that shit
Section-
up later when I'm in the
Michael PA
area.
is going to debate live? Cool. Article 1, Section 10. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3.
Beast meat. Get you some beast meat, homie.
No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty or tonnage. Am I in the right part? Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3. Keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or conduct with another state or with a foreign power or engage in war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. I don't know how this applies either. Reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion. Oh, okay, well, that's how. Under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority as well as state law to secure the Texas border. Okay, that's interesting. What his background is. They're always like attorneys, huh? Oh, he wasn't today. Do you think governor is like the second most prestigious position in the United States? Or do you think like being a senator or vice president or like Speaker of the House would be more prestigious?
Vice president for
Depends on the
sure.
state. Actually, yeah, it probably does depend on the state, huh? Like if you were from Indiana or like Idaho, you'd probably rather be a federal senator, state senator, than the federal government.
Not state senator. Federal senator.
Secretary of State is a big one too. Yeah, but like mayor of New York City might be a bigger deal than being like the governor of like Iowa. Maybe? I'm not sure actually. I don't know. Governors have a lot of power.
Mayor of New York City has more fucking blast from his ass.
Perhaps there's hope after all.
Here's a good comeback. In 2020, would California have the right to prevent non-vaccinated Americans from entering through America's western ports because they feel it's their right to protect their citizens? Ooh, I feel like no. But I don't know the legal answers to these. I've only like recently, like this year, or a few months ago, like within the past couple months, have been like getting into the actual legal, like the super legal arguments. Not just like my feeling on the legal stuff, but like trying to read actual legal statutes or papers or, yeah. The U.S. government should federalize the National Guard, take immediate control and stop against the lawlessness.
Let's
of government
fucking
habits and
go.
policies.
Come on,
Defense
man. I'm
employs
almost
these actions
there.
By force, the DOJ should arrest the governor charged with seditious conspiracy.
I want to start doing the fucking dungeons.
Are you ever going to do a deep dive on the corruption in the Miami government?
No, probably not. I'm just gonna say that for sure too.
The difference is they are Americans, the migrants are not. Sure. Jank wanted to debate tomorrow about the Houthis, but I feel like I'm not caught up enough, so I said maybe next week.
Oh, goodness. The attack on the manor has...
Destiny is
Right
time.
political spectrum.
Oh, what? It's just Hassan mauling about me for like 5 hours. What is even the point? What is that?
Get it yourself now.
I understand NATO sucks, but does it need to reform or should something replace it? I mean, I'm a bit of a truther, like Yanis Varoufakis, that the European Union could be reformed inevitably to like not churn out neoliberal capitalism. But Yanis Varoufakis, that the European Union could be reformed inevitably to like not churn out neoliberal capitalism, but instead, I guess,
Inevitably?
some semblance
What?
of socialism.
Could be
But no, NATO is
inevitably?
not
Like
a
what?
thing that- It's like reforming.
Dude, this
the
motherfucker
police.
just doesn't even pay attention to his
That's not
fucking
happening.
language.
That doesn't mean that like there isn't a necessity. Well, NATO is a little bit different than the police as well, because there's a need for, you know, some semblance of law and order. NATO, on the other hand, no. It has one use and one use only. You can't reform.
Which is to spread neoliberal capitalism at the behest of American imperialist colonialist policy.
Facts.
Like it, guys.
Don't say that like
guys.
it's fucking
Just don't
funny or
Google
jokes.
Western German involvement
bro.
in NATO, if you want to understand what I have to say, or Google, I don't know, Operation.
What is Western German involvement in NATO? What does that even mean?
No, fuck that.
What is the thing that he's talking about there? Nazis into NATO? You mean ex-Nazis, right? What is the...
Gladio or something. Understand what I have to say, or Google, I don't know, Operation Gladio or something.
Oh, is this what that one guy brought up? Operation Gladio.
What does that mean? Like a short sword? Gladius?
The operation
Everything I know I
involved
learned from
the use of
Diablo.
assassination, psychological warfare, and false flag operations to delegitimize left-wing parties in Western European countries. Even went so far as to support anti-communist militias and right-wing terrorism as they tortured communists and assassinated them, such as Eduardo Mondlane in 1969. The United States Department of State rejected the view that they supported terrorists, maintains that the operation served only to resist a potential invasion of Western European countries by the Soviet Union. We very much are obsessed with like U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War, which was probably bad. I'm hedging everything now because now I don't trust anything until I actually do the reading myself. But my current understanding is probably really aggressive, like pretty bad. But also keep in mind that we were also fighting against the Soviet Union, whose foreign policy was also really aggressive and really bad. So I mean, I mean everybody was doing it.
Yeah, reforming NATO is like reforming the Third Reich, which is a good take, actually, because lo and behold, a lot of the Third Reich guys may have made their way into NATO. Just saying. NATO, Nazi arming and training organization. Yeah, I guess what we did with NATO was we reformed the Nazis and turned them into...
Well, but like, yeah, unironically, yeah. That's why Germany is like one of the, if not the most prosperous country in Europe, and is like seen around the world as like a pretty good model of democracy and functioning economy and statehood. And like, yeah, what do you mean? Yeah. Unironically, though, yes.
The Nazis and turned them into like Nazi plus.
Oh, that's what Germany is now. That took in probably, I think, didn't Germany take in, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Germany take in, let's just look it up. I'm not going to ask questions. Who took in largest number of migrants? Syrian refugee crisis era. Sweden took in more per capita. But Sweden started. I feel like most of these stops, Germany was like one of the first stops in all these big countries. Statistics?
Nice
Get the
try,
graph.
buddy. You
Top
missed
right.
me.
Top countries of origin.
Destiny, you're a weirdo, man. Just play video games.
Holy shit.
Just
I
play
can't
video
fucking read
games,
this.
yo.
Am I fucking retarded? Okay. This is the number of refugees in absolute values. Okay, so not as per capita, but absolute. Germany, yeah, I'm pretty sure Germany took in by far the most. That's what I remember hearing. Per capita, I think Sweden took in the most. Probably too many. Yeah. I mean, like, this is Nazi plus, I guess?
Rip to those. Okay, no, that's kind of dog shit.
I don't know what Germany is on this map, though. Day. I don't know what day is. Is that Spanish? I gotta brush my teeth.
Matter of fact. Oh. Wait, hold on. Is my little thing not fucking notifying me? How long ago did you comment that? 332, 341. What? 3. My bad. Hold on, man. Let me make sure this shit's fucking popping. Should have fucking hit me up. Okay, yeah, that's a little low. Alright, if you're lurking, good to see you, Hollow Man. Feel free to pop in whenever you feel the need, but I'm chilling today. Just gonna be babbling about fucking Destiny and playing some Diablo 4. So, it's all love. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna go. Shit takes too long. I'm gonna have to take like a full ass break in a minute. Oh, nice. He brushes his teeth in about 13 seconds.
Stands for douche.
That's cute.
Douchebags?
De more cooks, the worse the soup.
But the funniest thing to me was the fact that the main characters are supposed to be American, but their actors are Finnish, right? And because they had such heavy accents, the actor is a Finnish dude, but
I
he's
wonder if our Georgian friend knows about that. Probably, I'm sure.
voice acted by an American dude to fit
I think that's why he didn't like suck native.
I also hate one of the things I caught parts of Hassan's stream last night. I hate when Hassan is like, I interview journalists on the ground, media people, historians, blah 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 blah, to act like he's getting more information about a given conflict, but he doesn't. He finds basically activist people, so activist journalists, activist reporters, activist historians, and then he brings them on, and they just circle jerk for an hour. Like, has he ever actually brought on a journalist or a scholar, anybody that's disagreed with his opinion about something and talked with them? Or is he literally just reaching out to the activist class of these people on Twitter and then bringing them on to reinforce his opinion? Like, it's so stupid that he constantly tries to cite that he talks to experts in the field, and you don't. He doesn't read it, and he doesn't read anything good either, right? Even Wikipedia would be better than him, like, oh, well, hold on, I'm so educated in this. I read articles by The Gray Zone. I talked to Ryan Grimm. I read a book by Finkelstein. I read articles on The Intercept. I was like, okay, why not do, like, some actual research? Like, step outside of your very, 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 very narrow bubble of view of the world and, like, actually read some material from people that are actually experts and maybe disagree with you, you know?
Those dick as hard and literally said it's like the difference between getting a hand job with a it's the difference between getting a hand job with a latex glove and getting a hand job with sandpaper. That's why he said that.
Also, I think that if the main character was constantly speaking with a heavy Finnish accent, it would make the game a lot more enjoyable because...
Guys, listen. Post-World War II, come on, stop supplying that the Nazis ruled the world. Really? The supplying narrative that the Nazis ruled the world, brother, I'm a firm believer that, and I just talked about it earlier as well, that neoliberalism just simply gave more breathing room for a more reformed fascist administration, a fascist organization.
What does he think fascism is or means? What does he think that means? What is fascism to him? Did that answer? I'm asking these facetiously, fascistically, because to him, fascism is just not communist or not.
Just means you're an
To him,
unserious
fascism is-
person.
All liberalism is fascism.
Fascism will inevitably come once again in order to organize the crises that we experience in the capital.
All you gotta do is say
What is the
crises,
what's the
bro.
famous-
It's
what's
crises.
the famous statement? It's like
Crisis is singular, crises is
Nazis
fucking
lost
plural.
World War II, but they won.
Hassan also mentioned that he bodied you a few years ago in a debate about Trump's success as a Republican president. Is this true? I have no idea. What do we even debate about? Was I debating that I felt like Trump wasn't very successful and he thought that he was? That feels like it might have been a debate that just would have been 4 or 5 years ago. But if so, I'm pretty sure I definitely stand correct on that. Trump was not very successful as a president. He's popular, but he didn't really enact much legislation. He really didn't accomplish much outside of like what is like narrowly defined as the powers that he can't be contested on the federal judge appointments, Supreme Court appointments, or whatever. But that's what you said at the time. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd still stand by that. I think it's the leading argument that I use against conservatives today. That I don't think Trump was a very good, even if you're a Republican, I don't think he's a good president for you. He didn't do anything.
But Nazism won, like fascism won. Nazis might have lost World War II, but fascism won is definitely a prescient take when you consider the fact that there was a
He thinks Nazism won because the Soviets didn't win. That's literally it. I guess in his mind it was.
See, but Destiny doesn't even call him out for saying prescient, which isn't even a fucking word. Oh my god.
fucking SS Galicia division Ukrainian Nazi that got a standing fucking ovation in the Canadian Parliament like literally 3 months ago or 4 months ago. Okay, why did he get that standing ovation? Not because everyone's like secretly a Nazi or whatever.
When you're giving
okay, in the Canadian Parliament, it's more nefarious than that. It's more banal but more nefarious than that at the same time. That was a misunderstanding, though.
Serious question: how long do you think until his Twitch buddies ditch his increasingly unhinged behavior? I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I truly don't. I don't even know how much he associates with the other Twitch people. Like, isn't he hasn't he started to make enemies now with a lot of people? Like, he's not really friends with XQC anymore because XQC yanked the fuck Hassan chain too much, I guess. I don't know how much he does with like OTK. I know that he was kind of, I don't know if he's friends with or dating the Valkyrie chick or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea like what his connections or friendships even look like. It wouldn't surprise me at this point like Will Neff is in it. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Fucking ovation in the Canadian Parliament like literally 3 months ago or 4 months ago. Okay, why did he get that
Canada,
standing ovation?
man.
Not because everyone's like
Don't let him
secretly a
slander
Nazi
you.
or whatever. Okay, in the Canadian Parliament, it's more nefarious than that. It's more banal but more nefarious than that at the same time. That was a misunderstanding, though. No, the misunderstanding only stems from the reality that those Nazis happen to be anti-communist. You cannot chalk that up as a misunderstanding if it's a deliberate attempt to pump your numbers with a bunch of anti-communists and anti-socialists. Who are the biggest anti-communists and anti-socialists? Post-World War II. Who were the best anti-Nazi and anti-socialist fighters after World War II? Because guess what? Countries had partisans.
Wait, what?
So War II, who a deliberate attempt to pump your numbers with a bunch of anti-communist and anti-socialists. Who are the biggest anti-communist and anti-socialists? Post-World War II. Who were the best anti-Nazi and anti-socialist fighters after World War II? Because guess what? Countries had partisans. Countries had resistance members. All of those guys were labor union people, trade unionists, socialists, communists, and anarchists as well. Those guys fought against the Nazis and the fascists. The fascists that lost, however, were put back into power after World War II.
Okay. Maybe dumb question. Which is preferable, Nazism or Soviet communism? I would say probably Soviet communism. The Nazism, all of the undercurrents with like the heavy racialization of everything, I think is pretty bad. And pretty indefensible. Also, I'm lay epic atheist, so I'd probably side with commies over fascists. Fascists are probably more likely to have a religious bent to them. Would be my guess versus fascist Nazis versus
religious bent,
like socialists or communists that I think were generally more atheist in nature.
Why?
I need to just become a fucking.
You might have guessed it. Countries that involve themselves with NATO, whether they wanted to or not. So that's it. That's the whole point. Is that because those guys were the best communist killers out there, America was like, well, the real war's against communism. Let's go. Let's.
Why is he implying that like we needed Nazis to like win against? This is such a weird rewriting of history. Like the idea that we needed Nazis to fight our battles all over the world, like they're the fucking Avengers or some shit. What a weird fucking take.
The best communist socialist killers. Let's use them to our advantage. They're just standing there, not doing anything.
His cool accent. They also delve a lot into Finnish and Scandinavian.
Yeah, what about all the Nazis that joined the USSR after as well? They had their own Operation Paperclip, and they took more than we did. Like
Indian culture, including an extremely weird but cool whole ass musical in the game, which became a fan favorite, and then they performed it live.
Okay, but the UK is in NATO and are the most anti-Nazi of them all, country of them all. I'm sorry, what?
It's such a cute laugh.
Them all, country. But the UK is in NATO and are the most anti-Nazi of them all, country of them all.
And then it's like the fake laugh after doing this whole fucking soy rant where he like doesn't justify or give a single like true take or facts according to any of his opinion, and now he's gonna laugh like the guy.
True facts.
I'm sorry.
True.
What?
So true. Facts.
Alright, I can't even finish this video. I gotta go. I have dinner. I have a boys' night. But that was funny, chatter. Thank you. That was sick. That was a good haha meme to end it on a funny note. Bro, I'm not even kidding. Like, given how much I feel like Hitler was such a weeb for.
We need a Hassan fake laugh fucking soundboard. What do we got on the old LSFs? I'm doing messages this morning, so I'm catching up. Okay. Partner Plus is expanding starting May 1st.
Partner Plus, what the fuck does that mean?
What do we got here?
Guess I don't need to worry about it.
Update to several streamer payout programs. Am I crazy? Is there no bar on the side? Hello? Is that like a web page feature? The fuck?
Crazy, dude. Why are you so crazy?
Right there. Expanding the Partner Plus program, eliminating Blend US at 100 apps for 730 net revenue share from recipients, and changing the Prime Gaming subscription payout model to a fixed rate for each country. Uh-oh. Steven, good job on the debate. I noticed you started a lot of sentences that I feel or I think you think that's bad. I'm going to do this for the first and soon let's hang out. Oh, Jojo. That, I don't know, it hedges me carefully, but it might make me look weak. But I think the competition probably expanding the part. Okay, so this is the big meme right here. I wonder what that means. And Twitch users who are also Amazon Prime members have been granted a monthly token that they can use to subscribe to their favorite Twitch channels. The program has evolved, and the monthly sub-token benefits are part of the broader Prime Gaming benefit, which also includes free games. These Prime Gaming sub-tokens have been a supplemental source of revenue. Bro, one thing that I hate, and also I'm about to, maybe this isn't true for the Twitch Prime sub-tokens or whatever, but it's happening now in Discord as well. Does anybody like it when you're offered a bunch of free shit you don't give a fuck about? Like, does anybody ever like this stuff? Like, I'll notice sometimes on Discord it'll pop up and it's like, oh, free access to, and then like 7 random fuck indie games that I've never heard of or don't give a fuck about. I feel like it happened with the Twitch Prime stuff too. Like, oh, look, you can download like this game that's usually like $2.99. Like, I don't know. Revenue for me. Streamers and giving users a chance to enjoy subscription benefits and spend additional time. Prime Gaming is a closed partner with customers trying to continue to support Twitch streamers through this program. When we first launched, we decided to make Prime Gaming solutions payouts and pay to continue offering the benefits in a sustainable way. We are transitioning to a fixed rate model for Prime Gaming subs based on the country of the subscriber. The shift to a fixed rate model for Prime Gaming subs will be effective June 3rd, 2022. Oh shit! Wait, I thought they'd already done this. It was just only for ordinary subs. Who's based in the country. Is it now? What were they already doing this and they made it official now, or fixed rate for Prime Gaming subs? 55 cents and 95 cents, 65 cents. 75. Damn, Daniel, hello? Wait, is this a typo? I wonder if it's supposed to be 90 cents. Is Turkey the poorest Amazon Prime country? I don't understand.
A lot of Turks.
Turkish inflation goes hard.
But also a lot of Turks like to watch Amaranth and shit and booba streamers because they can't access porn in their country. So they're trying to fuck people over.
So between Argentina and Turkey. I've heard that Argentina is crazy right now. If you want to go be a tourist there, you can spend like $5 a night on like a really nice hotel. I don't know if the guy talking to me about this was exaggerating, but he made it sound like Argentina is unimaginably, unfathomably cheap right now. Destiny invites us on to debate. Shoot me a DM. We can write anything you want. Why did this have 1.4K comments? What the fuck? Downward step XQC is legendary for all the stop streaming the other block of Destiny again. Oh, damn. Poor Hassan. Oh my god. The other set's high. Not good.
Let's fucking go.
Are you gonna engage with what he's saying or dismiss it with no rationale? What do you want me to engage with? Like, what can I engage with? He just said he wants little government, and he wants to incentivize good things and not incentivize bad things. Okay? I don't know what he thinks is good and bad. Well, I do know, but it's very different than what I think is good and bad, right? So when he leaves it like that, okay, that is not an idea that is like fun to engage with at all. It's just a stupid fucking argument. You just want me to expose the hypocrisy in his rhetoric, and sure, I will do that for you, okay? He claims he wants small government, but he also wants to stop women from being able to get fucking abortions. There you go. Inherent hypocrisy right there. Are you gonna engage with what he's saying or dismiss it with no rationale? What do you want me to engage with? Like, what can I engage with? He just said he wants big...
What? Do you think I make money by saying America is bad? Oh no, really?
How to make money courses, but the way they made that money was through the course. What? You think I make money by saying America is bad? Do you know how much more money I would make if I said America is good? What kind of stupid take
Why
is
do
this?
people keep saying this? Why do people keep pretending this when some of the like largest podcasts right now are highly critical of America? I feel like populism is the trend right now to make money. Like Joe Rogan is a populist. Pretty sure he attacks America a lot, or at least the institutions and everything related to it. Like Chapo Trap House, they still exist. They made a fuck ton of money. Their Patreon, that Brianna person made a fuck ton of money on her Patreon. Like,
Look at these two goobers right here. Do you think they're particularly charismatic?
Joe Rogan kickstarts America. I guess it depends on what you mean when you say like America bad.
It doesn't require too much to just. It doesn't require too much to just say America good always. Okay.
That's my whole political out.
Biden historically divisive, or I think really why I say this. The people that like Trump worship Trump. I don't know. Like one of the most prescient things in Trump.
Dude, just fucking be honest about it. What are you doing? Oh, the people that like Trump really like Trump. Just fucking say it. They're fucking.
I just said worship Trump. I just said they worship Trump.
What are you doing? Oh, the people that like Trump really like Trump. Just fucking say it. They're fucking insane, okay? They're insane, sweaty little hogs and hogalinas and hoglets that fucking run around oiking like the little piggies that they are. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They are a cult. The idea that these dumb motherfuckers are gonna come back to reality is insane. That's number one. Number two, most of the Republican Party knows that they're fucking hogs, okay? And don't really care all that much, and they're going to rally around Donald Trump anyway when the time comes, okay? Just fucking be honest.
Be honest. It's cult. It's cult shit. They're a cult, okay? You cannot reason with a group of individuals who think Joe Biden is a fucking pedophile vampire who stole the election, who's simultaneously a doddering old fool, but also a sinister plot maker that stole the election from millions of honest Americans. Like, none of it makes sense. It's just a group of fucking mouth breathers who personally believe Trump good, Biden bad, Democrats are fucking socialist, communist, pedophile, transgender vampire.
Jesus.
Biden historically divisive, or I think really.
Asana, you don't understand why you said Destiny was good at debating? This is dog shit. Well, he's good at debating when he wants to be. Because you should be bad faith. If you want to be good at debating, you're going to be bad faith. I think that much of the rhetoric, much of the rhetorical tools that apply in debates revolve around basically taking logical fallacies that would get you punished in a debate club style scenario and justifying it by claiming that it's actually hyper logical to ask these questions. Like, rationalizing logical fallacies is how you win debates. Because most people are stupid, okay? Most debate watchers are stupid. I'm stupid. Ben's not very intelligent, and neither is Destiny. So, as stupid people, we all find ourselves enamored by logical fallacies, whataboutism, like whatever you can do, whatever deflection you can use in that circumstance is very effective, as Ben demonstrated right here. He knew that he didn't have a strong point, so he deflected away to an area where he thinks he has a stronger point, which is family fucking values. So,
who does this not consider me intelligent? Or is this fuck America the harder? So Chomsky, Finkelstein, where else he talks to that hates America? Probably that one dude from Iraq on the Deprogram podcast.
I don't know. I just think that, yeah, everyone's stupid. Some are stupider than others. Exactly. I'm a D-man dick writer and I come with these. When would you say he's been bad faith to someone on the left? Brother, whose chat do you think you're in? Even DGGers admit that Destiny, when it comes to me, has a soft spot where he just can't fucking control his emotions and loses his mind. They even fantasize about me doing the same thing to him.
Bro, I have been so soft. I think there's been like 1 or 2 times ever where I've been like quote-unquote bad faith about Hassan, you know, fucking women in that brothel that eventually got busted for trafficking people or whatever.
No. That's code. That is such code. You have been bad faith as I hate Hassan, bro. I am like fully like converted.
He did go to that brothel though, and he did fuck women in there, I assume, if he went into a brothel.
Fully converted to the fuck Hassan train.
Always.
But
it's not
dude,
even close. I mean, like,
Destiny
I think I've done it like twice.
is bad faith when it comes
Doesn't
to
he have a
him.
picture of him literally walking into it? Am I making this up?
Yeah, you're making that up.
Picture of Hassan walking into brothel. at the brothel being in trouble? I'm 99% sure they were being investigated. I think that was the only reason it got brought up. I'm not gonna be able to find this picture. I want to be deleted. I feel like there was a picture of him walking into a club, and you can see the thing like from behind. The name of the club. I don't know why you guys are linking me this tweet when it doesn't show. Take the work. There's an article about it getting investigated. Oh, maybe they beat the charges. Good for them. Good for them.
Yeah, they did beat the charges. They only got like tax fucking like
that it's actually hyper logical.
Like
mistakes, someone sent him a clip.
basically.
Okay, there was a fuck. We don't have to go back. I'm not making this claim now, or I'm making the claim that I saw it. There was an image of him walking into a club with the name of the club like over the door, and the name of the club was a club that had been investigated in Germany. I'm 99% sure that I saw this picture. I don't know where it is, but I'm 99% sure I saw this picture. I don't know why people are linking that video. It's so you can go look for it if you want. I don't know. This was like fucking 2 years ago, I think.
To ask these questions, like rationalizing logical fallacies is how you win debates. Because most people are stupid, okay? Most debate watchers are stupid. I'm stupid. Ben's not very intelligent, and neither is Destiny. So
we already watched this whole thing. Also, the idea that in order to win a debate or do a debate, you have to constantly engage in bad faith argumentation is fucking retarded. That's like saying if you want to be the best boxer, you need to pack razor blades into your gloves. Like, just because something might work doesn't necessarily mean you're the best at it, or that you're doing it in a good way, or that, like, yeah.
No, sure, razor blades would do what you're trying to get them to do,
Would you say he's been bad faith to someone on the left? Brother, whose chat do you think you're in? Even DGGers admit that Destiny, when it comes to me, has a soft spot where he just can't fucking control his emotions and loses his mind. They even fantasize about me doing the same thing to him sometimes in an effort to justify it. But if you're a hardcore D-man dick rider, you would probably recognize that.
Our drafting table. This was where we designed the loom.
Destiny's very bad faith when it comes to debating people that he truly wants to like ritualistically humiliate. And by that I mean like people who he really considers to be his like ideological opponents. And oftentimes it has nothing to do with ideology at all and everything to do with like the vibes. Okay? That's it. He likes the thrill of the debate, I guess. Just like I like the thrill of the top of the hour average debating.
Why not just like give examples? Like why not just give like 2 examples? I always say this, for Wash and Hassan, you should challenge me. Then I'll send you fucking streaks of crossover viewers. I don't know how or why you would watch both of us. Either me and Hassan or me and Wash. But yeah, whenever people bring up like what are some examples of bad faith arguments? Like bring it up. And make sure they actually show you the argument too, because sometimes they'll just like misrepresent or lie about what I've actually said as well. You should make them watch the video too.
So Destiny said sorry, you'd be cool with that? Yes.
Oh, we saw this. Yes. This is one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen in my life. This was like a week ago though.
So if Destiny said sorry, you'd be cool with that? Yes. Yes. If he came out and apologized for literally fucking aligning with every and any Nazi that he could fucking come to terms with and directing his community to cyber stalk me for the past fucking 5 years and his entire paste bins full of like clips out of context that they can readily throw at any conversation and try to literally brigade any and every mention of me online. If he was genuinely apologetic, I absolutely would take.
Does he think that every single bad opinion online is
that charitable? Doesn't mean I'll be friends with him. I used to be friends with him. I was friends with him because I thought he was a reformed libertarian. I knew his past. I've defended him. I've defended him time and time again. There are
right now. If you want to see fucking debate daddy, if you want to see debate daddy get fucking owned on this, I literally argue with Destiny on this, where I said Trump is a very successful Republican. Something I stand on to this day, something that I fucking absolutely owned him on as well. If you want to go fucking watch a debate on those boundaries, it's somewhere on my YouTube. I don't remember. It's like fucking so many years ago. But
a debate on those boundaries, on that subject?
The Republican Party is
what the fuck do these people mean when they talk?
They're victims of his success. Okay? Donald Trump is not unsuccessful at all. He was profoundly.
I get it, y'all don't have a script and shit, and it's off the dome, but like I feel like I say less because I don't want to say stupid shit like these people do.
For no fucking reason, at a time when there was no necessity for it. 3 Supreme Court justices, luck or not, doesn't matter. He did that shit. Okay? So the idea that he's not a successful Republican. By the way, hold on, where is it? Oh, why don't you debate him instead of talking about this debate from years ago? Well, it's wonderful because Lefty McLefterson very quickly proved exactly why I don't fucking debate most of these people in the debate.
But he will like be an actual debate pedophile and screeching to get that Willie Mack onto his stream to debate, like tweeting out incessantly, and in 20 minutes because the guy didn't respond, being like, "Oh look, he's dodging me," like.
Bait Lord Spear, because their followers come in here for months on end and keep repeating shit like Hamas Piker.
True. Now he's being a debate cuckold. He's watching me and somebody else debate. He's being a debate cuck.
Like, how am I? Because he doesn't actually fucking deal with people that he considers to be on the left as like, good faith people. That's why his entire community thinks I'm pro-Russia across the board and spread that far and wide. Okay? Motherfuckers are still coming in here and saying the most Islamophobic bullshit. That's the reason.
Be right back, gotta
I'm
pee.
getting fucking... does that hurt your feelings? Just wipe those tears away with millions, bro? First of all, that's not a good counter, brother. And secondly...
Oh yes. Oh yeah, life goes on. Oh, this weirdo. This dumb chica's gotta tell me she's OMW on Twitch. Get out of my chat, woman. I'm just kidding. Love you. See you soon. Drive safe. Super weird, but super awesome at the same time. You can check my at-home activities if I go live. I invite you into my video game room. How was work? No. Maybe. No. Okay. No, buddy. How am I gonna look at the chat if you're in the way? How am I gonna live my life if you're on top of me? Jesus. Okay, pal. Okay, pal. We'll figure this out. Okay. Alright, so we got some boots here. No, definitely negative on those boots. Yeah, they're lame. Each point of fury, maximum fury 4 to 5. That's pretty good. What are we looking at on these rings? That's good. That's good. That's good too. Can I put that on? I can put that on pants. Alright, cool. Alright, that's what we're gonna do. Take these gems out. We're gonna rip the fucking...
A good business and fortune to you.
Do I even like these pants? Damn, reduction cold is a healing seat. Fuck that, are there any better pants out there? Buy some fucking pants. Let's rip that one. Extract that. Stop it, Batman. Stop it. That one and that one can just get destructified. Stop sniffing my hands, buddy. Fucking damn. I get it, you want pets, but that's not the way to get it.
That looks worn. I can fix it. There's that.
You can't be serious, Tomaris. Morgan's folly is lost in mines. Going back is... This isn't like before. This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand that.
Those aren't bad.
Until next time.
Alright, so we're gonna rip one off the pants. Rip the pants off. Buddy pal. Benny. Benny.
Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
Yes, I have wares.
That's pretty dope. Alright, we're fucking cooking over here, boys. Alright. Here we go. Hot to go. All right. Okay. What are you doing, Batman? What are you doing?
Be ready. Would have. You have grown beyond us. You'll never be removed, will you? We must leave this place quickly.
All I say to this dude is, what now? What now, bro? What now? What now? But my dude, what now?
Okay, all right, you could just fucking be as racist as you want to LeBron James then, you know, he's rich, so just go call him the N-word? Like, what do you mean? What kind of fucking argument is this, dumbass? Also, you're proving the point I'm making, because it's not the actual debate itself. It basically turns into like
it's the perversion of the debate.
Ridiculous diehard loyalists coming in here and like relentlessly trying to fucking derail whatever I'm trying to do next. There you go, boy. Like it's fucking 4chan time. Come on, dude.
We've gotten the CHIPS Act, we've gotten the IRA, we've gotten the ARP, we've gotten the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we've got like all this major legislation that is working in this historically divided Congress, as opposed to Trump that got us tax cuts and deficit spending. I don't understand where we ever are in this world where Biden is somehow more divisive than Trump. Even the speeches that Dennis bringing up, they always bring up. I remember that one. I think we might have even done it on our episode. The one speech that Biden gave, where at one point, like the background is red, and all the way speech reference. Yeah, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's over. This is the end." And then meanwhile, you got Donald Trump.
That's like a everyday speech for Trump.
You know, coming into office saying things like, "If you burn the flag, you should have your citizenship revoked," or talking about MSDNC, that I'm going to investigate every single one of these media organizations for corruptness. I'm going to open the libel and defamation laws. I'm going to take all of these guys to court. You've got this weird Project 2025 stuff where. is it John Paschal, I think, is talking about, you know, we're gonna investigate all of these people and we're gonna try to throw crimes at all these people. Trump is like the most divisive president I
If
think
you
we've
stay in
ever
your own
had.
isolated box, you don't really engage in the whole discourse is my thing, but I don't. See, this is the reason. Because the community that like debate lords foster or create is like hyper toxic and very
I like how Hassan has literally one of the most toxic communities on the internet. Like, I like how can you even say that, like, you guys foster toxic communities, but by the way, the largest podcast that I think I've ever been involved with, the co-host had to literally cancel because my community was so fucking toxic.
What do I mean by this?
Like, how do you say this without any sense of shame?
Like, I'm trying to watch something that was going to be entertaining to you, right? You want to see what my commentary is. Maybe you can flip it and send it to Destiny, and then you guys can have fun with that later. You know, there's a secondary market value to what I'm doing. But you want to fucking derail the conversation and just, like, latch on to, like, one thing that I said and immediately do the same thing that everyone on Twitter does. And it's so fucking annoying, and you guys hate it when it's done to you, but you love doing it yourself. Oh, I said I like pancakes. Whoa, well, why are you saying that you don't like fucking waffles? Now I'm going to fucking write a dissertation on that. And if you ever reply to me like the fucking dumbass that you are, I'm going to turn it around and then move on to a secondary point. It's not productive at all, you know?
Does August want me to watch this? Bro, this just sounds so boring. He's like a broken record of like the same propaganda points. There's like nothing of substance. I feel like if I watch him talk about me, I don't know if there's like anything of does he bring up like anything of substance, like an actual substantive disagreement, or is it just like all like he's a propaganda? Like it's like what do I even respond to? Hassan's mod being straight up racist. Well, it's not racist if you make him into being Cuban. It's not racist. Why does he wax his beard like that? I don't get it. My fucking hair fell out. I think like a few months. It's supposed to come back, hopefully. Called alopecia. I like that Lex put that side of my for the debate though. Trigger winning Gusano. Fuck that Gusano piece of shit. Gusano. Nice. Good server. This isn't even like remotely close to the worst stuff that shows up on his server though. His server is just unhinged. I think people are putting images in here. Do you think Ethan from HBHD would ever invite you on his podcast? I don't know if he wants to. I don't know what he's doing. That's saying I had alopecia in my dome and it was annoying. I ended up going in for injections because they determined it was stress induced. Why don't you take the rest of the day off but you didn't go out? Apparently you can get steroid creams and like make it come back faster. I don't believe in products. Except for my meth. Do you consider you're one of the good Gusanos? True. I also like how Gusano, like, could you imagine him just ran around, like, pulling, like, random black people coons or whatever? Like, it's literally the same thing. And the worst part is it doesn't even make sense. Like, I'm American. I was born in this country. I don't have, like, a strong position on Castro versus Batista or fucking, like, it's such a weird fucking insult. Well, it's not weird, it's racist, but...
Alright, so...
What do you follow Rita's game from?
Got this
Canadian
little
politics?
thing
Bro,
that's
I don't even
fucking
Canadian
circling around us.
Bias, yeah.
It's like Convention of the Elements from fucking Diablo 3. I'm gonna start seeing if I can make sure I drop my death blow with the red, white, and blue instead of
Crane
blue,
this rear is in disc.
green, and purple.
Hi.
Hello?
What do you want?
So I kind of had a basic outline of what I wanted to disagree with you on, but I'm not sure exactly what your position is. So I wanted to ask, do you see Ukraine as anywhere near a forever war right now?
Be more specific. What do you mean?
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to put you on speakerphone. Basically, like, I didn't like the rhetoric that you were using when you were saying, like, it almost felt like you were saying it was nearing a forever war, and I've heard you say in the past that, we might be nearing Ukraine's end for funding, and I fear that's falling into a American isolationist position that most Republicans, most Democrats
What do
don't
you think is
support.
like an appropriate amount of time to fund the Ukrainian conflict for?
Until they want to stop fighting it, maybe about 10 years, 5-10 years.
Yeah, that's insane. That's absolutely insane.
How long has an average war lasted for?
It's
like,
not our
what
war,
are the goals?
Slice.
What are the goals? Because I heard you say that the goals were kind of fuzzy on this.
I mean, the first Gulf War was just a year. But the second, the definition was not the same. For you, is that even a relevant question?
Well, you said like the final goals here were fuzzy. They're very much not fuzzy. It's, we try to get back all of Ukraine. It's not a forever war because Russia's crumbling economically right now. There's like frozen, like all of their utilities are failing and it's flooding everywhere and then it's freezing because of
I don't think
temperature.
that Russia's economy or utilities are failing as much as people want them to be. I don't think that's true.
It's actually going pretty nuts right now. There was over 10,000, they said. I bet it was less. Protesters on the street. They were freaking out. It's mostly the women in Russia, not the men, because they're scared about getting drafted, to be fair.
Okay. I don't think we're supporting Ukraine for 10 years. That's probably too much. I don't
Okay,
think the
well,
American political system would handle it, yeah.
Would this change your opinion? What about the fact that we signed with them in the Budapest Memorandum, and no matter how you might read it, our allies internationally read it differently, and we might get a lot of our important allies that are not with us
No matter how
in
you
things
might
like NATO,
read it,
so
they
places
read
like
it
Japan,
differently.
places like Vietnam.
Yeah,
that
makes
important
a whole bunch of sense
geopolitical
now.
allies might turn away from us and start looking elsewhere just because we're not willing to spend, what is it, 2 to 4% of our defense budget?
So
about
Budapest
like 3%
Memorandum was
of our
94.
federal?
Russia violated it. I mean, it wasn't us.
Yeah, but if we spend
number
2
one.
to 4%
I mean,
of our defense
so,
budget,
one, I don't
they're
know
going to
if
have to
it's
find
anything.
other
Two,
money to lose
I don't know what the rest of that sentence
and
was
not
for
be
other
able to
allies in the
account
world,
for.
and I don't know if
And
that's
we don't want
You
that.
don't know
We
what the
want
rest
them
of
to
the
not
sentence
account
was
for
for. You
this.
don't think that a lot of our international, like people who know about international politics, who don't think our ally, they don't think that that our allies would think less of Americans' word if we were to stop supporting Ukraine?
I mean, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you view it, we're a democracy, so we can only do what our society supports or what our people are supporting. And I don't think that our people are going to support us like dumping hundreds of millions of dollars or billions and billions of dollars, depending on what we're looking at, into Ukraine for a decade or even for 5+ years if it doesn't look like there's measurable progress on the ground.
Well, how about even 4?
For what?
We haven't even made it to 3.
Years of support. I think it's going to depend on the progress that's on the ground. And if there's no progress being made, I think every single time...
Well, there doesn't necessarily need to be lines moved on the ground for things to be changing, because it's not like where we're just fighting the terrorists in Afghanistan where you kill some and then it makes a few more because of family members. We're fighting soldiers on the ground. There's credible estimates that Ukraine's numbers are lower than what they might be according to United Kingdom intelligence, that they're killing, 700 to 1,000 people a day. Do you really think Russian society would
Ukraine is killing
sustainably take
1,000
that?
soldiers a day?
Yes, look at their numbers. They're losing about 700 to 1,000 soldiers a day. They're losing about as many soldiers as they were during the first months of the war, during the last few. Or Russia is. Ukraine
Are you talking?
Russia.
Wait, Russia's killing 1,000 people a day?
No,
Like, are you
Russia's
talking about?
losing 1,000. Russia's losing about 700 to 1,000 soldiers a day.
Okay, does this include casualties, or are you just talking about deaths? Because if you're including casualties as well, then maybe.
Well, Russian casualties aren't much better because most casualties get killed in the field or commit suicide.
Most of the people that go back that are injured are killing themselves?
Yes, they don't. you need to look into how the Russians treat their troops. And there's barely... The only chance you have of making it as a Russian wounded person is if you get wounded and all of your buddies around you are alive, basically, to haul you back. And you're not under fire, because you get left behind all the time.
Okay,
It's
can
not
you
like
point me to like
American
one good like authoritative source that's like saying that Russia is having a lot of difficulty conducting this war? Because everything that I've read and seen seems to point to the contrary, that the war is dragging out, Russia's got a larger economy to support things, the economic damage that we hoped to do to Russia wasn't really quite as significant as we wanted it to be, they're probably
It's
relatively...
not quite as significant as people wanted it to be. Could you just even, like, Google it real quick? Because that's...
I'm not asking, I'm asking what you've read that's like to the contrary of any of this, or... Is there like a thing that you said that's pointed to like, oh, Russia's having significant problems, or oh, like Russia seems to actually be having a lot of trouble maintaining the war effort and everything?
Well, they are having trouble maintaining, like, usable munitions, and they're not having trouble maintaining the war effort at this point. The arguments that I just made to you were mostly, if we even keep funding Ukraine to, like, the little amount that we are now, it won't... Russia's society won't be able to take the toll of the casualties. They're already sending over... They've already conscripted a lot of their, like, utility people and all of their lower class people across society, and, like, so that would be their contractors and stuff, and that's why utility failure is happening all over Russia right now, and there's rolling blackouts.
More than there have been in the past?
Yes.
Okay, can you just, like, show me that? Or, like, do you look for any...
Yeah, just look up Russia...
I don't know, like, is there a thing that you've read that is looking...
Yes. I just don't know how to link it to you.
Tell me the name of the article and I can look it up.
Discord.
Why does this dog shit archive webpage always come? Is this the one that I use? I only want to search.
The one I read was the one from Foreign Affairs, I believe, from a week ago, but there's a few others. No, that one... Russia, blackout. There's a few from NBC and CSNBC. And then there's one from Sky News a day ago. Yeah, and I don't see, like, the American public right now, can you show me where the American public doesn't want to support Ukraine? Even right now?
I mean, my understanding is Republican lawmakers are fighting over it in Congress, and it doesn't seem like they're suffering anything electorally for it. I think right now, America is still, like, okay-ish on supporting Ukraine. I'm not saying we should pull everything out right now, but, like,
yeah, America, polls recently, like, right when America was stopping aid, so right around the start of the year, was when we ran out, polls were saying that Americans overall wanted to keep supporting the amount that we were. You know, the clips of, like, Lindsey Graham going around saying this is the best money America has ever spent go a long way. We've destroyed, like, 50% of Russia's armored military for barely anything. We've sent them, like, 32 Abrams, made a bunch of new munitions, but all of the armored stuff we're either trying to phase out of our military, and it costs less to send to them than it does for us to keep on it here. And when a lot of there's also studies showing that when a lot of those points are made, that people will change their opinion generally towards more pro-Ukraine and pro giving aid positions, so I feel like those points need to be made more broadly. Like, this is money that we have to spend in our military anyway to upkeep our military, and we can be sending a lot of our older stuff that's like 30 years old.
Yeah, I think we've sent a lot of that. I think that,
Well, no, we haven't. We sent 32 Abrams out of about our 4,500, and we sent how many Bradleys?
I don't know.
You said we sent a lot of our armored stuff. We haven't.
No, a lot of our, like, old stock. I don't know how much new shit Ukraine can even support.
They don't need a lot of our new shit.
Well, no, but when you're talking about, like, Abrams tank and stuff, like, do they have...
Abrams aren't new.
Are they?
The supply lines for them are kind of annoying, but
listen, if you got like a here's the issue that I ran into when it came to Ukraine. Okay, is that every single day an article will come out talking about how Russia is on the verge of collapse. Russia is on the verge of collapse. Russia has to beg for free Russia. Russia's doing this. Blah blah blah. I've been reading this for over a year. Okay,
yeah, but
and that Ukraine is making huge gains. Ukraine is destroying things. Oh, combat footage videos every single day. More Russian soldiers dying. Blah 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 blah. But anytime you back up and look at some of the comprehensive analysis of the conflict, it seems like the case is that Russia's economy is like pretty shitty right now, but like it's holding relatively steady. They do have a lot lot of support from other countries in terms of getting armaments, in terms of having economic support, and that more or
The
less they
civil
stabilize their
society
shit.
right
And
now
then
is
also that
suffering.
Ukraine is not making hardly any gains in the battlefield anymore, that in order to start making big gains, they would have to have like a whole comprehensive, renewed, like sophisticated military push into these regions that they just probably can't support, like militaristically or logistically, and just sending them more shit won't help.
Okay,
And then it looks like it needs to be like an offer. Now, it might be the case that like today, like 1/3 of their infrastructure is rotting, or there's like all of these random problems that pop up, and I'm sure they're true, and I've seen a lot of articles on it. But comprehensively, for the overall conflict, it doesn't seem like it's making that big of a difference.
Yes,
now,
but
there's like if there's
comprehensively-
a guy who does like comprehensive analysis on this, or that you would point me to, who wants to make an argument for this, I'd be interested in seeing it. But it feels like everybody that's doing comprehensive analysis saying like Ukraine's probably never taking back any of this territory, and there's no good reason to think that anything is going to change. And then the counter is always like, well, look at this one article about them asking North Korea for weapons. Like, okay.
Okay, well, can I ask you one more question on this, and then
Sure.
have permission to email you maybe a guy that I find that you might be interested in looking into on this?
Sure.
Okay, so one more question that I have on this is, does it really not mean anything to you, the image that it would have on a lot of our allies across the world, and that they might move away from us economically, militarily?
No, I mean, of course, I don't think that would happen. I think that, obviously, I think we should support Ukraine. I think that's good. I cheered that on in the beginning. I think there's strong moral reasons to do it, but you also have to have a realistic outlook on the conflict as well, and it can't be an infinite amount of support. Our democracy can't support it. It's probably not good to have that military conflict enduring indefinitely. Yeah, I mean, like, there's going to be a realistic end to any support for a conflict, and it's never going to be a decade. That's just, like, insane.
Yeah, that was on my higher end, but like I could see like maybe 5 or 6 years, especially if they start making progress. And one of my biggest criticisms with Biden is the drip of aid, where he's been asking in such small amounts, so it goes to Congress every few months to where it becomes a political issue. But I wanted to thank you because you being open about your ADHD stuff was really cool, and that's what actually got me diagnosed. I saw a lot of my character and emotional responses in you. So yeah, thanks, Rob.
I guess we'll look more into this.
Basically,
real quick.
he's just encouraging a bunch of people
also
to
should
get
maybe
on
do like a
fucking-
poll in chat for how many people are college educated and how many people are college educated in like the topic you're talking about, because I felt myself maybe disagreeing with you on like a lot of stupid stuff where you would be like, all chatters are doing something stupid. Like, I took a little bit of international law, and I know like by slang, not a lot, I took only 1 year. I took a year of international law in college, and I know by like slang, people will say something's internationally illegal even though they know it can't go to the ICJ.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
All right. Well.
Yep. All right. Peace.
Have fun. Be careful. What is this the most recent? What is the most recent NATO training lessons? This one.
For the forces fighting the war in Ukraine, understanding the lessons of that conflict and keeping up with the constant adaptation tactics is essential. As in with any war, it's not just equipment, but training and execution that drives combat effectiveness. And on both sides, the fighting has constantly challenged the understandings and tactics that are in place since February 2022. But it's not just Russian and Ukrainian forces that are finding their experience and understanding challenged.
No. The one about exhaustion, politics. Oh, we already watched like half of this, but I think I was doing emails. Okay.
When it comes to determining how wars end, the will of the population and troops to continue has often been as important as material or tactics. Indeed, I've heard it said before that the United States doesn't so much lose wars as it loses interest. And the tactic of weaker powers simply outlasting larger and stronger ones until they give up and go home has been the downfall of many great power military campaigns, and is basically the signature maneuver of countries like Afghanistan or Vietnam. In Ukraine, Russia's initial 2022 offensive appeared to be based more on optimism and speed than attrition and exhaustion. But now there's a much wider understanding that this war is like the 8-long hard slog, and that while the taking territory certainly has some value, at a macro level I'd argue that Ukraine, Russia, and Ukraine's allies are all leaning on exhaustion as a strategy. Whether that means burning through the equipment and military resources available to the opponent, or exhausting the will of the population and politicians to carry on making the sacrifices needed to carry on the war. So one of the key questions predicting the war in 2024 isn't just who has the resources to continue, but who has the political will and public support to do so. And so with fatigue and war exhaustion now a topic once again making its way into the media, I thought today was the time to take a better look at the concept and ask what it's like to mean for war in Ukraine going forward. To do that, I'm going to go over a couple of topics in sequence. We'll start off with the theory industry, asking what war exhaustion is and how it can be carried out. Basically, if you ever wanted to win a war with a superpower by running down the clock, that would be expected from you. Then we'll ask in a strategic sense why the various parties with an interest in the war in Ukraine might be tempted to rely heavily on attrition and exhaustion-based strategies, and who anyone is winning the battle for public opinion and political will in Ukraine, Russia, and critical Ukrainian allies like the United States, Europeans, and the United Kingdom. Because while it might be Russians and Ukrainians who are actually fighting this war, the way it ultimately ends probably owes almost as much decisions made in Brussels or Washington DC as it does the bravery and sacrifice of Ukrainian troops to the front. So it's probably best to start with the basics. At a time when troops trying to advance in Ukraine are struggling with the onset of winter, winter and where the media is due for additional coverage on the topic of Ukraine fatigue, I thought it might be worth taking a step back for a moment and asking, from a historical perspective, what is war exhaustion or fatigue, how does it manifest, and how can nations leverage it to win wars? Because it is a reality.
Quick timestamp.
So my question is, what is your assessment, insofar as you can provide it from afar, of the combat performance of the Ukrainians relative to the material they actually ended up receiving?
I think it's incredible. If the numbers that were released just the other day about Russian casualties, and that after 9 years of combat, Russia still only controls 19 or 18% of Ukraine, that they've lost half of what they took since February last year, that the Russian Air Force has not yet destroyed a single train or convoy bringing equipment and ammunition from Poland into Ukraine, not one, that the Russian Navy has had to withdraw about a third of its fleet from Sevastopol after the Ukrainians used just 3 Storm Shadow cruise missiles to hit Sevastopol, and Ukraine didn't even have a navy. So, there's so much focus, I think, which is unwarranted on, okay, we didn't get to the minefields as quickly as we wanted, we didn't make the progress that we wanted, but yet at this point in the war, less than 2 years after the start of the large-scale operation, with Russia having every advantage, look where we are. And that's without us providing the things that Ukraine needed. So I don't get the hand-wringing about, it's inevitable, Ukraine it should go negotiate, there's no way they can win. I think, the Russians see that they have no hope. There's no hope for them.
Mimi. Mimi. chat.
For them to win, only for us to quit. And so that's why they are doing what they're doing, pushing thousands of untrained troops into the meat grinder. They're willing to sacrifice hundreds every day, and the thousands of vehicles they've lost, because they want to convey the impression that they have endless resources and that Russian victory is inevitable. So that's the approach they're taking. And so we've got to help, number one, counter that narrative by demonstrating that we are in fact committed to Ukraine, but then giving them what they need. And I listened to General Cavoli at a conference a little while back, and he said precision can defeat mass. And mass, of course, is the only advantage, the real advantage that the Russians still have. Precision can defeat mass if you have enough time. And what he's talking about, if you can, with long-range precision strike capability, you take out Russian headquarters, artillery, and logistics, then it doesn't matter how many troops you have. Your mass is neutralized or negated when they don't have artillery or logistics or headquarters to direct. And so the biggest shortfall of what we have not provided Ukrainians are long-range precision strike capability. And I'm talking specifically ATACMS, Storm Shadow, the French Scout, the German Taurus, or the ground-launched small diameter bombs, Grey Eagle drones, all of these things that would enable Ukraine to knock out headquarters, artillery, and logistics, and most importantly, make Crimea untenable for Russian forces. The Ukrainians approved the concept with those 3 Storm Shadows when they destroyed the Russian Black Sea Fleet headquarters and severely damaged the dry dock there in Sevastopol. That forced the commander to withdraw a third of his ships out of Sevastopol. And that's after just 3 Storm Shadows. Imagine if they had 50, 60, or 200 ATACMS and Taurus, what they could be doing.
Adding in again here is Future Peru to talk about the importance of long-range precision fires and other resources, touched on an area that I thought was worth focusing on, and that's the importance of Ukraine and Ukraine's allies efficiently allocating the resources available to it in 2024 in order to ensure the best results. For me, one indication of the potential risks here was the recent reporting that Ukraine had included the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System in its latest list of requests for US weapon systems. THAAD is a very capable anti-ballistic missile defense system that would admittedly probably be capable of defending a place like Kyiv against some of the threat posed by Russian and potentially Iranian ballistic missiles. The problem is, it's also one of the most complicated, most expensive pieces of equipment operated by the US Army. Back in 2012, the authorization for a foreign military sale of THAAD missiles to the United Arab Emirates priced a package that included 9 launchers, 48 missiles, and associated training parts and logistical support at a cool $1.135 billion 2012 US dollars. And if there's only a limited sum available for support of Ukraine in the United States, Europe, or other allied states, then if you start including premium options like THAAD in the support packages, then you might start pricing out other vitally needed systems and munitions. Establishing a THAAD system around Kyiv, for example, might come at a cost that would have paid for hundreds or even thousands of cruise missiles. And when a system is so expensive that it makes even something relatively blingy like AGM-158 or Storm Shadow look pretty basic, it might be that I would have thought is necessary before funds are ultimately committed. So I decided to put the question of priorities and resources in 2024 and 2025 to Ben Hodges, but for him, as you'll hear, the focus wasn't so much on individual systems, but instead on some of the actions he believes the Ukrainian military and allied governments may choose to take. So the question then is 2024 and 2025 looking forward. Because the Russian strategy, as they put forward, and obviously I'm interpreting here from, for example, the speech that Shoigu gave saying, we need to be ready to keep fighting until 2025, perhaps observing that there's been some weakness in the resolution of some nations in the West to get additional support to Ukraine, and the fact that that support may be limited in terms of the sum of money that is available and voted. If you want to build Ukrainian capability to fight that longer war, so through 2024, potentially into 2025, and you only have so many resources to do it, what are the priority areas where do you allocate those scarce resources in 2024 to get the best bang for your buck?
Yeah. Okay, look, the Ukrainians absolutely do not have unlimited resources, especially artillery and long-range precision weapons. I think this is pretty well known. But it is not too late. I believe that Russia lacks a decisive, they don't have the ability to break through Ukrainian lines and keep moving towards Kharkiv or Kyiv. They don't have that. It doesn't exist. And the Russian logistics system is very fragile. It's extremely fragile. It was never designed to support long-term operations, land operations outside of Russia. And so it's a vulnerability I think that Ukraine should be and will exploit, both for long-range fires, drones, and as well as sabotage. Having said all that, this is what I think Ukraine will be doing and should be doing over the next few months as they prepare to regain initiative. Number one, we've already talked about reconstituting units which have been worn down from months of fighting. When you think about the 101st, if you go back in history, the 101st fought for it was like 70-something consecutive days. I'm going to get my math wrong here, but basically when they jumped in on June the 5th, 1944, they were in nonstop combat all the way up through the end of September. So June, July, August, September, like 120 days through Market Garden. And then they were taken out of the line to reconstitute. They had suffered like casualties, equipment was worn out, boots were worn out, and they were back in a reconstitution facility in France when the Battle of the Bulge started. So, this was a common practice in the war, and I think Ukrainians will do this. Number two, they are going to have to improve their recruiting system in order to maximize available manpower. Right now, they've got too many military-age males and women walking around in Ukraine that should be in the military. And you've got thousands of Ukrainians, military-age males that are here in Germany and Poland and Romania. Ukraine has got to fix their recruiting system and get these fit, able-bodied men and women into uniform. They're going to have to increase production of ammunition and weapons in Ukraine. Some of these things are already happening, but it is possible when you're at war to increase production, even with Russian missiles raining down on your cities. Think about what Germany did in 1944. Aircraft production for the Luftwaffe peaked in 1944. That's after more than 2 years of steady bombing by the Royal Air Force and the U.S. Army Air Corps, bombing the hell out of German cities, but yet German aircraft production increased. So I think Ukraine can do that with some improving efficiency. Some Western companies are already there helping. I think Ukraine is going to be, they're working to be ready to employ F-16s probably in the summer. It's one thing to train pilots to fly, and Ukraine will have no problem finding pilots who can fly, but being able to operate in a very, very dense air defense environment, conducting combat operations, that's a different matter. So I think they will be smart about how they finally do employ F-16s this summer. They're going to have to continue to improve air and missile defense and build it and make sure that their power generation infrastructure is resilient. It's going to be under siege every day for the next 3 or 4 months, as we're already watching right now. We've talked a lot about the requirement for them to get better at operating in a very, very difficult, challenging, contested electronic warfare environment. I anticipate that they will continue sabotage efforts against Russian energy infrastructure and logistics inside Russia, as well as in Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine. I think they will continue to put pressure on Russian forces in Crimea, both Navy as well as Air Force, and particularly the large logistics hub at Zhenkoy in the northern part of Crimea, which supplies Russian forces in the south. And then finally, keep maintaining pressure on the Russian logistics system. I think Russia's dependence on North Korea for artillery ammunition is a giveaway of how desperate they are. And my Ukrainian friend tells me that the quality of the North Korean artillery ammunition is really poor. It's unsafe. So there's exploitation opportunities for the Ukrainians against Russian logistics. I would hate to be a Russian private sitting in a trench this winter, knowing that my leadership not only doesn't care about me, they're not going to fight to deliver what I need, and I'm going to get used as cannon fodder. I think this is an opportunity for Ukraine.
And then to close out, let me then ask if those are some of the opportunities and areas of focus. Again, if there are limited resources, say for example, the US only votes a $60 billion package to cover the year, what are some of the potential pitfalls that you would suggest might need to be avoided? What are some of the traps that might suck up resources without getting a great return on investment? The all bling, no basics.
Yeah, that's good. I think Ukrainians will have learned from what they did this summer, and they will be thinking about how do they regain the initiative. I don't think we'll see a resumption of the same type of attack, but I think that they will have figured out where those weaknesses are, and they'll be watching closely to see how does Russia try to rebuild or strengthen its defenses in the interim. I don't think there's a winter pause per se, but I think that there is the idea, because the Russians are trying large scale attacks right now, and they're just they're getting crushed. So the Ukrainians probably right now are happy to let the Russians bleed out for a while they try to do these other things that I've talked about. But at the end of the day, I don't think that they can take a year. Just kind of, hey, let's work on digging our trenches a little bit deeper and allow the current
this one because this is
sort of situation to harden and become the new facts on the ground. After listening to President Zelensky the other day during his visit to Washington, when he talked about how can you give up ground? Those are Ukrainian people that live there. This is not dirt. These are people, lives. And so I don't think the Ukrainians are going to just sit back. I don't think the Big Kerch Bridge will survive 2024. I think the Ukrainians are going to figure out a way to finally, permanently disable that thing. It'll be a combination of ways, but I think we're going to see Kerch Bridge drop in 2024.
On that particular note, the interview closed out and forced me to provide a conclusion. The observations I think I can make here are this. NATO military has never abandoned the idea of large-scale combat operations, far from it. But the fighting in Ukraine has highlighted the potential importance of both old and new technologies and skills that may not have been areas of priority focus through much of the post-Cold War era. The challenge now for NATO and other allied militaries is probably twofold. How do they learn and adapt lessons from the fighting in Ukraine for themselves, while providing training support to Ukraine that answers the need for quantity, quality, and relevance to the fighting? And in practice, what that probably means is that even as NATO and allied military trainers work with Ukrainian personnel to train them, they're also trying to learn from and develop the cadre of Ukrainian officers and veterans who are likely to be absolutely essential to the training effort in 2024. In 2022 and 2023, I'd argue Ukraine has proven capable of outperforming its material resources, and training may well be a key driver in determining whether or not they're capable of continuing to do so in 2024. I'll also note that General Hodges makes a range of interesting predictions for the Ukrainians in 2024, including new attempts to seize the initiative back from the Russian Federation and attacks on the Kerch Bridge and other Russian logistical links. My observation there is that Ukraine's options are probably going to be very tightly tied to material availability, and so the path the fighting takes in 2024 may be correlated not just with decisions taken in Kyiv, but decisions on aid made in Brussels and Washington DC. Okay, and now it's a channel update to close out, which always feels very strange.
I wonder why the US doesn't supply the long-range weapons. Also, is Russia using all of their long-range weapons? Because I feel like people in general don't. Like, do you think Russia has shot like every missile they have into like Ukrainian cities and everything, or?
Yeah, I
feel like the answer must be no.
History have been warned with fast, decisive battlefield actions. Whether you're talking about ancient actions or an opposing king,
Worried about nuclear escalation? I don't know if it would be nuclear escalation, or if you'd just be worried even for conventional warfare, like getting to the point where you're starting to actually like flatten entire like tons and tons and tons of cities.
Captured on the field, or decisive modern era campaigns like Desert Storm in 1991. A decisive victory on the field of battle is always a possibility, and one that is often going to be attractive to military planners. As we covered in our video on war termination, most videos don't end with total, absolute, decisive victory for one side or the other. Instead, they continue until factors that might include military, economical, political, and social exhaustion push the negotiating positions of both sides together to a point where a peace can be agreed. But here's a question for you. When we're talking about exhaustion, what exactly is getting exhausted? Often the best answer is whatever is critical to the ability of a country to carry on the war that runs out first. Carrying on a modern war is a complex and demanding process. It requires a range of inputs from money to manpower to munitions, and if you exhaust your supply of anything critical, you might find yourself in a very hard position. In a way, it's kind of like being stranded out in the middle of the outback. It doesn't matter if the back of your utes packed with enough food to last you for 3 months. If you don't have any water on you, it's all pretty academic. So if you're trying to win a war by wearing out your opponent, there's all sorts of things you can try to exhaust. Maybe the target is the financial resources of the state. Try and force your opponent to shovel so much money into the fire so quickly for so long that eventually that smoke plume consumes all their available reserves, their forced print currency, and sail towards hyperinflation and potential economic collapse. Or maybe the goal is to exhaust the supply of military material. This is something we talk about and track a lot on this channel. You can have the most dedicated army in the world with lots of money to pay them, but in the end, money and munitions are not immediately 100% interchangeable. You could make it rain $100 bills on the battlefield, but you probably get better results dropping bombs as opposed to banknotes. But often when we're talking about war exhaustion, we're not talking about stuff, we're talking about people and their will to continue. That might mean members of the political leadership and a country's political elite who have decided the war is no longer doing it for them. Maybe they miss being able to buy property overseas or travel the world on their yachts, and as a result would like the war to end sooner rather than later and become willing to use their power in order to make it happen. One of the obvious problems with trying to employ this sort of technique, however, is that if you are a member of a country's political or economic elite, then you are probably far more able to insulate yourselves from the constant impact of a war than just about anyone else. No matter how hard the sanction squeeze is placed on North Korea, for example, it's probably never going to be Kim Jong-un and those immediately around him that end up going hungry. Far less insulated from the consequences of war are going to be the troops at the front. And history is replete with examples where the political leadership might be willing to fight on, the nation might hypothetically have the resources to fight on, and indeed the public back home might be willing to stay the course. But if the troops in the trenches start turning to their commanders, pointing no man's land saying, well then, after you, sir, then the national war effort might be approaching a potential point of failure. Military exhaustion historically can manifest in a variety of ways. One famous historical example might be the 1917 French army mutinies, which affected perhaps half of French infantry divisions fighting on the Western Front, and often involved troops saying they were willing to continue defending their positions, but were not willing to accept orders to continue attacking German positions. At its most extreme, manifestations of military exhaustion can become points of failure. For example, when troops decide en masse that they no longer like their officers or existing political leaders, note the fact that they are the ones holding all the guns, and decide to enact political change at bayonet point as a result. But of course, this is the 21st century, and we'd never see a military or paramilitary unit launching a major mutiny and starting a road trip towards the national capital, now would we? Finally, even if you have a determined political leadership class, significant remaining national resources, and the tools to maintain discipline in the military, there is still the question of support for the war effort back home. And if you happen to be leading an aspiring insurgency or a smaller nation, and it's your great ambition to see off or defeat a great power, this historically might be the best place to start. Because whether you're talking about the war in Vietnam or the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, there are plenty of examples of forces that could never hope to destroy the military capacity of the countries they were fighting, nonetheless being able to make it to the finish line and arguably secure a victory, not so much by defeating their opponent in the field, but instead by just continuing day after day, month after month, year after year, continuing to exact costs, until the home front ultimately just becomes sick of it. And when given a choice between losing a war or losing an election, there are often going to be a lot of incentives for politicians to choose the former. Now, I would never want to suggest that any two wars are exactly the same, but if you're looking for a very generalized model, the way public war enthusiasm versus war weariness, fatigue, etc. tends to change over time, there are a number of historical conflicts you might be able to split into a couple of distinct phases. In phase 1, you get the rally around the flag effect, and war enthusiasm is likely to be high. Whether you're talking about World War I in 1914 or Ukraine in 2022, you might see volunteers flocking to recruitment stations, while a collective surge of adrenaline seems to pass through members of the public. Members of the public will go into the war with a certain conception of the way things should play out, a certain implicit or explicit understanding of what war should be. Then what will happen is reality and those expectations will start to collide. If reality exceeds expectations, like for example after the success of Desert Storm, or after Ukraine victory in Kharkiv in 2022, you can actually see public enthusiasm support jump upwards. But if you were expecting the troops home by Christmas and all you instead are mounting casualty reports and no end in sight, then enthusiasm might fade as expectations are revised downwards. At least as long as no visible progress is being made and the end isn't in sight. Now obviously those changes aren't linear and there are a lot of factors that go into them. But I do have a rather complex thesis to suggest why war exhaustion in societies might generally mount over time. And that complex thesis is that war in general is pretty damn awful. And despite the fact that war is something human society has been doing basically since the beginning of recorded history at the very least, societies often seem to be caught off guard again and again by just how much pain and sacrifice is often involved in the whole process. If you're looking for some of the factors that might turn a public against a war over time, it probably pays to start with some of the costs that war is likely to impose. Human losses, economic deprivation, or even just restrictions on quality of life and liberty, like for example wartime censorship measures. During parts of the Second World War, for example, Britain had some pretty stringent blackout restrictions, requiring people to turn off or block out the lights in their homes so that German bombers operating at night didn't have giant gleaming clusters of sea lights to aim their bombs at. But despite the military purpose of the restrictions, you can bet the Karens, both male and female, of 1940s era Britain would on occasion complain bitterly of the inconvenience caused by restrictions, or in other cases write of their immense opposition to the noise caused by the defending anti-aircraft guns that were trying to bring down the attacking German bombers. And that's a case where the inconvenience was being caused to the people the measures were trying to defend. When we're talking about the war in Ukraine, often minor impacts are being felt in countries that are not directly engaged in the fighting. There are three other factors I want to call out beyond just the costs being incurred that historically often seem to have played into social cohesion during wartime and public war support. The first is basically expectancy theory, a belief that if you take a certain action, consequences will follow, and those consequences, or the consequences of inaction, justify you taking that action. If you think that by putting in extra effort for the office you are likely to be recognized and promoted, then you might be more likely to put in that work than in a universe where the only reward for doing good work was to receive more work. A similar calculus can play out in relation to a war. If you think that by pressing on and sacrificing you will in the end achieve a sort of victory, then you're more likely to continue than if you believe the whole thing is hopeless. Similarly, if you're fighting a war like the war in Ukraine as a defender, and you believe the results of inaction or defeat would be catastrophic for you and your country, then you are probably more likely to press on almost no matter the cost, because the expected result of inaction is simply too expensive to countenance. Another element that commonly shows up are societal conceptions of fairness, namely how fairly the burdens and costs of war are shared across the society. Basically, people might be okay with horrendous conditions as long as they're all in it together, but if some are suffering while others are pretending the war basically isn't happening, that can cause resentment. A classic lightning rod issue in this respect is often conscription, and in particular, who's eligible, who's exempt, who's actually filled up, and how fair that process is. During the American Civil War, for example, there was immense controversy caused by the practice of substitution in the South. Basically, this meant if you were conscripted and happened to have a whole bunch of money, then if you could pay or convince someone else that was themselves liable for conscription to go in your place, then your name was ticked off the list and you could spend the rest of the war hanging around on your plantation, while some other side got acquainted with the marvelous battlefield phenomena of grape shot, typhoid, and mud on your behalf. In Ukraine, there are currently debates ongoing about the conscription and mobilization process, including who should be exempt, how many should be called up, how long should those who have been called up serve, and what should the process be for implementation. Historically, public debates over conscription have often been bitterly contested, and issues of exemption, evasion, or corruption in the process have sometimes been caused to national morale and war enthusiasm. The third point I wanted to make here is that often when it comes to public opinion and war exhaustion, you're arguably talking about one of the few areas where perception does trump reality. That's going to make a degree of sense because your public can't base their opinion on an objective view of how the war is actually going, only on how they think the war is going. An arguable example here might be the Tet Offensive during the Vietnam War. Militarily, you can argue the attack was a disaster for North Vietnam and the Viet Cong. It didn't result in significant territories being taken and held. It didn't cause the collapse of South Vietnamese forces, and the cost in killed and wounded was enormous. The Viet Cong units in particular had gotten absolutely wrecked, but the American media and public were shocked by the whole affair, and attitudes towards the war soured further. The disconnect can be even greater in information-controlled societies. In 1944, at a time where tide of American defense production was rolling ever closer to the Japanese home islands, only 10% of the Japanese population, according to post-war surveys, said they had been convinced at the time that Japan would lose the war. It was only much later, when bombing attacks on the home island sailed up, that reality started to hit and public perception shifted. This raises an important issue if you're trying to rely on war exhaustion to defeat an opponent. It's often not enough to make sure they're losing if you can't convince their public that that's what's happening. Before we get to opinion of war in the United States, we have to start with Ukraine, because while there are some useless topics out there to discount the agency of Ukrainians as a people and as a nation, realistically it's their willingness to continue to fight on and accept the cost of doing so that is absolutely central to all of this. All of the military aid munitions in the world won't matter if the Ukrainians aren't willing to use them. And it's worth mentioning that it seems like one of the great Russian miscalculations of 2022 was the assumption that a lot of Ukrainians would simply roll over or greet them with flowers when they invaded. What they got instead were Molotov cocktails and gunfire, and here we are. But it needs to be acknowledged that the Ukrainians have been fighting a hard, casualty-intensive war, and there's every possibility the winter that comes is going to be miserable again. Not just for the troops at the front or families who are without their loved ones, but for a civilian population that may again be on the receiving end of a Russian strategic bombing campaign. And beyond the general point of war just being miserable and costly for the population in general, there are a couple of factors, at least anecdotally, that often feature in Ukrainian public discourse. Major issues include mobilization and the fairness of the mobilization process, as we discussed earlier, as well as the ongoing fight against issues like corruption. Overpaying for military supplies during peacetime might mean the taxpayer gets ripped off. Overpaying for supplies during wartime means other troops hold it out. So it's not unusual in Ukraine to see the anti-corruption cases being opened and officials being fired. For example, when Zelensky fired officials responsible for military conscription at a regional level. But if you ask what Ukrainian public approval is for figures like President Zelensky, who has made it very clear that his intention is to fight on and not to give any territorial concessions to invade Russians, well, the answer is still, based on the polling we have, extremely high, as in levels almost any Western political leader can barely hope for high. And you would think that if Ukrainians at large disagreed with the most important strategic decision being taken by the president, we might expect to see that flow through in the approval ratings. For the most part, we don't, but that doesn't mean you don't see some interesting figures. In covering this topic, I just had to plug this article by Russia Today, because I think it's a relatively good example of some of these simple ways that you can use language, headline, and the occasional artful omission in order to take a set of figures and then violently invert or twist their meaning. In this case, the headline begins with Zelensky loses support in Ukraine, before the body of the article goes on to explain that what that actually means is that 82% of Ukrainians indicated they strongly or somewhat supported Zelensky. Now, of course, the headline isn't wrong, as the article clarifies, strong and somewhat disapproval rates for Zelensky increased from 4 and 3% respectively in April to 9 and 7% in September. It also highlighted the fact Zelensky was less popular than the armed forces, which recorded 82% strong support, and I don't guess this is meant to be surprising some, Albert is obviously no population has ever rallied behind a national military while fighting a defensive war against an invading power. Now, to put that in perspective, that's a plus 66% presidential approval rating, which really isn't something we see often in democracies in the modern era. If you're looking for an American example, I don't think Ronald Reagan ever hit net 66% approval. Instead, you're talking approval on the level of George H.W. Bush right after death's door. So currently all it takes to poll positive 66% in America is to win a short, sharp, dramatic victory, taking relatively few American coalition casualties in a war fully sanctioned and supported by the United Nations. But yes, as per the Russia Today articles, Zelensky's popularity does appear to have decreased over the course of 2023, but only from the absurdly high to the nearly extremely high. I think it's worth noting, however, that as you go down the chain of the Ukrainian government, approval ratings tend to drop. 41% of the whole population reported in an article disapproved of the Ukrainian Prime Minister. For the rather, the Ukrainian parliament, that number is 67%. And in both cases, the Russia Today article tries to make those numbers sound even worse by comparing only the strongly approved number to the strongly and somewhat disapproving number. But leaving questions of representation aside, there still might be some observations to make here. They might signal frustrations with individuals, organizations, or institutions that aren't so much making the big presidential level decisions, how to run the country, whether to fight on, but instead actually running the country or administering the budget. And there's also just the classic phenomenon in a lot of countries that people just tend to not like their parliaments. In Ukraine, the figure might be 67% disapproval, but in a recent US poll I could find, only 13% of Americans thought Congress was doing a good job. And even in Russia before the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, at a time when Putin's approval rating was being quoted in the mid to high 60s, the Russian State Duma was managing 29%. And I just want to note here that that American approval rating for Congress is so low that according to one poll I found, that means that fewer Americans approve the job that Congress is doing than have a favorable view of the Islamic Republic of Iran. While the polls are absolutely apples to oranges comparisons, it's pretty dire to say that the national parliament is polling in terms of popularity slightly above Russia and North Korea, but below a power which reportedly orchestrated attacks on US military bases and personnel. Basically what I'm saying is if countries had to surrender every time the population had a negative approval of their parliamentarians, then the first show of just about every war would probably just be blokes throwing white flags at each other. It probably doesn't say anything good about modern political realities, but at the same time, I wouldn't read too far into it as a measure of war exhaustion. As I said earlier, of course, there are political hot button issues in Ukraine to do with the war. One with a lot of undeniable military significance, which is currently being quite publicly discussed in Ukraine, are questions of changes to the mobilization system, including exemptions for relevant age range, terms of service, and other issues besides. And this is probably a good time to deal with the question often picking up that the army is currently fighting in Ukraine. Namely, on both the Ukrainian and Russian side, why are the troops involved, by global standards, often so old? Because often when we think of historical conflicts, we think of armies made up of troops in their late teens or early 20s. But in Ukraine, Time magazine claims the average age is north of 40, and this is sometimes advances proof that one of both sides are out of their younger men and are forced to send older and older people to fight. On the Ukrainian side, at least, however, I'd argue the situation probably has more to do with policy and demographic decisions than the complete depletion of the younger cohorts, and this is itself a political question. In terms of population pyramids, Russia and Ukraine look relatively similar. In both cases, birth rates up to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 were relatively strong, and so you have a comparatively large...
Hold on, because I see people arguing back and forth on this. Okay, if you're curious, anytime you see somebody, so like I see this Candy Jones guy in chat, Ukraine is losing badly. They're forcing their young women and men to fight a war they can't win. I don't know why it works out this way, but anytime somebody is saying that their biggest concern is like the number of people in Ukraine that are being forced to blah, 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 that person is every single time, without fail, a Russian tool. Every single time. They never express concern for Russian deaths. They never express concern for any of the other outcomes of the war or for anything really. It's always this weird talking point of like the West is telling Ukrainians to die and these poor Ukrainians. That is always a Russian stooge every single time. Just as a heads up, I guess you're debating people like that. It's always 100% a Russian media slut or whore that is just quoting back shit at you that they don't even give a fuck about or care about. It's always the case. Okay, just as a heads up.
Number of men in their mid-30s and above. In particular, you have a lot of men in their 40s and 50s. So if you just mobilize a representative sample of the population, ruling out retirees and little children, then the average age you'd expect in the army in Ukraine is about 41. Then, and here's the potentially politically sensitive part, is the way exemptions often work. Exemptions for mobilization are a usual historical feature of most mobilization regimes, but very often end up having an unequal impact across different demographics. For example, countries like Ukraine might, in circumstances, have exemptions for men who have multiple young children, or perhaps a small number of very, very young children. But normally, by the time a bloke is in 50, the chance of having a significant number of children under the age of 18 significantly decreases, and so too does the applicability of an exemption. Another exemption very relevant in Ukraine would be for those university or those studies, and for those of you that have been on a university campus, well, those ages there do tend to skew younger. And while medical exemptions might be more applicable for young cohorts, Ukrainian mobilization policy in practice so far has had significant protections for people without military experience between the ages of 18 and 27. I believe this proposal is lower, that will bound from 27 to 25, but that it hasn't yet taken effect. If you assume no Ukrainians between 18 and 27 were eligible for mobilization and none in that age range volunteered, then a representative rate of mobilization would actually produce the Ukrainian army with an average age north of 33. So while the Russian and Ukrainian armies of early 2022 might be made up of relatively young men, serving for example as Dan enlistment period as a contract soldier, as the method of recruitment has turned over to mobilization, it's not unexpected that we start seeing armies that in some ways can mirror the demographics and legal realities of the countries fielding them. So obviously it's still interesting to look at the demographics of the soldiers this is yielded, and it may always be a politically sensitive question to what extent a country like Ukraine should exempt or protect its limited cohort of men in their early 20s and push the burden onto older cohorts, even though in terms of physical capabilities, men in their early 20s can be pretty prime recruiting material. You can also see public pressure being placed on the Ukrainian budget. There, often the complaints you read weren't the government was spending too much money on the war, but instead it was wasting money on projects that weren't related to it. Perhaps in part as a result, the Ukrainian 2024 state budget is very much a war budget. More than half of all expenditures by the Ukrainian government in 2024 will reportedly be related to the war effort, with spending on domestically produced Ukrainian armaments being one of the fastest growing areas. So if you're looking for an overarching picture on where the Ukrainian public stand on this war after more than 600 days of fighting it, then the core observation is that while the people in the country might be very tired, and while there is now a widespread understanding that any victory over Russia will be incredibly hard and long fought, the numbers say the vast majority of Ukrainians wish to go on regardless. In 2022, a time when optimism might have been far higher, the polling indicated that 70% of Ukrainian respondents wanted to fight on for victory, while 25% would prefer to negotiate a settlement. Noting that, as we'll see with the Russian data, being willing to negotiate doesn't necessarily mean being willing to make concessions. Jump forward to October, where a lot of that optimism may have been dampened, and even knowing there would be no quick push to the Azov Sea, no rapid victory in 2023, a strong majority of Ukrainians still looked at the situation, the long and painful road ahead, and still said that they were willing to go on to the end. While it's always possible that changes in the future, based on those numbers, if there is any weak link in the Ukrainian war effort or theory of victory, it probably isn't the political will or determination of the Ukrainians themselves. So if that's the Ukrainian picture, what about the Russians? As the clock turns towards the war's second winter, what can we possibly say about the Russian population and their view of the so-called special military operation? And before we spend too much time analysing that opinion, it's worth asking the question up front, to what extent does public opinion actually matter in Russia? Because one of the ultimate ways in which public opinion is meant to manifest is the ability to vote out the current leadership in a free and fair election, and it's kind of hard to have free and fair elections in a country where defenestration is an acceptable campaigning technique. Freedom House gives Russia a score of 16 out of 100 for its political incivilities, and many would assess that Russia is not exactly a bastion of robust democratic competition. But, and I think this is a very important but, Russia is not North Korea, where Kim Jong-un can routinely clear 99% of the quote-unquote vote, nor is it a true, pure one-party state, where you can vote for any candidate you want as long as it's one chosen by the current. Is your position that we shouldn't support Ukraine for 10 plus years if it lasts that long, or that you don't anticipate that we realistically will support them that long due to lack of democratic will? My position is that as long as like a realistic military end is achievable, we should probably support them, assuming the US public doesn't hate too much or get too upset. But that's like basically where my opinion is. Like if it looks like the conflict
conflict will grind down to a standstill, and it looks like there's no more ground to be gained, and that Russia and their allies are able to maintain as indefinitely as Ukraine and their allies, then I would say probably you wind it down. But I mean, it's going to depend. At the end of the day, it's going to be like a functional analysis of what does the actual war effort look like.
Ruling party. We've seen evidence in the past that the Russian leadership are at least partially responsive to public opinion, with evidence including the partial backslide on unpopular pension reforms back in 2018, or the fact that even now it seems like the Russian government is trying to screen parts of the Russian population, particularly those living in relatively well-to-do cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg, from the worsening impacts of the war in Ukraine. Those sort of actions are not necessarily militarily or economically efficient. The military would, for example, probably benefit from an influx of the young and technically qualified. So one of the running hypotheses as to why those resources aren't further tapped is because in the end the Russian government does care what at least certain parts of the population think. In terms of trying to assess what the Russian people do think, we have to acknowledge limitations of the data we have. Getting accurate polling in a country like Russia is always going to be complicated. In no small part because of factors that can be difficult to measure. Like, for example, the percentage of people who choose not to participate in a survey out of fear their opinion might lead to retribution, or the percentage of people who choose to give what is considered the right answer rather than an honest one. But even with those factors in play, if we look at data over time, there might be some patterns we can identify. What the polling seems to show is that while there is a steady movement towards support for a negotiated settlement over time, for the most part, the Russian population is still divided into three broad segments. There are what might be described as the uncompromising supporters of the war, roughly 22% of the population, according to the Leviathan polling.
What if Russia will only accept total victory and is willing to grind millions of Russians into death to take Kiev? Is that the Russian aims? I would have to go back and look, but I thought that Russia was willing to negotiate for a ceasefire and then peace as long as they got to keep all of the territory that they'd separated so far, essentially. I thought that's what Russia was looking for. Is their goal still regime change? Somebody just said that in another chat. I would have to see recent statements by Putin. I haven't kept up super closely on Ukraine. I just see like headlines and like brief stories about it.
Who basically take the same stance as 60% of the Ukrainian population. No ceasefire or negotiated settlement under any circumstances, just a push on to victory. According to the pollsters, that point of view is most commonly represented amongst retirement-age males, a group of the population who, all else being equal, are more likely to rely on television for their information, the state for their pension, and not to be liable for call-up or mobilization. Then there's another share of the population, very roughly similar in size, who give what pretty clearly anti-war responses. 19% respondents say they don't support the actions of the Russian armed forces and are willing to make concessions to Ukraine in exchange for peace. That last part is important because for peace to be negotiated, the demands of both sides have to be compatible. 55% of Russian respondents say they would support an immediate ceasefire. That number increases to 72% if you add on the people who would consider acceptable. But only 22% say they would be willing to give back Kherson and Zaporizhia, noting that in Russia simply saying that you support the return of those regions might be enough to get you into significant legal trouble, and stated support for the return of Luhansk and Donetsk is merely 16%. What that seems to suggest is that there is a large blob in the middle of the Russian population who don't feel particularly strongly on the war, and generally take the position that they would be happy if there was a peace declared tomorrow, but aren't willing to test Russian law by questioning Russia's sovereignty over areas like Zaporizhia and Kherson. And in the meantime, the standard response seems to be relatively passive acceptance of the war as just another reality, staying out of it, not making too much noise, and letting the government do its thing. Those top-level figures don't seem to suggest anything like a critical level of war exhaustion. And if you were a government strategist looking at those figures, you probably think, hey, this conflict might be fairly sustainable. That might be true to an extent, but there is a massive blip in the data that suggests there might be a giant caveat on that point, and that is that there is a segment of the population that seem happy enough to just let the war happen, as long as it doesn't too significantly impact them or those around them. What you're looking at here is long-term polling data on how Russians assess their own mood, how they think things are going. As you can see, during the 1990s, a majority of the Russian population responded that things were a bit shit. Unsurprising perhaps because this was 1990s Russia, and even Slavs have an upper limit on how much awful they'll tolerate. But due to the 2000s, things got better, and even the 2014 or 2022 invasions of Ukraine weren't enough to significantly move the needle, until one brief point where, for a brief moment, when suddenly the ratings started crashing back towards late 1990s levels. That was the point where Russia declared a mobilization, but before it became clear that mobilization wasn't going to affect significant parts of the population in a major way. During the brief moment where Russians weren't sure who exactly was going to be called up to fight in practice, public sentiment suffered something of a shock, which is interesting because it might provide a clue as to how deep some of the stated support for the war goes. And if you're trying to assess what percentage of the population Russia might be able to mobilize going forward to fight in Ukraine, data points like this suggest there might, politically speaking, be an upper limit. The Ukrainians might be willing to accept large-scale general mobilization, but a lot of Russians, it seems, would greatly prefer that someone else did the fighting and dying for them, please and thank you. And so it seems like the Russian government has often made policy decisions designed to insulate significant parts of the population from feeling most of the impacts of the war. Mobilization quotas are relatively higher in rural.
I agree with Destiny. We want peace in Ukraine/Russia. Well, hold on. That's not what I said. I don't want peace in Ukraine and Russia. I would want all of Ukraine's territory to be returned to Ukraine proper. The only reason why peace might become an option is because the realistic situation on the ground that might mean that it's just not possible for Ukraine to grind through Russian positions and win back their territory. I don't 100% know if that's the case or not. That was my impression. That impression might be wrong though. I don't follow this conflict super closely, or even that closely at all over the past several months, especially with diving into Israel-Palestine. That was my impression. So that's why I would support it. But if there's a possibility to win it back, like a strong possibility, and the population wants to fight, then I'd say they continue to fight. I think it's more important than peace where Russia is currently like owning territory. That's wild.
In disadvantaged areas. Recruitment campaigns based around offers of very high salaries or signing bonuses, well, those are going to be naturally more attractive in economically depressed rural areas, often with a significant non-ethnic Russian population, than they are in
You'll get your refund when I'm done talking about my personal shit. Amber says hi. I'll be right back, buddy. I'm just telling her about some bullshit that happened today. Anyways, so fuck some telehealth bullshit. I'm sorry, like, like, people over in India have made life for honest, hard-working Indian immigrants who want to get a call center job and who want to be legit because, I mean, I'm sorry, but if somebody from the doctor's office calls me and wants to engage in telehealth and doing the survey and getting my information, like I'm only slightly like I'm just slightly apprehensive about giving my social security number and shit, yeah, over the phone to somebody who sounds like every like scam Caribbean cruise line selling free giveaway having person that I've for some reason decided to answer the phone call and troll. Like, I don't know. Yeah, they definitely they got their reputations. The reputations of somebody's pretty much immutable characteristic of their accent is completely like in shambles because of the way the fucking industry works in India. Oh yeah, you fixed the camera so that the booty's there. Oh, Yanzies. What? 5 out of 5 kitty? Is that what that is? A kitty percent? What is that? Is that a kitty percent? Yeah. Cat percent. Cat percent. Is that like any percent? Like, is that a like sort of a speed run glitch reference? I can't think of it. I can't think of what cat percent would mean other than that. Do 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 do.
I know. I was so fearful of this moment.
Flick flick tail tail.
Abhorrent.
Thank you for fixing my camera so that the kitty's there.
Came to pass. The dreams.
A speedrunning joke where there's a cat on screen. Got you.
Despite all that,
Vaults have permanently opened. You can enter these treasure-filled dungeons from the surface, through portals in the gate hall, or using Nightmare Vault sigils. Vaults also grant Zoltun's warding, a buff that unlocks bonus loot. Offer Pearls of Warding to the statue of Zoltun Cool to earn charges of Zoltun's warding. Complete vaults and defeat Heralds of Malphas to earn more Pearls of Warding. Okay. Just have me grind forever, Brody. Sounds good. Devastation support. I don't need to be running this shit. Okay, so what's the next? Okay, search the vaults for Zoltun Cool's journals. If Amber is still in the room, I can always provide the playlist for my first Dr. Mario tournament. She just got home. She's probably gonna unwind for a sec, but it sounds good. Yeah, like half hour. Yeah, come holler at me in a half hour, and we'll all gather around we'll rally around the family and watch A Pocket Full of Pills. Do your thing, babe. Alright, I'm almost ready to go into... No, yeah, she definitely is. And appreciate the reminder. So how's your day so far, brother? Find the decaying farm. Alright. We're gonna go do these two. Do you have a good nap? I'm hanging out, man. I got really good sleep last night. I went to sleep at like 4 and woke up at like 1. I haven't slept 8 hours continuously. I'm hot. So I'm feeling good about that. Brother, go stand in one of the other... Are you dumb, homie? Why would you stand on mine? Shit goes faster when we separate the work. Yep. Very nice. Bro, you suck so bad. Oh my goodness. I don't even want you to get the loot that you don't deserve.
Till our roads cross again.
Bye. I hear you, man. I hadn't been to the gym in a couple of days, and I got a good workout in last night, so I suppose it probably was just a confluence of events that led to it. I'm more of a 5-hour sleeper, max. Oh yeah, no problem. streamline the build that I'm rolling here. I need to get to the point where I can change the difficulty up, because I murdered the season like 75% of the way through the season journey boss, and just trounced him, so pretty happy about that at least. But I want to see some of the new uniques that they made for the season too.
What is this?
My companion seems...
Cows? Get dead, cows. Oh, that was no, that was on Diablo 3. I don't know why they did it so, like... No, you're good. No, I don't know why they did the seasons. I feel like they should stagger them. I know they don't care at all about Diablo 3 anymore though, so... But they started the new season of Diablo 3 like last Friday, not 5 days ago, but like 12 days ago. And for the Demon Hunter solo leaderboard, I could easily, depending on how many people still have times to set, I could easily get to the top 100 of that. Maybe not top 100, top 200 for sure though. Depends on whether I'd have to put like another 15 hours worth of work, 20 hours worth of work into it. Plus, I really think there's people like hacking their way to the top, or at least exploiting their way to the top. Jesus, woman, where are your stupid plants at? What's going on there? Yeah, I did a couple of horseback riding lessons with my mom's friend Phil. He had a farm out in the boonies in Georgia.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you found me. Let's get back to my mother before it gets too late.
Oh yeah, and your mom gets all pissy with you. Horseback riding is fun. It's weird how how much it like jostles you when you first start doing it, and then how natural it feels after you get used to like posting with the rhythm of like trot, canter, and like I didn't ever really full gallop because I was a little too young to like for them to trust me just like full galloping on the back of a horse. My parents were pretty super overprotective kind of. And when I say parents, my mom. I feel you, man. Horses are fucking super intelligent. Like, I feel like super empathetic creatures. Like, they have such a long, like, what is it? The epigenetic memory sort of thing. They have so much domestication as beasts of burden for humans, like going back like centuries and generations, that I feel like if you like if you really give a fuck about a horse and you're like concerned for a horse's well-being, they're gonna take care of you too. Smell like shit kinda though.
Oh, yes. Mother, I'm sorry I was gone, but I brought these
You
flowers
get used to
home
it, but
to help you feel better.
horse does have a very distinct
Flowers?
smell.
You can't be serious, Tomaris. Morgan's fully ill. You would risk the days. Going back is...
That's how you know someone's full of shit, if they say they fucking used to ride horses. Yeah? What they smell like? Oh, not that bad. I mean, you know, just like any other, it's like your dog, I guess. Bitch, no. I feel like it's probably because there's like so much hormones that go into making an animal with that much like concentrated muscle. That you can just like smell that in horse sweat. Alright, I'm done with Anita. Anita can be done. Talk to Myris.
You can't escape! Demon spawn! Heretic!
Okay, I found Anita. Yeah, I'm going in.
Cursed creature! Heretic! You will pay! Stop! Please! Cursed!
Boom, 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 boom. I was a swimmer. I did varsity swimming all 4 years in high school. And I mean every kid plays like soccer and baseball when they're in elementary school.
Oh, God! I don't know what... Please! Stay away!
What about you? Let me guess. Cross country? Or you ran track? Or what else do I feel like? Those are my guesses for you. No, they did not. It wasn't that serious. Baseball? Okay, that's cool. What position?
Greetings, traveler. Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer.
Oh shit. Flash of adrenaline. 20 seconds. Administer quick flash of adrenaline. Increasing damage dealt by 11 for 8 seconds. I can't do both of these, huh? Started off as a pitcher, not a ton, but I was a mighty good one. Coach retired for a new one, and he brought his pitching son onto the team. Yup. Nepotism, nepo babies are the story of life, bro. Yeah, I played. Fucking headset needs to make up its mind. I don't get it. I played catcher for like most of like from I guess 8 years old until 12 or 13. Once I got to high school and started doing swimming for the school rather than just for like, you know, the local rec, I stopped doing like, all the other sports and shit and just was doing swimming. Yeah, it was pretty fucking tough. I got my squats in.
I am. Let's be off. Broken bridge, but close enough to cross. To the southeast.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like I really only started to like swimming because when I swam for the neighborhood pool, like that was down the road,
I was on my way to my parents' farmhouse.
I fucking got a crush on this one girl, and so I always went back for swimming every summer when that came around. And so I ended up liking swimming, and then I feel like swimming actually might have fucked like my grades up in school. Like I still did like well over average, and still did joint enrollment in my senior year and got a fuck ton of AP credits and college credits by the time I left high school. But you had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the fucking morning to get to the pool by like 5:45 and swim from 5:45 to 6:45, I think, 6:45 or 7, and I was always sort of like an energetic and anxious person growing up. I would have never learned how to fall asleep in class if it weren't for the fact that I started swimming and possibly in conjunction started smoking weed. There's a 5 o'clock in the morning? Well, I don't know, maybe since 5 o'clock this morning it just became a thing. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. I always brag about how there was 2 times that I got us out early from swim practice, because first time my coach didn't believe. First time was it was just the assistant coach, and I bet him that I could swim from one end of the pool to the other and back underwater without taking a breath or holding my breath the whole time. And the assistant coach didn't believe that I could do it, and then the head coach later didn't believe the assistant coach that I had done it. And so we got out of practice early 2 times. And I was like the fucking hero of the team. Because nobody fucking wanted to be there. They just wanted the fucking letter. But yeah, no, so, oh shit, where? So yeah, no, I've been practicing that shit since, I was able to do that since I was like 12 years old. Like at the town pool that was the same length on like the narrow side as the pool we swam in is on the long side. So it's 25 yards there and 25 yards back. So I was able to do 50 yards underwater holding my breath. And yeah, I was super proud of that. No, it's not. I was a breaststroker, so it was my jam. And I'd been singing since I was a kid, so I had the lung capacity. So I was pretty much built for that task trained since a young age. Anyway, I'm gonna go pee. and crumble. We will stand tall. Face it all together at skyfall. Never passed maroon? Is that some Canadiana thing? Swimming lessons are just that to help teach you, but they wouldn't pass me from our paper. When we'd have the final exam per se, I'd ace it, so to me, just stupid they wouldn't pass me because I did immediately in only 2 seconds when they initially taught it. Swimming lessons, never. Yeah, weird. I guess my mom took me to swimming lessons when I could barely walk, so I don't have really. I have like one very, very washed out, faded memory of like swim lessons up in Boston when I lived there. Other than that, like, I never really took a swimming lesson when I was conscious, so maybe that's a thing in America too. But yeah, I don't know. I sort of, I guess I was kind of like naturally like inclined towards swimming. It sounds like, I'm sorry that happened to you, bro. It sounds like that shit sucks. Quit you making noise, woman. Quit your noise making, woman. And bring me that bait. I didn't ask. I didn't ask. No, I said bring me that vape. Fuck me. Get fucked, slut. Thanks. Thanks, babe. Love you. What you got there? No, I couldn't hear and I wasn't paying attention. I was just waiting for the moment where I could tell you I didn't ask. When they teach you how to do a front stroke. But what you? God damn you, Twitch on my phone. Then nail it? Then nail it, but they fail you? What? They fail. What the fuck, dude? What is this moderation shit? It literally fucking censored the phrase, they fail. I'm so confused by why that would ever happen.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Like, I'm tempted to take a screenshot, post it in the chat. Like, but I guess I don't think you can load images into the chat, so I'm not gonna like set up an imager.
Protectors of the people. This fort is a monument to our arrogance.
Yeah, like I just don't get it why they would. Aren't swimming lessons so that you learn, and they penalized you for having to practice before you learned? Like, give me a break. Ooh, we got the butcher. Let's go. Yeah, it makes zero sense. Hey, oh, gross. Alright, where's the heal for 7 life per second. Okay, well, thanks, Butcher Man. Those are some dog shit legendaries. The butcher just got butchered. Get fucked. Slutty little cleaver man. Double that chance or double the time? Okay, 4 seconds. Yeah, dude. Tooting is pretty great. You ever been whitewater rafting?
I never thought I'd be throwing my lot in with this rabble, but here I am. Maybe I can organize these bandits into something that resembles an effective unit. At least effective enough to allow me an escape when the
Who's
church
that?
eventually finds us.
I could, babe, but it makes a really loud whirring noise, and it also would blow right on the microphone and make gusty noises. Thanks, though.
Thank the light. We found it.
Costa Rica. Okay. I've been a few times, dude. Whitewater rafting is so fun.
Yes, I was worried we would not.
Gonna be fucking taco night tonight. My stomach's already grumbling. Holy shit. Fucking pumped. You like cooking? One's in the chat if you can cook. Damn it, another section of this. Oh damn. We differ greatly on that score, my friend. There are very few feelings as satisfying as the fist bump that I get from my girlfriend when we get done with a dank ass meal that I cooked. Not only am I satisfied, I'm satisfied. Grumble, grumble, says the stomach. Yeah, who does do that? That's crazy. Like, I would rather eat bad food than appear like such an asshole in front of even just an acquaintance, let alone one of my friends. Like, bro. I get fucking sassy when my girlfriend wants to put hot sauce or ranch on some shit. I'm like, bitch, you think I didn't season that? You think I gave you an unfinished product. Taste that shit before you start adding your own fucking flavors to it. Let alone come in and like, not only is it like that would be annoying if somebody did that and I still was able to like make the meal come out all right, or just like turn the oven back down after they walked away and it's like no harm, less of a foul. But if somebody actually fucked up my meal that like I had gone to great lengths to cook because they thought they knew better how to cook in my kitchen, that's like, those are fighting words, bro. Like, the fuck is going on with this headset? Like, I charged this shit up for 8 hours. It's not dead. Correct. Yeah, no, that seems like almost like it's more of a fucking power play than an actual preference. Like, she was doing that to like test your resolve. Like, that's literally like a damn it woman quit testing me sort of moment. Yeah, no, I feel you. I wouldn't have let that slide either, bro. Why does the leave dungeon shit not work? They were doing that shit yesterday too. Why are they fighting? It's an automatic. You are batshit crazy to do what you just did. Automatic. Yeah, it literally censored you are batshit crazy. Like, I must figure out how to stop this fucking censorship. Hide offensive language. Enable, disable. There we go. Yeah, there you go. You are batshit crazy. Boom. I don't know how it's fucking offensive to say fucking whatever. What was that shit? Like, I feel like who the fuck does that wasn't like they fail you. Like, yeah. It's censored out. They fail. Fucking lame shit. She does. She does indeed, but she usually at least tries it first. No. She's a hot sauce lover. A meal is not complete without hot sauce and ranch for her. Trailer trash shit.
Let me see your strength to overcome this trial.
Get back! Get back! I feel no demons!
I keyed.
I'm sorry!
What is going on now? Why did you attack me?
They were friendly with one another. Simon should have been.
Simon tried to convince him.
I thought it was. His name?
Yeah. Fucking love me some black pepper and garlic. I can rock pretty much anything if it's got maybe a dash of cayenne and black pepper and garlic. I don't care. Gravy. So maybe that's why she ends up adding spice to the stuff I make. Garlic is the best. But the combination of black pepper and garlic, I used to work at, I doubt mellow mushroom pizza is a thing where you're at, but I cooked pizzas for a long time at Mellow Mushroom Pizza, and when I also used to work the grill and cook steak sandwiches, cooking the steak on the grill, I would like, was my favorite thing to do at that job, just because I could smell the smell of like cooking meat with the. There was this combination shaker of salt, pepper, and garlic that we would just like shake over the top of it, like little spritz of fucking water on top of the steak. Boom. Chop that shit up, put some provolone over top of it, brioche bun. Yikes, that shit was good.
This is it. Part of me hoped we would just be here, waiting with arms open. No letters, no visits. I don't even know if they're alive. Father used to say this. I've dreamed of coming home for so long. But there's nothing here. Just dust.
This quest sucks.
That's my mother's chest.
I don't know why I'm even doing it.
Recently disturbed. Strange. We spent so many nights carving these together. Oh, they're all missing the strikers.
Duh.
I took down the wind chimes with me.
I'll get right on that, homie.
My father's pipe. It was he just.
Speaking of getting meals in the mail, one of the reasons that I first ended up quitting eating meat with Amber was at the beginning of the pandemic. Oh my goodness, kitty. We started getting like 10 meals every week that were prepared, that all you had to do is like microwave them, but they were like super organic, fucking pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or whatever you wanted to do. And so we wanted it to be so that she could eat whichever one of the ones that we just decided I would eat and then she would eat. So we would just get the fish and the vegetarian ones. And after like a week or two of just eating those things and realizing that I was completely fine if I didn't have like chicken or steak or something in one of those meals, I was like, I give this a shot, give this a try, and then I lost like 30 pounds in conjunction with the fact that I had stopped drinking at the beginning of the pandemic. Like, I went to Shred City in the first year back in 2020. I went from being like a little bit pudgy, which like pudgy's the wrong word. I just get like, thicker, but like I had just shredded fucking abs because I quit eating meat and I quit drinking. I felt pretty good about that. For sure it will.
Younger. Oh, my child.
What's next on the season journey? Search the vaults. Where are these vaults at? Okay. Vault of Cinders. How do I get there? Oh shit, I wish I had that waypoint or that waypoint. But it's gonna have to be this waypoint. Alright, let's go see what's going on in the Vault of Cinders, shall we?
In fact,
Get smacked up. Keep all the survivors alive. I can't just do one. I mean, how can you tell? I feel like the lines are the only distinguishing features about the socks. Okay.
Couldn't have made it without you.
So do you read books? What kind of books do you read? You more a movie guy. I know we've talked about our movie takes before, but what was the last good book you read? Yeah, I hear you. That's why I mostly only read books when I'm on a treadmill with like classical music, like no lyric, no vocals, just instrumental classical music in my ears, because I feel like that's the only way that I can fully like zone in and just get into the like full immersion reading mode. Yeah, it really, like, if there's no words involved, but it sort of blocks off your ears, you sort of like try and put the blinders on and just listen to like music with no lyrics and no like obtrusive like fucking guitar solos or any attention grabbing shit, just like really like sort of elevator music kind of stuff. And yeah, just I walk 3 miles an hour, 5% incline, put Pandora, like Mozart station in my ears, the one, and I every time a song comes up that has like a opera singer in it, I immediately thumbs down that one, and it got real good at like not giving me anything with lyrics or anything. And yeah, with that, I mean, probably, yeah, like those books that I was telling you, The Wheel of Time, that Amazon made a series based on. I've read all like 10,000 pages of that book series like probably 3 times on the treadmill since like in the last 10 years. I like the guy who finished Wheel of Time after Robert Jordan died. Brandon Sanderson has a bunch of different books that I like. He's sort of an unfortunate dude politically and socially, being a Mormon dude who like claims to quote unquote like tolerate and like coexist with, but fully like believe that being gay is a sin. But he even puts like gay characters in his books and is like pretty progressive, but like sort of you can do it just because he feels like he has to like to fucking dispel the rumors. But yeah, he's a Mormon dude. He teaches at Brigham Young University. He's a fantastic writer, despite that, unfortunately. And yeah, I like his fantasy series. I read Shogun by James Clavell recently. There's this one called Children of Time by a guy named Adrian Tchaikovsky. I read the 3 Body Problem books. What else? Yeah, you're not mistaken. Like, the most progressive of the Mormons are, like, are unobtrusive with their, like, who won't try to proselytize to you, but will, like, tacitly disapprove. And I mean, I pretty much more than tacitly disapprove of their religion and their lifestyles and their practices. So, I mean, I feel like I have good reason to, and I feel like they have no good reason for their beliefs, but everything being fair, I suppose they have the right to think however they want. So as long as you're like passively and non-aggressively just believing what you believe, then I guess that's okay. And he really doesn't include any sort of like even subtext or anything of that nature about like he doesn't even have any like subtle homophobia or anything in his books, so I can read his books without like feeling like a piece of shit. He's really good at making like cohesive and logical systems of magic. Like you can literally chart out like all of the predictable and logical and like abiding by the laws of physics and shit like that, aspects of all of his and mechanics of all of his magic systems, and he's really creative with all that. He's probably the best contemporary writer at world building and at making multiple distinct magic systems. And his magnum opus, his big like set of books, 10-book series that he's gonna produce book 5 this year, is even supposedly going to like incorporate all of the other magic systems that he's ever made, because he's incorporated it all into like a cosmos he calls the Cosmere. And so yeah, I'm really interested to see how he like integrates all those. But yeah, I used to read like more like fluff, like pulp, whodunit kind of like detective stories by this guy named Stuart Woods. I could finish one of those books in like a single sitting. I read a bunch of Star Wars novels when I was in elementary and middle school. I read the Obelisk Gate series by, I can't even remember her name. I believe she's celebrated for being a black lesbian author in fantasy, and it was interesting because she wrote it from second person. So she was like, you walk down the road and see that your child has been taken from you and that you must go to this place to find this item and blah blah blah. But it was insane the amount of fucking like woke scoldy kind of shit that got included in that series. By the end of it, I was just like, I'm not going to pronounce this right, but what is the Donald Strachey series? The detective mystery series with a gay protagonist. That sounds dope. That's cool. You know what I loved is I found out that the main character, the actor who portrayed the main character in White Collar, was gay, Matt Bomer, and I was like, bro, but he's such a ladies' man. How did you make me believe that you were like totally into all these chicks that you were banging in this show, and turns out you're gay? I was like a little disappointed, but like extremely impressed with like how he managed to have on-screen chemistry with his female counterparts. That was really cool. Matt Bomer was on Glee? Bomer? I saw a really good movie with him and Mark Ruffalo about a journalist during the AIDS crisis. And Matt Bomer was fucking insanely good in that. What was that movie called? Oh, Dr. Pill. Now I'm just somebody that you used to know. Somebody you used to know. Yeah, The Normal Heart. You ever see The Normal Heart? 7.9 out of 10 in IMDb. Fucking pretty impressive fucking yeah, pretty impressive IMDb score for like overtly gay themed film. It was a really good film. Yeah, Matt Bomer was dope in that one. What else? I know I'm just completely blanking on like an entire set of books that I read. But yeah, I should check out the, like I said, I'm gonna butcher the name, but the Donald Strachey. I should check that out. Oh, dude, who are you talking to about Goosebumps and Animorphs? I could literally fucking curl up in the bowl chair and I shit you not, one sitting. It would take me like 5 hours, but like I feel like I didn't even have to get up and pee before I like start to finish read a Goosebumps book or an Animorphs book. I bought the fucking spin-off, the Hork-Bajir Chronicles and the Andalite Chronicles of Animorphs. I was super into those books, dude. And then they made the TV show and I was like, y'all are trash. And then by the time I fucking got to like middle school, I realized that only a woman could have written a story about how, like, cause I feel at a certain point Jake morphed into Rachel, and it didn't even get weird, and I realized that only a woman could write a book about a teenage boy morphing into a teenage girl and not, like, mention anything about, like, and I looked down at my crotch and that shit was weird. And it was like, yeah, man, I remember so much about the Animorphs books. Like, Tobias had the choice to, like, from the Elmist to, like, turn back into a real boy, but then he wouldn't be able to be a fucking Animorph anymore or something like that. And he was like, he used his wish for something else. Like, I was, like, blown away by some of the, like, it was some of my first encounters with, like, moral dilemmas that I remembered, because I feel like the Goosebump books didn't really have any sort of, like, they were just like fluff, like a story told very simply start to finish, no real, like, quandaries that the protagonists had to, like, grapple with. Yeah, exactly. 2 hours. He gave him back the ability to morph, but he had to get back to red tail hawk form within 2 hours, or else he wouldn't be an Animorph anymore. I still remember fucking Marco, the funny guy. Somebody was puking for some reason, and he described it as the Technicolor yawn, and I just fucking lost my, like, 9-year-old fucking mind over that, like, description. If she did, then I didn't get that far. I feel like at a certain point, like, I lost interest after, like, reading the spin-off books, and, like, the first, like, 15 or even 20 or 30 of them. Like, I think I started reading, like 300-page Star Wars novels about, like, the X-Wing flyers and stuff, and I got nerdy friends in school who would have thought I was, like childish if I kept reading Animorphs books, so I had to move on up to the fucking reading Robert Jordan and fucking the X-Wing series and shit. So I don't know if Rachel died in the end, but I would 100% read the fucking Animorphs books again, just for an absolute mind fuck of a blast from the past. Oh, I'll live. it's even odds that I probably won't even reread the books before I die. I'm not gonna lie. But I would. I just am not interested in spending the fucking $200 that it would take to get the fucking paper copies of them. Because, dude, you want to hear one of the, like, I still haven't really forgiven my parents for fucking the fact that when I went away to college for the first time, I had a bookshelf that was probably like, it was 3 shelves, 5 foot across, that I had filled like to the brim with like fucking like auxiliary like compendium books like the World of the Wheel of Time and like the encyclopedia of fucking Star Wars vehicles and vessels and shit, and like every Animorphs book, every fucking Wheel of Time book, every like a collection of like 40 or 50 Star Wars novels, like books with pictures of fucking Ferraris and Corvettes and cars and shit. And like when I went away to college, my parents had a fucking garage sale and sold every fucking book on my shelf without asking. How's that? How the fuck is that? Like, I was absolutely fucking horrified. And my mom still to this day, if I mention it, she'll tear up. Because she fucking feels so bad about it. She'll either tear up or get mad at me for fucking not letting shit go, because I put them through so much fucking hell in my life that, like, I need to realize that shit happens. But I was, yeah. That was like my entire childhood on the shelf that they just fucking liquidated. And I have since spent hundreds of dollars reobtaining like probably 20% of the books that were on that shelf when they sold them. And it was like fucking pizza delivery job money that I had spent on getting those books too. Oh yeah, dude. Like shit that I had bought from the book fair when I was in 3rd grade and shit. Like, I saved my allowance for fucking 5 weeks so that I could buy a $50 fucking hardback version of the, like, encyclopedia of the Wheel of Time. That shit got sold. Anyway. Helps no one to dwell on the past. Wait, did I miss? There was like a shrine at the beginning. That the Zoltan warding thing? Oh, I guess I might not have missed it. No, hell no, they didn't. I mean, not directly. I definitely bummed many thousands of dollars off of my parents in my day. But I mean, there were many instances of like wrecked my car and parents bought me a new one and I had to pay them back gradually for it. But there were also so many situations throughout my 20s where I was just like, hey, can you spot me a couple $100? So, I mean, in the balance of things, I am like 10 to 1 in their debt as far as the proportion goes. But yeah, it was more the priceless nature than the money aspect. Oh, so Amber's gonna want to do the Dr. Mario here in a minute. I'm gonna finish this dungeon. Babe, I'm gonna finish this little dungeon, okay? Yeah, for sure. I see exactly what you mean. Probably asked you this, but are there any like bigger streamers that you like to watch? Or are you more like into the indie scene? Kidding me? God damn it, bro. people are, but I'm sure they're bigger than either one of us. This is for real. I have to walk all the way back. Yeah, Amber is watching an Asmongold video right now. We like to watch Voice Critical and Asmongold. We were, like, I think we pretty much got into streaming because of Hassan. Because he was on the Young Turks and we started watching the Young Turks back in like 2015. Wait, now I can't fucking use it? Oh, what a joke. Who? Who does they? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Asmongold. We watched videos from Charlie and Asmongold that, I mean, basically said that he had 100% fucked up, but that it wasn't like technically criminal or fraud. Anyway, give me just a sec. I'm super fucking pissed at how this mechanic works. It's extraordinarily fucking annoying how they didn't explain that once you get to the end, you have to have one of these fucking little charges of something that you spend fucking in-game currency on in order to open the fucking chest at the end. Like, what bullshit, dude. Like, that's how you ruin somebody's fucking gaming session. Yeah. I'm not I'm not informed of anybody who specifically supported him in the beginning. There were people who were like, yeah, this is fucked up, but like we don't have all the info yet. But there were like, of the people that I watch, none of them were like, no, this is definitely, he didn't do it. So, yeah, give me a sec, I'll be right back. Let's get the link, brother. There we go.
This game
and it's 3, 2, 1, and
What'd you say, babe? Why are you doing the old Strega Nona thing? The Italian grandma thing. Mhm. Nice. Okay.
it's 3, 2, 1, and pills. And there's Larva off, there's Hollow Man off, and we have ourselves a match.
There we go, and yeah, well, I see Holloman's board. It's a bit on the high side on that right, on that right part of the bottle, whereas the left side is quite at the bottom. So it's
He's on the
basically
left.
just 4 or 5 columns that he's playing with.
And meanwhile, on Larva's side, we saw as it began a very high board for her. She's got good color diversity, just not a lot of places to put both sides of the pills that she's getting. So she's able to put together good spots for half the pills, but the other halves are sometimes turning into garbage. And the big telling factor is going to be how she manages to make that work.
Yeah, it was a situation where it looked kind of like one of the columns had a virus and the next one didn't. So yeah, it was a bit spotty in that sense. As we see Hollow Man going for that horizontal, using very nicely the double, and he's going to be out at 112.
Yeah, and Larva's not too far behind. Hollow Man just making mincemeat out of that first level. And again, Larva's doing a great job. She's going to get her last virus at 124.
Ooh, swimming it.
So about a 12-second time difference. Certainly
Making
well
it
within
swim.
anybody's range. And it's just, we're looking at a really good match, just like we expected.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're Larvae with a bit of a misdrop on the very first pill of level 5, but taking care of it right now. Yeah, going to try and take out all of that garbage because yeah, it's going to be quite a nice or and you don't want to have that while you are trying to look at the rest of the board.
Yeah, as we're looking on to Hollow Man's side, he's very limited with his red access. He just had some and has cleared it off. The doctor has been fairly kind so far. We'll see how much that is going to hang out. One thing we noticed, both players playing on high. That is, we do play with player's choice as opposed to, I'm not sure exactly how they do it with the live tournament. But both players deciding to play on high here, so what that's going to do is give them much quicker time at the very beginning as they start their levels, and
boom.
As long as they're pressing down, though, it's pretty much the same speed.
It's just perhaps those, well, a bit of some frames there by just waiting for the pills to drop. But as you point out, once you are pressing down, then that shouldn't be a difference at all. As Hollow Man is already on level 6, and Larvae is trying to get out of level 5, has a bit of another very high board there, and all of her viruses are mostly on the left side.
Yeah, she definitely has a lot floating on that left side. That's the once you're in a situation like this, there's not really a quick and easy way to clear it out. She's gonna manage to make a horizontal here. Hopefully, we'll find a way to desandwich the
Oh, that's
yellows
John
on the
Nash?
left-hand
Oh,
side.
okay.
But she's
We
really
were talking
she's really gonna
yesterday
have a
on
little bit of time to get this done. We know she'll be able to do it though.
Hollow Man stream.
On the other hand, Hollow Man with a lot of yellow on his board, it's basically the only color remaining just for that blue virus that's going to be gone right now.
So he's not only a solid gamer,
Hollow
but also a
is
talented
definitely. Oh wow, he's just getting the yellow. Let's see if that's the last of it. I don't want to jinx him too much. But it looks like he is going to be out of this at just 4:06.
Oh, that was
a great
that was clever
time for this for this
you
level
managed
5.
to get the 3 to drop. I was like, is he gonna have to
very
like?
fast in those
Or
first three levels, and
she
it's
did
just going
that.
to be a matter of well, just setting the first win at this point. Yeah, Larvae trying to get to that last that virus. She manages to get to it, and it's going to be out of level 5 at 4:33. So it's a whole level at this point of difference between both of our players.
Yeah, and as she's getting through, the thing that she's going to have to remember
I've
is
never seen.
there's a whole nother level.
I've never
or
seen
a whole
Hollow
nother
Man get as
game
backed
to
up
play.
as she just got.
If she can manage to win that one, there'll be another one after that. So, it's tough. I've been lapped a lot of times in the past, and it's something that can get in your head if you let it. But I think she's going to be strong.
I feel like she was just doing some inefficient shit that I would never see Hollow Man
The
do.
RNG is going to be a little kinder next time, hopefully, and we're going to see ourselves another really good match. As Hollow Man is down to his last 7, he had a bit of a misflip there. Hopefully, he'll be able to knock that out pretty quickly and get himself a really good time on this first game.
Yeah, Hollow Man there in a situation of where misdrops breed misdrops, and it was what has now paralyzed that right side of his board. But yeah, he's gonna have to find another way to get to those viruses. I think he's going to decide to go for them from below, at least for that red. That would be the try, but prioritizes that blue in order not to cover it with garbage. So good job there.
Right, now we'll see if he's going to decide to take out this blue. Nope, he's gonna build a bridge. He's been watching a lot of really good players play, and me as well. So he's definitely picked up on a lot of those things. As Larva is out at a 6:10, does not get lapped, but just barely. As Hollow Man is out at a 6:10, really great time for this level.
Yeah, definitely. It's
you were meaning
one of those,
to flip it.
hot times for this setup, and Larry just going to realize that it's over, so just gonna move on to the next game.
Absolutely, doing great for both players. As we wait for their readies. The winner of this will play the winner of DM Hero and Medali, which will be our next match. Just ready for just a lot of good Dr. Mario as we continue on.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, we're just going to make sure that both of our players have reset their timers and yeah, the levels, and we can start. Just there we go. Hollow Man going back to the main screen.
And I have to say, as the captain of Team Chill, I'm very proud to say that both players here are playing on Chill. Team Chill all the way.
All right, so now we have both of our players
what is Team Chill?
in ready position, and we're going to count down. We're going in 3, 2, 1, and pills. There we go.
Type chill versus whatever's cut off.
Our first look at both boards, very similar actually, as they've both got Rather large wells in different spots, but I gotta say I like Larva's board quite a bit. Holloman's is that right hand side might prove to be a little
Oh,
bit of an
fever
issue
music
if
or
he
chill
decides not
music?
to use this double yellow on the top, which he does not. So we'll just kind of see how that goes.
Yeah, one of those situations where perhaps you have to take the drop in order to to clear out some stuff from your board. But other than that, it's basically a bottom board at this point for Larbe, as Holman now out of red in his board is just blue and yellow.
Holloman is pulled off a really nice combo. Oh, gets a misflip there. I know he wanted that yellow. Looks like he'll probably take that yellow from the bottom. It'll give Larva a little bit of a chance. If she can get a yellow-blue, she's going to fat log out. And, I mean, you know, who doesn't want to fat log out? There it is. She's out at a 112.
And Holloman having to recover from that slight mistake from before, but he's going to be out at 118.
So, good tight match going on here. So we've got just fast starts for both players. Hollowman just slamming the pills down. Larva finding a really good combo over on her right side. And that's
Slam
going
those
to
pills
leave her a
down.
little bit short on
Take your
spots for the yellows,
medicine.
but I'm sure she'll get this blue out of her way and be able to find that very soon.
Yeah, it's very blue on that right side of Larva's board at this point. I need some help there to open up either the column 6 or I'll try to open up some stuff on the left to make those tucks. Very nice work there by Larva.
Absolutely. She is now out of blue as Hollowman is out of yellow. And Hollowman going to get 1, 2, and 3 viruses out of the way, out at a 218, and Larva is not too far behind at all.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that red, a lot of red viruses on Larva's board, but it seems like the doctor is giving her some of those pills that she needs. Even more red at this point, so there you go. It's working so far. Just going to be 3 more reds in order for Larva to be out at level 5, and that's 2, and she's going to get the third one and going to be out at 248.
Really,
they're
100% the end game that she put
rooting for
there.
her because they know she's the underdog by far at this point.
So that was really nice to watch that good end game. As we look on the Hollowman's side, he's already about halfway down this level. Maybe not halfway through all the pills, but halfway down it vertically. And getting pretty much what he needs, although he is going to be very short on blue very quickly here.
And not having really a nice place to go with those red blues, as you point out, going to be out of blue at this point. But managing to use at least the half that's useful for him, and just waiting for something to open up that right side.
Yep, meanwhile, Larva gets a great double on that left side, and she has pretty good board diversity. Unfortunately, quite a bit of garbage that she's going to have to take out, and is that's gonna slow her down just a little bit. But I think she's going to find some way to do some combos out of this, or I just managed to clear out some things horizontally. As Hollowman out at about a 402 out of level 6.
It was looking a bit cramped there in Larva's board, but managing to clear column 7 and 8 is just that pair of viruses there on column 6 that there's no clear path to open up them.
Yeah, I think she may go vertically on these yellows. Decides not to use the double yellow there, so we'll see kind of what the plan develops. This is part of the challenge to the game. Very nice choice to make that horizontal drop down onto the reds there. This is one of the difficult parts of the game, is figuring out how to get out of some of these situations. But one more yellow will get her out of there, and she'll be out at a 456 into that last level.
Yeah, Holman already down to 12 viruses. No red on the board. Manages to to basically eradicate all of it from the bottle, and it's just going to be those viruses on column 3 that are not completely open. The rest of the board is easy to figure out or to find a way to clear.
Yeah, those double yellows are exactly what the doctor ordered, pardon the pun. On Larva's side, she is making really good work out of this level 7. And that's what we'd like to see. We'd like to see the players just going on until the whistle blows. As Hollow Man out of a 5:38, that's an amazing time. Larva is, I wouldn't blame her at all for finishing this board out. She's gonna have, she's doing a great job with this board. And just GG's to both players. This was a really good match, and I can't wait to watch these players again. Hollow in just a few minutes, but Larva also very soon. Like you've been saying the whole tournament, I'm sure we're going to be seeing her very soon in the gold bracket. If not, and if not, it'll be another great match in the silver.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that she's going to continue playing this, and and just make sure that the next time, the doctor doesn't make way out of this. With the RNG that was sent at some points, but it's just going to be a few reds in order for Larva to be out of this level 7, and that's one.
And of course, all the yellows.
All the yellows
so
and blues.
yellow.
Wow. Okay, there's a second one and a third one, and Larva's going to finish top 7. Yeah.
Absolutely. So GG's for both players.
That was good sportsmanship that she
GG's, and
went ahead and finished off.
It's going to be Hollow Man who's going to advance to the next round, and
I imagine it takes a bit of
for the last of these round 1 matches. Just
fortitude
don't go anywhere.
to not just fucking smash every pill down the middle.
And we have our 3, 2, 1, and pills.
All right, and the last match of 2023 is on us. I can't believe it.
And we already have a nice opening
Here,
combo there from
Let me find
Luke.
the next Hollow Man.
Nice horizontal work there with the yellows to open up that blue.
Yeah, he would really have loved.
Are there any rounds that
yellow
John Nash plays?
Yellow red instead of yellow blue, so that he could start working on the blues horizontal.
Oh shit! Hold on.
And it's 3, 2, 1, and pills. And there's Larva off. There's.
Wait, what the fuck? There we go. It's a YouTube app. Let's watch the DM hero and feel like
auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file.
No. Yeah?
So I have to say, I was at work as these two were off, and I snuck looks at each of their first matches, and they were so exciting to me. So I too, Ook, am very excited about these matches.
Did we see this one before?
As we see both players getting some really good plays early on. DM Hero had a lot of yellow to start off with and managed to. I mean, he lucked. It's RNG on
cool.
this.
All right, cool. Then I will get this one. Share, copy, minimize, paste, enter, full screen.
So I have to say, I was at work as these two were off, and I snuck looks at each of their first matches, and they were so exciting to me. So I too, Ook, am very excited about these matches.
Oh, absolutely. As we see both players getting some really good plays early on. DM Hero had a lot of yellow to start off with and managed to. I mean, he lucked. It's RNG on this on that much that he got a lot of yellow pills to take care of it. and Hollow Man is making the most out of what he has been given.
Yeah.
So already it's not Hollow Man with just the slightest of advantages.
I also happen to like Hollow Man's board a little bit better at the moment. DM Hero is very yellow-blue dependent. Luckily, it's starting to rain down a little bit. And then at the bottom, he's going to be very yellow-red dependent. Notice DM Hero just sort of got out of his own way in the
that was
bottom
a
2
long
rows
ass
so as
fucking
not
log.
to mess up some horizontal plans he had. But he's clearing things out really quickly, although I think that center of the board was a little bit of a misdrop.
I have to agree, but as we look at Hollow Man's board, that's a lot of yellow. He's got one blue virus left. He does have half of his yellows now gone, as he had everything set up for horizontals and whatnot. But the need for these pills, I think, is going to let DM Hero get out first, but not going to be by a whole lot, as DM Hero gets that blue and is out at a 134.
Yeah. For as many yellows as Hollow Man had left on the board, he definitely did a good job of building up from underneath them, prioritizing which ones to go. He's out at a 145. And so
Yeah, you're
DM
not
Hero
too
has been
far
setting
behind.
up a lot of combos at the beginning of this level. Notice drops a really nice one in columns 1 and 2. So at first he didn't clear any viruses, but that was deceptive because he just had so many setups going.
Look at that sweet tea coming from Hollow Man. It's dropped only one piece of garbage. Everything else is just going exactly where he wants it. He's running out of places to put anything that isn't yellow, but overall, just making some good plays. But it's now a 5 virus lead for DM Hero.
Yeah, and speaking of yellow, DM Hero has the same issue as at the start of his last level. Look at all these blue yellows that he needs, but notice good use of some strategic garbage, has like the horizontal setup at the bottom there, but has no place to really put those reds at the moment, so he's going to use them to set up for a drop in columns 2 and 3.
Yes, indeed. DM Hero doing just a really good job getting the things that he needs. That section on the right hand side is going to give him a little bit of trouble, especially. Oh no, there he's got the. Didn't use the double blue to clear out the blues in the middle. I'm a little surprised by that, but just making some good plays as Hollow Man is not too far behind him, about 4 viruses back. Looking to try to figure out what to do with some floating pieces that he's managing to get. Looks like he's going to get exactly the pills that he needs. DM Hero out at a 330. Hollow Man just 1 red out from being out at a 335.
Yeah.
And DM Hero started this level beautifully. That was an amazing tuck, swim, whatever you want to call it, on the left-hand side. Just gorgeous to slide and then stand it right back up. I love to see that move, and I have not mastered it.
Yeah, getting those pieces is a little difficult because not only do you have to figure out exactly where you want to put the piece, but you have to figure out how to flip it in order to get it to go where you want it to. DM Hero pulling off a wonderful horizontal combo. That's the sort of play that is going to be efficient and help you get everything knocked out quickly. Hollow Man with a big chunk of viruses on his right hand side that he's attacking, but it's going to slow him down just a little bit.
Yeah, and DM Hero had this sort of garbagey looking thing in the columns like 2, 3, 4, but it turned out to be a good drop to clear out some viruses. And although the right side of his board is a little bit tighter than the left, he's getting really good RNG to take good care of this. And meanwhile, Hollow Man's got a lot of great opportunities for horizontals in this end game. Notice dropping down, these double yellows are clear and just need some reds and blues.
Yes, he is, and Hollow Man has actually taken a slight lead over DM Hero, especially with this red-blue. That is exactly what he wanted. Bit of a misdrop there.
Not really.
He can still take care of it by clearing the blues. Looks like he's going to go horizontally. I was going to say underneath, but he does get his 3 blues, and is at 516.
Made it look
really
easy.
Nice. And all DM Hero needs are a couple of reds. Currently, they're not coming. Not coming.
Oh, goodness.
And
Oh,
you know, since he's playing on medium and he's such a daredevil, he knows that he can slide those things left and right. It's not as much of a problem as it is would be for some of us, especially high players. But now he's out at about a 535.
do notice though that he stopped one shorter on that stack than he did in the previous one. I don't say that I blame him at all for that.
I did see that. That was heart stopping.
So we are looking at about a 9 virus lead for Hollow Man here. We are 3 seed facing off against DM Hero, our 2 seed. This is shaping up to be the exact just as good a match as we could have expected given what they did in the first round. Really, really happy with the play that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, I will speak for myself. Hollow Man's doing so much better than I did in my first bracket, so kudos to Hollow Man.
Yeah, we won't talk about my first round, but yeah, this is really good for a first time player, and honestly, both I'm enjoying watching both of them play. DM Hero has run into a little bit of a snag. A lot of yellow and red on the top of this board. No blue, what to speak of, even to find access to. It's really hard to see because that's
I get a yellow,
that's the way the
Doc?
doctor is, but you still hate to see it as Hollow Man finishes at a 708. So that is game 1 to Hollow Man.
GG's. Yeah, I think the end of that, the level of the board really favored Hollow Man there, and certainly the RNG. But notice as DM Hero is finishing it out, how tightly everything's locked up and very little horizontal possibilities. So that end game is pretty tight.
As DM Hero hits the reset button, AB start and select would also work. And since he is playing on original hardware, we see Hollow Man using his emulation, and I've got to wonder if that high speed is the strategy that is going to work out for him.
Seems like so far things are going well in that strat. I know that there's often this just debate about the soul of Dr. Mario, whether medium or high is the better meta, and I think we have devotees to both. So Hollow Man, don't change a thing. Whatever you're doing right now is working. And we have a ready from DM Hero.
Yes, indeed. We got a ready from Hollow Man. So we are waiting for our 3, 2, 1 pills in chat. Here they come. And pills, as our next round is ready to get underway.
And we're starting off for Hollow Man with a little bit of that red-yellow blitz.
Yes, indeed. He had the opportunity to tuck underneath and get a triple red-yellow on the right-hand side. It's not going to make that big of a difference, but is the sort of thing that you got to wonder if that's a playstyle thing or if it's still something that he's working on learning.
Definitely. And DM Hero also had some similar stuff with that, a little bit of that red blitz. And notice down in the bottom of his board, he tried to tuck that double red on top of column 5 and slid it just a little bit too far. So he's going to have to clean that up a little bit towards his end game.
Meanwhile, on his side, he did manage to get a really nice bridged double horizontal, which is not always the easiest thing to get. Really advanced play. DM Hero, as we've said before, is really one of the old guard in this game. He's an excellent player. He sees things that a lot of players don't see. Part of it is because he plays so much versus, but part of it is just time and effort that he has put into becoming a really good player for this game.
Yeah, he's a versus champion for a reason, and so he's always seeing just tons
This is
of
versus,
setups.
right? That's
right
what they're
now,
talking about?
But we still see Hollow Man in the lead, getting out at a 132. Just a really good time to see that we like to see in the gold bracket. So this is great play. I know that Hollow Man was nervous going into this tournament, but it's not really showing. He's playing really clean.
Yeah, he got a little bit of RNG help as well. He had his
Versus is a bit
last
different.
red pill in level 6 down in the bottom of a well, and was able to get a double red, which is the only good news you can get when your pills are in a well like that. So RNG has been very, very helpful with him in spots, but overall,
Maybe.
yeah, this is play that is as good as we've seen out of a first-time player.
Oh, they
And
like you, Hollow
DM
Man.
Heroes also entered level 7, making good work, although his top line had no use for yellow and he kept getting it. So he sort of was having to deal with that, but still making
Oh, okay.
combos wherever he could. Notice he's going to go all the way down to those bottom. Oh, I thought he was going to take that double blue sideways at the bottom, but his column 8 right now is the worry, just sort of stacked up very high with the viruses of different colors.
Yeah, and we've seen that time and time again. That's usually a sign that that's a section that you need to take care of, is when you get just a stack, especially a multicolored stack like this, over on columns 1 or column 8. As Hollow Man, in just a little over 3 minutes, is out of level 8. Again, this is really good time.
Yeah,
into
also
level
with
8.
a gorgeous cross, really good prioritization for those last couple of viruses. Meanwhile, DM Hero is chopping down this column 8. Red is not his friend right now. This double
Ooh, the
yellow,
drop time on that one sucked.
he could be helpful for down in row 3 if he wants to clear some of that out, but I think he's just dropping down, making that combo, and drilling down vertically.
He's getting the pieces that he needs, especially red yellow. That's what you want to see, and then he's going to be free and clear for these reds. Meanwhile, on Holloman's side, he's got a great setup going on here for some for yellow cross. If he can just get a yellow piece, it will really work out for him. And there he gets it. Gets just a lot of viruses out in no time. He gets another horizontal. That's something I know he's been working on in his game, is finding these horizontals, and you can really tell that practice is paying off.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the big breakthroughs that a player makes, is going not just vertically but horizontally. Meanwhile, DM Hero making some good chops through this level. Notice red yellow would be great for him here to take from the center, but decides not to go for it. Drops down through the center with that red blue, I believe. And so nice combos from the side, just making do with the fact that yellow is not prominent on the board.
He's really knocking out what he can. It's a really good play there, opening up his yellow, and he's going to catch up just a little bit with Hollow Man, because he's now put his last virus in a well. He was dealing with one of those stop traffic lights on the right hand side, but RNG is just giving him exactly what he needs. He gets 3 blues out and is out at a 505. This is still a really good pace for anybody, as he's now in level 9.
DM Hero still having a little bit of trouble here. Looks like the plan might be to go for this blue in row 3 horizontally, take down the red after that. Nice combo to clear out some garbage, but he's really going to need some blue to help him out with that, and he does get the blue to drop down horizontally.
Yes, indeed. Double blues, exactly what he wants to see, as he now is down to just 2 yellows, has just minimal drop time, gets the last yellow, and it's a 546 as he is out. But that puts him down about 30 viruses, or 20, 24, 25 viruses from Hollow Man, who is lacking places to put red, but so far that has not been anything that slowed him down. As he's got just a fairly
I honestly think
blue-yellow board,
there's gotta
and
be
is looking for interesting places to put
like
a lot of
a
interesting pills.
quantifiable difference
Yeah,
between
for sure.
people who
RNG was really cooperating with Hollow here, because
memorize
he had all those
facts
yellows and managed to chop a lot
and
of them out.
reason
Columns 1 or
arguments
7 and 8 are kind of difficult here because of that
and like
yellow on 7, yellow on 8.
remember
But,
faces
I think he's got some
and
time to work on
fucking
that, but that also means that DM
manipulate
Hero has
people
space
well,
to catch up.
make friends
That's
and shit
about
like that. And then
15
people who
virus
can
deficit
just
for
like
DM
fucking
Hero, but,
straight up look at
really nice combo
a
just now
grid
from
of
Hollow Man.
colors And
he managed
imagine
to get to be
fucking
sandwiched, but
gravity
unfortunately he
pulling
put
fucking
two blues underneath of it.
what in what order
If he
and
gets the right,
like just eliminating shit.
monocolored fat log. You don't see that every day. Let's see if he thinks to put the last yellow on top before he puts one sideways. He does not, so he's now going to need 2 yellows to be out of this. There's 1, there's 2, and at a 710, Hollow Man will be
Like
facing Betty B.
I'm so afraid to ever even try this game because watching you play, bro, it's just like
DM Hero
I
right
for sure
him,
know
is going to get 2 yellows.
I'm not gonna
the
play
third
like
one
that.
right here, and he's going to be out at a 727. That's also
like
a really good time.
I would get tunnel
GG's to
vision
both of our
on
players.
the place I put
Yeah,
my
these two
last
were
piece.
evenly
I would
matched
want to
as-
keep
as were,
building on
Betty
that
and
piece
Deviate.
because I'm
Just-
so
this is an
compartmentalized
amazing
with my
debut
problem
from Hollow,
solving.
and a great
Like I
opponent in
don't
DM Hero.
I
So,
don't big
looking forward
picture
to
problem
seeing
solve
both of you in the
as
future.
well as
I'm gonna sign
I
off, but
like
thank you so much for having me tonight.
compartmentalize, divide and
Absolutely.
conquer.
So we are ready for that final. It's going to be happening here in just a minute. Stay right where you are. You're about to see some great final action in this silver bracket.
The warm-ups. What's your assessment of this match, Paki?
Well, Betty B has the experience advantage. She actually made 6 brackets last year before we even had a silver bracket.
Yeah, for sure.
She had.
Is this the next
What's your assessment
one
of this match, Paki?
My bad.
Well, Betty B has the experience advantage. She actually made 6.
The finals of the silver bracket. Okay. Wait, what happened? Oh.
Brackets last year before we even had a silver bracket. She hasn't been able. She wasn't able to get out of round 1 because she ran into a lot of really strong contenders.
Let's go.
But she's really made a good run of it thus far. Hollow Man, on the other hand, this is his first time going, and what a first time it's been thus far. So we'll see what he can do.
You suck,
he doesn't
bro.
seem probably isn't all that nervous.
You wish you could play as good as me.
No, I mean it's been quite on pace, and yeah, it's going to be a fair match against
After
Betty.
this one, we'll check out one John Nash, and then it's gym time.
Well, the newness to the tournament, or rather,
You're not streaming again tonight, are you? Because I'll check you out at the gym if you're going to.
Yeah, well, also Betty and Hollow are friends, so yeah, it's a match to see who takes it. I'm pretty sure that whoever it is, none of them will be salty about it. So yeah. Right, we have readies.
We have readies from both players, so we will begin the finals. It is a best of 3, and the level block is 8 through 11. Somewhere in the 8, I would say somewhere in the 8 to 9 minute range is probably a good time for this level block.
Yeah, that's precisely what both our players are going to be looking to clock out of this block, and as we see,
they have the same amount of time.
Has a lot
His
of blue
timer
on his board on that left side, trying to play around it, talking some stuff around, but yeah, he needs some help to open up.
Yeah, it's a dead heat thus far. There's limited access to blue for Betty right now. She does need quite a bit of red to break through and start working her way out of this board. Right now, it's a dead even match.
Yeah, Betty getting there some of that.
They do realize that
and miss drops.
Your timer is 6 seconds ahead of hers,
and
right?
now it's going to take some red to get out of that.
Thankfully, it was a quick cleanup.
And unfortunately, just those last two viruses were the last red on her board, so manages to clean up and not miss too much of those pills that went into that cleanup.
Love that horizontal move to straighten out her stack again. Looks like she missed the flip on the
Yeah,
blue yellow
I can
there
tell
on the
you he
bottom of her
definitely did.
stack, but that blue is still open to
Oh,
some
dude,
horizontal
nice
play, so that's
fucking,
really not a
like,
huge loss right now.
that was like a
Yeah,
disjointed
that's
fat log.
probably the way to go at this point. Oh, another mislip there by Betty, but manages to clear that
Yeah,
up quickly.
exactly, yeah.
Still not
No, I
much
saw
problem
that.
because the garbage is falling on top of that blue
I was
virus,
just asking
but,
if they
yeah, I
know.
think the
They're
only way to go for
commentating
it at
as
this
though
point
y'all
is
are
horizontally. Meanwhile, Holman
neck
with
and
a bit
neck
of
at the
trouble there
same
on
time.
column 8, having to clear up some of that garbage, still not opening up it, and it's also yellow on the 7 columns, so that's going to take some time.
Yeah. That spire on column 8 is a little bit daunting, and he's not really getting the perfect pills to deal with it right now. Meanwhile, Betty is already off and running in level 9.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Also, RNG not cooperating this time around with Holloman, but trying to make the best out of it. Yeah, those blues definitely useless at this point because the
they
only
don't
blue
realize
virus
until
is
the level's done.
very, very tucked down there in the corner.
That'll help him uncover the blue. So at this point, all he needs is just a blue fragment, and he's out.
And there you go. That's going to be the last blue that he needed. It's about a 40-second advantage here from Betty. So it's important at this point. Betty already halfway through the level. So yeah, this is opening up.
That big hang up on level 8 has given Betty an opportunity to open up a big lead, and she's taking it.
Yeah, Betty setting up there on column 7. It's not a misdrop, that one. It's just trying to set up for the virus underneath. And at this point, it's just trying to find some place to put these pills that are completely worthless.
Yeah, she was really waiting for a blue-red, and it just didn't come.
But that's going to open up her right side. Just that little bit of garbage that ended up happening because she had a horizontal that, either you take it or you take it because you've already seen it in the board.
Yeah, there's a massive lack of blue pills right now that RNG is giving Betty right now. But she needs 7 more blue fragments to get out of this, now 6. Looks like she's going to go horizontal to minimize drop time.
At this point, given that you're losing time to the pills not being what you want.
She just misdropped.
Exactly
Okay, no.
That's going to crack some yellows there, so a little bit of drop time, but nothing too harsh, as Betty's going to be out at 4:12.
Yep. It was definitely some tough RNG to work with in the end game, but now that she's out, she is flying on 10, and Hollow Man thus far Hollow Man turns in a really good level 9, and it closes the gap to 10 viruses.
Yeah, that was very nice work there by Holloman, just visualizing that there was some pairings of viruses that could be taken very efficiently, and that's exactly what he went for, and got the RNG just in time to minimize disadvantage.
A blue-yellow would be great for Hollow Man right now.
Just waiting for those red blues.
It looks like he's going to change course a little bit, and there he's got the horizontal, and he's pretty much straightened out his board. There is some garbage still left to mess around with, but with this double blue, that's pretty much going to be gone.
Yeah, fortunately there for Holloman, not a lot of things to do with blue, so yeah, taking care of your board and cleaning it up, perfect timing for that.
Good efficient plays from Hollow Man have straightened out, kept his board nice and straightened out.
Meanwhile, Betty setting up or trying to play around that horizontal yellow, and now gets another horizontal very nicely. Yeah, both playing the other side of the board while not messing up your combo that is already set up. But that's some lookout that you have to be some stuff that you have to be on the lookout.
One more red fragment and Betty's going to be out of 10 in 6:07. Pretty good time.
Meanwhile, Holloman trying to get some yellow to open up that right side. He has the setup already. It's just a matter of getting some yellow to open up.
Betty went for the big horizontal play rather than the sweet tea. Well, a lot of pills just dropped in right straight down the middle of the board. Looks like she might be trying to do a drop horizontal play here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what she's going
Nice.
for. But oh, that's going to break it and leave that vertical peel, which I mean, she can use it horizontally at this point, but otherwise, if you try to clear it, then it's going to take some time.
Yeah, she basically needs a couple of reds right here, and oh, that's not where she wanted to put that. But that is where she wanted to put that, so that'll take care of the horizontal, but now her board is really cluttered up.
It's one of those instances
Ooh.
where trying to go for that combo.
Oh, nice tee.
Kind of nice, yeah. From what board she had earlier, that's one way of clearing up a little bit of it.
Yeah, but with this hang up though, the gap is beginning to close, and now it is at 3 viruses difference between each player. After that really rough level 8 that Hollow Man had earlier, this is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks very double friendly for Hollow Man there at the end, and things are quite low. So yeah, it's just a matter of getting the right pills at this point. As Betty, as Hollow Man now ties up the score and even takes the lead at this point.
Sheesh, dude.
A sweet tea by Betty, and she is now 4 viruses behind, and her board is still kind of cluttered. It's not nearly as bad as it was a moment ago, but
from
there's
the
still
lead
some
that she had,
garbage to sort out in the bottom of the stack here.
You fucking turned up the jets, yo.
Yeah, that's taking some time from Betty, but she has the setups for the horizontal there. Oh, she's going to wait for the red yellow. Comes right in time.
Some horizontal play has managed to tie it back up.
Yeah, but Hollow Man is going to go for that big combo with that horizontal.
Boom.
And he's going to be out at 851.
For the fucking win, bro.
And it looks like Betty's
Never.
just going to be just a little bit too late.
Yeah, that double red could have been so useful a bit earlier, but yeah, there was no way that she could actually.
I'm in no way taking that win from you, but
she's going to be out at 906.
She fucked up. She did lose that
Not a
game.
bad time at all.
She fucked up
just
with
really,
a misdrop.
Really tough 11 for Betty.
That was pretty similar. I feel like the reason you had a bad level 8 was because of a misdrop. But yeah, no,
really,
you fucking
really stumped on her, and yeah,
you capitalized, bro. I bet you were hyped when you fucking made that comeback.
Game number 2 is going to be very interesting.
Yep. We'll see what this level block has in store for these two players in just a moment, but so far it's 1-0 Hollow Man.
I think they're selecting
after a nice
the level.
Comeback win in game 1.
And it's a best of 3, so yeah, it's a bit shorter also because, well, it's in just one day we are going through all of these tournaments. It would be quite tiring for our players if they have to go all the way to 5. So yeah, there we go. We have readies from Hollow Man, and Betty now gets ready. And
no, she
this is
like,
championship point for Hollow Man.
Turned up the gas
to bring out
super hard, like right out the gate.
At this point,
and the time differential like made it hard to tell for a while until she was like way ahead.
So let's see what he can do.
Yeah. Hey, we have the ready from both players, and
I swear you chipped off like a quarter second per pill.
1, and we just wait for slight delay and pills. There we go.
And Hollow Man is off to the races, and limited access to red from the get-go here. Let's see what he can make doing some bracket clears here.
Yeah, probably gonna go for those setups where that red's going to help to minimize drop time, and very nice combo there on both sides.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, Betty had a nice horizontal combo to bring everything down on its corresponding color. Just very nice to look at.
I mean, both our players just going for those combos, just yeah, and the setups that trying to minimize whatever drop time they have to face in these early levels. So yeah, so far great job from both. It's just about 3 viruses of difference, so it's pretty remarkable how both of these players are getting through these boards.
Eddie was waiting for a specific pill on that upper right-hand side for quite some time, and eventually just said, forget it, I'm just going to take this right now.
Unfortunately, it didn't. That pill didn't come right afterwards, which is something that we have seen way too many times happen in this game. So, hey, at least it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean that's just the way it is sometimes. You just got to deal with it and move on. A rare blue surge for Betty right here, and she's able to put all of that blue to good use.
And now takes the lead by 1 virus, but well, that's a lead nonetheless. She's going to clear first up.
That's a good way to clear out the garbage and just set up that all you need right now is one more red to get through that garbage and horizontal that
Do
blue.
you ever see,
but
like,
it looks like Hollow Man
when you're
is
watching the
already
replay,
out
do you ever see, like, pills that you're like,
Betty's out at
man, I did
156,
okay,
so
and that was a decent place to put it, but if I had
Yeah,
just done
definitely.
that,
Both of them just
I would have fucking saved,
playing,
like,
and
3
not,
whole
not,
seconds
well,
all the time.
doing
Yeah.
it all, going for it. Yeah, and yeah, as you say, I definitely want to point out that garbage management by Betty. I think that's one of her strengths, that she can figure out how, even if something is already set up for something else, how it can clear up her board. So that's very nice foresight by Betty.
Yeah, Betty's showing a really strong horizontal game in this run thus far, not having to deal with a tower of garbage like she had to deal with in level 11 in the last game. Her tuck T and drops it right into a combo. Very nice.
Very nice use of doubles.
Right now it's dead even still, as Hollow Man is just playing simple and clean. I mean, that's how you want to do it. Keeping everything nice and tight and compact. Has a horizontal blue opportunity right here. Decides to attack the red viruses instead. This is going to drop them and clear out all those red viruses on the bottom. Very nice.
And it's just those blues that you were saying earlier, but it's going to go for that platform in order to have something set up already for those blues.
All he needs is another blue fragment. He just keeps getting the same pill over and over
I really want to
again
know
and
how
says,
much of
"Thank
these
you,
are
I
just
will
good
move on."
fortune, that like the extra
Just
second
right
and
behind.
third
It's
step of the combo
just 1 red, and she's going to be out about 5
happen,
seconds after Hollow Man.
or if like you
from level
really
9.
see
So,
like,
again,
oh, if I do this,
so
then
far.
that will drop to this, then that will drop to this, and like I've got my
Loving
three-part
what
combo.
I'm seeing out of both players in this game. This is high quality play that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and that beautiful combo there by Betty, just going for the setup,
love
knowing that eventually it was going to come, and yes, it did.
Hollow Man's going to go horizontal on those blues. Okay, I think I see what he's doing. That double red gives him a perfect opportunity to attack his high right column.
Yeah, I believe it.
And just not being afraid of dropping any garbage. That's a skill that players take some time to gather, because it's difficult to decide. Okay, there's going to be some garbage there, and yeah, I'm just going to take it. Eventually, it's going to get sorted out.
Hollow Man's viruses are all clustered to one side or the other, but so far he hasn't really had many problems clearing anything. He's getting a yellow surge right now, and here comes the double blue that comes at the end of it.
And I stuck there to clear those viruses from underneath, and it's just going to be those yellows that have to be taken care of.
I momentarily thought that might have been a misplay, but he can easily clear this yellow from underneath, so that's really not a big deal. The only real consequence of that is drop time.
Yeah, and it was a nice usage of the double blue. Sometimes you don't know if you're going to get another one, so it was nice to set it up on that yellow virus. So it would drop.
A gigantic T from Betty. Wow.
Let me see that.
She just needs to somehow pick T.
That's nice to set it up on that yellow virus. So it would drop.
A gigantic T from Betty. Wow. She just needs to somehow manage to drop that by one more row. It looks like she's just going to have to clear that yellow fragment that it's still attached to. And that's going to bring her out of level 10 and 547.
It's just about 8 viruses, so it's still anybody's game at this point. And even the RNG maybe rearing its ugly head, what could determine this? Both of our players just playing very nicely.
Ooh, a lot of drop time for Betty.
Medawi has Medawi. I'm sorry, Hollow Man. I don't know why I thought of that. Oh man, I'm a little discombobulated now. Hollow Man has a 10 virus lead thus far.
And you tell me I wasn't butchering names the last game I was commentating. Sure.
If you can misflip pills, you can misflip names.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's that's fine. It happens. We're learning names next week. Don't worry.
Yeah. And we're working on shapes right now as per JB Henry's request.
Yeah.
But this nice little drop is gonna set up Hollow Man very nicely on the bottom of his board. He can easily clear that red virus and drop it into a horizontal clear for the yellow viruses on the bottom of his board. And now that he has a yellow-red, he's going to do just that.
Very nice work there to open up. Every virus is basically at this point open for it to be cleared. He's going to chuck that, and it's just going to be 3 viruses. As Betty is trying to navigate this blue top line with a lot of red on the right side.
Quick little drop there, and Betty's going to take out... Betty's pretty much very well set up to eliminate all those red viruses, but it's too late because Hollow Man is out as a 744. I say it's too late, but she still has a couple of seconds technically. But at this point, it's not quite going to happen, but she really made this close. And it looks like she's going to go ahead and... Oh, she's going to finish out.
There you go. She was going underneath, and she's out at 756.
Good sport.
So we have our first, well, in some ways, our first silver bracket, for the monthly, our first winner, and it's going to be Hollow Man, who's going to receive 1 point for the finals in December. Remember that it's important. So hey, GG's to Hollow Man.
Jeez, man,
make it all the way
you didn't lose a round.
Seat number 3, and
you got us all the way through the bracket
now
like
this is going to be a staple
40 minutes
of our tournaments because
that was crazy.
Boy,
nice play, dude.
These games were so close.
Yeah, there were some really good
your
games.
Debut, you didn't lose a round.
It's
gnarly, bro.
It's every
all right,
bit as
shoot
tight
me
as
the Nash video.
It's really nice.
I mean, I said it earlier and I repeat it. These players can also bring...
Whoa, I have a new iPhone 15. With that amazing camera, I wish my family had them.
Zoe, you're an action star. Take action. Join T-Mobile.
Pills.
I've got to say, that's just a reminder that these are 2 of the stalwarts. These are 2 of the originals. These guys have been part of this tournament. I believe both of
John
them
Nash on the right.
I know Packy was in the first one. I believe John was as well. These
the
guys have been doing this for
Spanish accent
2 years.
commentator from
as a tournament, and it shows. It shows in the way they play. It shows in everything about them. So they are just clocking right along in this level 14. Good boards on both sides.
Yeah, and John has actually... I wouldn't say John's board has been as favorable because look at all this blue and yellow on the top, but still he's managing to get just a little bit of each thing to hold off the problem. But Packy's board does look a little more favorable at this point, even though the virus count is still the same. Now, the reason that we play these levels at the top of our gold bracket is because they represent some of
Wait, I feel
the
like these
most
two
challenging
guys are
stuff
the
that you
two
can do,
commentators
because the
from the
bottle
last
fills up
round,
so
right?
high that if you make some mistakes early on,
Both of
your
them?
game could be toast.
Absolutely. As we've been reminded, 14 through 17, or level 17 is the first level where you can have pills at the very top level of the board. Not quite as high up on the board as our friends in the Game Boy community get, but still, it is as high as the NES version goes. So that's
Ooh. Packy has a nice lead, but unfortunately, I think he was planning for a big horizontal in the center of the board with those reds and sort of dropped down. Some of that
Wait, am I out of
made
my
it not
am I out
possible
of
at
my
the moment.
fucking
But
mind?
once he
Hold
does,
on. Am I out of my mind, or does the guy with the male voice that's commentating on this match, does he not sound exactly like Packy though? Like, am I crazy? Okay, hold on.
warm-ups, and it looks very double friendly for Hollomander at the end, and things are quite low. So yeah, it's just a matter of getting the right pills at this point. As Betty, I'm sorry, as Holloman now ties up the score and even takes the lead at this point.
A sweet tea by Betty, and she is now 4 viruses behind, and her board is still kind of cluttered.
pills.
again running into that lack of yellow.
It's just
and
regular
also
old
he's
white
gonna
man
have to
voice.
take drop time on both columns 5 and 8, whereas John's pretty even, and he had a beautiful combo taking some reds out horizontally, so twice there. Now he is still going to need a bunch of red, but now a little bit of blue has opened up to work with, as Packy does take that drop time in column 7.
Yeah.
Now blue is going to be difficult for him, as he has a combo with
Neither
his
one
last
of them has any
exposed
sort of
blue.
really
And we'd
distinguishing
love to see the
features
last blues all
to
mashed up
their
together
like
for Packy, but
vocals.
it's just not there, and that red staircase is really troubling. And John has tied it up.
Unfortunately for John, the one thing that he's lacking now is a spot to put his garbage, because you see those 2 blues on columns 1 and 4. He wants to take those out horizontally if he can. And that means that his entire bottom line has
And
something
what's
that
the
he wants to
woman's
do
name?
with it. Now he gets lucky.
Is she Octagon or the librarian?
He finally gets his RNG,
I'm
gets that
guessing
taken
she's the
care
librarian.
of. And it does look like he's
That's
going to
just
be
me
able to get
stereotyping.
horizontals pretty much all around. He's going to be out at a 459.
Okay, so
Nice.
she's
and
Octagon.
he has taken the lead
okay.
over Packy now.
So
Packy just needs one more red, and he'll have these 2 horizontally.
librarian
Now,
just
John
sounds
hasn't
more
been able
like
to
he's
open
got
up too much of a lead.
a golf
a slight one,
commentator
but
voice.
anytime that you can get a couple more pills
he can hit
smacked
this
down
par 4 if he uses
is really
his
helpful,
8-iron.
and especially because John's been
But
able
yeah,
to do some
no,
nice
other than
quick
that, I feel like they
combos.
have
Nice combo
similar
from Packy
voices.
in his own right in both columns 7 and 8 and 1 and 2.
Yeah, John's taking the opportunity to.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I prefer your
he's
better
not
resolution.
going with some of the flashier red combos because there's so much red at the top of his board. He was trying to find ways to use every pill that he gets optimally. Looks like he's going to get this triple horizontal and a combo there. At the beginning of his board, there was a lot of red, and he really ran the risk of running into some trouble with it. Has managed to avoid that, and looks like he is going to be in a almost no red situation in his mid board.
Mm-hmm. And Packy just starting to drop his first real pieces of garbage here in this level. Notice he's got a little on column 2 and column 5, but that looks like he's got plans for it, and it'll be easily cleaned up as he has a nice quick combo there. But this game is really tied up. I think Packy's board might be a little bit of more favorable in terms of diversity, as John has those tall red spires going on, but yeah, John has a little bit of a slight lead at the moment.
Is that because you
Yep,
play on an
and
emulator as opposed to they play
all
on
of
the
his
original
viruses, though,
technology or
are
something?
sitting on that right-hand side. So we gotta just kind of wait and see what's going to happen with them. He's not getting a lot of what he would like to see pill-wise. And that's gonna, you see Packy has already pulled up a couple of viruses lead, and that's gonna continue just because John's gonna have to deal with some garbage right here.
Right, and you see him trying to think about what's going to be the best move for any blue-yellow. There's a lot of gymnastics that he's doing. You can really see the cogs turning in his head because he has no use for red. And it wasn't coming, which was
Yeah.
good, but yeah, he couldn't quite figure out what to do with that. Now, Packy only needs these yellows and he'll be out. And so he's taken the lead back from John out at about a 7:23.
Yep, John needs to
And
do something
I'm sure
with
they've
these
done
double yellows that
extensive
he's
testing
getting.
to be
He
sure
needs to do it
that
in that
playing
middle.
on an emulator doesn't give you any
And
sort of
unfortunately, he
like frame rate advantage
flushed
or
one
some
of his
shit
double
like that.
yellows. So that's going to cost him just a couple of pills. As he does get that, the bottom yellow gets his bottom blue out. He's out at a 748.
For sure.
Right, and Packy has already opened up about a 10 virus lead. Now, he was working very close to the top of the bottle, but obviously that's no problem for Packy. But notice, once these reds are gone at the top, he's going to have no use for any more. And it's all blue and yellow.
Now, on John's side, he had the opportunity for horizontal or vertical on some blues, decided to go with the horizontal and made a little bit of garbage, but he's about to clear that out here in just a second, and he is really, really making some ground up on this level 17.
Yeah, definitely. And with the way that Packy's board is shaped right now, with those horizontal blues at the top, he is going to have to build a platform or take some serious drop time. And that's where John maybe has an advantage there. Looks like Packy's going for the platform, but still, it's going to be a little bit of time coming as he just needs anything with blue in it. There he goes. Nice combo in addition to that. But now it is virtually tied up as John used his nice clean placements to
Dude,
get
these
back in
guys
it.
really are
Wow,
fucking
this is great.
zooming, yo.
Yeah, this is definitely the finals. This is what we want to see from both of our players. John now having to make a couple of decisions. I think he's going to probably be creating some blue. Just decides to go ahead and pull the trigger there. He's trying to find horizontals, and unfortunately, the Dr. Mario is just not giving him the horizontal that he wants. He is going to get a nice combo here, and the little bit of garbage that he's got, though, that may be enough for Packy to take this away from him.
Yeah, but I mean, Packy's board he was just dealing with a little bit of garbage.
Yeah.
So he's got
I
some
feel you,
horizontal
hoodie.
opportunities on the bottom. It looks like he's building towards them with that blue pretty well. But he's
Welcome in,
really
buddy.
got to get
Good to see you.
exactly what he needs. This red blue going to help him. Then he's got one more yellow to clear out the bottom, but it's not quite over yet. He's got to get everything in the perfect sequence as John has cleaned off some good garbage. He's set up for a horizontal on the bottom, and
Right.
Double.
Yeah,
He didn't
Hoodie,
even
we
need the
just
double
got
blue.
done
He gets two
watching my friend
horizontals in a row,
Hollowman in the
so
chat
it is still super
get a
close
flawless
here,
victory
but
in
it
the
looks like
silver
Packy's board
bracket
was just cleaned
of
up
the
to the
same
point
tournament.
where
This is the
he could
finals
take
of
it,
the
and
gold
this
bracket.
pill will do it. 10-32 for
These are the
Packy.
two guys that were commentating on his
John
matches.
does finally get the combo that he was looking for. He's not going to be too far behind.
Last night in the gym, I was watching Hollow Man play a different
unfortunately,
game,
like I said, it's just
John
too
Nash
little
here on the
too
right
late. He's going to be out at a 10:49.
Was in the chat
so
giving
17
advice
seconds
on how to play that
11-minute speed run. That's
so yeah, we were
that ain't
chatting
bad.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Speaking
I mean,
of
when
which,
you
we
think
are gonna
about,
head to the gym after
they've
this
probably made
best of
thousands
five.
of decisions over this tournament, micro decisions that
This
have
best
led
of
them
five
here,
round.
and to be so close at this point, it just shows you how talented
Hope everything's
they are.
been good.
And so you see John shaking it off. I mean, these games are going to be really intense. We had so many lead changes and battles back in just 10 minutes.
Absolutely. So we do have our ready from Packy. We're waiting on one from John. I don't blame him for not being ready, but there it is. We got the ready from John. Both players get a chance to take a breath,
Thanks, man.
and
You've
we've
been
got our
playing,
3, 2, 1.
was it Lies of P
Builds in the
or
chat.
Bloodborne, or what games you playing recently? You been streaming?
All right. You know, my heart rate's starting to rise. This is the moment in the tournament when I start to get fired up. Well,
Oh, yeah.
I've always been fired up.
Oh yeah,
This is a
good
great
game.
Great place to be in
I
this
feel like we
tournament.
talked about it.
As we get started with these
Yeah,
players, they are
You
both
won't
just
regret it.
knocking out some really nice boards. John has a little bit of an advantage here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he is running low on reds. We'll see. It looks like he's going to try to use some horizontals
have you beaten that one yet? Have you
to
got the
get
platinum
through
on
that.
it?
I don't know how good of a decision that's going to turn out to be. We're just going to have to wait and see. But there comes that blue. That's going to help him with the reds. And he's got a little bit of garbage to take care of, but it's still just a slight lead over Packy.
Yeah, it's
and you know, Packy
I've
just
beaten it.
turning it right back around ever so
think twice.
Ever so slightly. He did not have to deal with as much in terms of diversity issues.
I don't think
Notice
I'm
there's
ever
just a
gonna
tiny bit of
platinum
garbage
that
there on
game.
that board.
There's
It's
too
gonna be
many
really
endings.
quickly
You'd
cleaned
have
up.
to save scum.
We've lost him for a second.
Or no life it.
But yeah, there he goes. He's back. And I think he's going to be able to take these yellows off horizontally whenever he wants to in row 3, just Packy. But notice John's board almost completely empty in row 1.
Yeah, that has its positives and its negatives.
I enjoyed my time playing
it. Means a little extra drop time, but fortunately, it means that he's
some games are just
a little bit of space to work with.
You could
definitely. You mentioned in the previous game that
enjoy it
places
throughout finishing the platinum,
and luckily
like when I played Ghost of Tsushima, Sekiro, Bloodborne.
Now, Packy's board a little more favorable here.
Getting those platinums,
taking out a big
I
cluster there
enjoyed
at the
my
bottom.
whole time. I don't want to play Elden Ring
really
to the point where I stop
things up. So
enjoying my time.
Give John a little bit of an opportunity to work
and
on
I feel
his
like
funkiness that he's planning. I think he's trying to take those
get
reds
that
out
platinum.
horizontally up north near the middle of the bottle so that yellow will fall and clear.
Yes, indeed. Packy out at just about a 210, I believe. John had committed to that horizontal. Gets it. He's out at a 221. So
cheers, man. Thanks.
We're looking at about a 5-virus lead, but like you said, Packy getting the opportunity to really put a bunch of hills down and get started on some of his clearances.
Platinum
Sekiro that's really going to help his lead.
But yellow, getting any kind of yellow is not going to help his lead, for sure, because he has no need of it. And also that garbage on column.
All right, things
6,
are ramping up quick in this one here.
A little bit troubling. John, meanwhile, has some great opportunities for combos. Notice a vertical into a horizontal. These double reds, just nice and timely and lasting just the right amount. You know, Ook, this tournament, we haven't, for these two players, we haven't had some insane blitzes like we could have, like really long chains of red over and over and over again.
Yeah, Savage, usually we've seen at least one 7 or 8 pill long red blitz. It's by this point in the tournament. So thank you for providing the commentator's curse for that.
I was saying it. I was saying it about you too, Hollow Man. But like,
hopefully
it's even more apparent with these guys. They think in more
good
layers than I
so
feel
now,
my mind is capable.
Just about a 6-virus lead for Packy right now, 26-31.
Fat log.
And look at the nice sequence from John, just getting a lot of good stuff at the moment. This drop time is really going to be the most drop time that he's going to have to take for a while, depending on how he places everything. He does have a lot of good opportunities for clearing out these yellows. No matter which way he looks, yellow is useful. And he has closed up this gap. Just a 4-virus lead now. There was a 2-virus lead for a second. Now Packy's stream is slowing down a little bit, but he is not. And he just needs a lot of red to keep the momentum going. Ook.
Yeah, unfortunately, that right-hand side is 3 yellow columns in a row, or 3 red columns in a row, I mean. And while he does have an opportunity to put these yellows down horizontally, you run the risk of creating a lot of issues when you've got.
I mean, I think it goes without saying that
that are all of the same color,
You have
because then you need doubles to really
you have some
optimally put them
live
together.
viewers that will
Luckily for
make
Packy, he's managed to
a
get
pretty
those,
concerted
but
effort
not
to
before John's
be
out.
there
Around
to
a
see
445.
any tournament play you got
Ooh,
upcoming,
and
brother.
John opening
So
John's endgame was excellent, by
I'll
the
be
way.
personally
That was a
offended
textbook
if
endgame as
I
Packy
don't
out
hear
at a
about that.
457. And John's already managed to whip quite a few viruses off the board with some quick clears.
Yeah.
In a
He
really
flawless
nice
victory, man.
horizontal, like
We
right at
watched
the
all
beginning
3
with some
games that he
yellows.
played,
And,
or all 3
yeah,
rounds
but
that he played.
Packy's already basically
2 in a
close to
row,
them,
2 in
so
a row,
it
2 in
looks
a
like
row
we're
for
in
the
for
win.
another close game, folks.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't
They were
expect
best of
anything
threes.
else from these two. They're just really putting it to it. Neither one really has any major color diversity issues. Packy would like to
He's
see
kind
a
of a
lot
big
less
deal.
blue in his pill set, but he's found good places for them. Unfortunately, he's had to give up those good places for them. But on John's side, just he would like to see all the blue.
Yeah, definitely.
Boom.
Nice,
That
nice combo.
horizontal lightning bolt, Z clear, whatever you want to call it, with a combo underneath of it. That's just good play.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, Packy trying to work his way around this red drought as much as he can. Look at how he would love to be able to take those out in some quick horizontals, and the doctor is saying
You were playing
no,
in the gold bracket
which has
when
given
you
John
beat
the
the number
opportunity
1
to
seed
take the lead
in
yet
the
again.
first round.
And this is the first blue that, or
And
red
then,
rather, that Packy's had in a while, but gets to use it for a
got
lovely sweet
eliminated
tea.
in the 3rd round, right,
Yeah,
Hollow Man?
Packy needing red is unfortunate for him. For John's
That other
side,
tournament that you
he
showed
is looking for some combos. He's not getting the pills he needs to make those combos, but now
I think the
he is
tournament that we
in
watched
desperate need of
earlier
blue.
was an older one.
It was bad.
And he's
now it's
played in
desperate.
the gold bracket since.
Yeah, and again, these two
But he'll tell us.
it's just too close to call. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it just both boards not fantastic. This double red's going to be everything for John. Look at that, opening up more possibilities for the blue yellows that he needs so desperately. And meanwhile, Packy clearing out those left and right hand sides that were problematically tall. But whew, wow, I can't believe we have another level of this. Jeez.
Yep, these two are keeping it just as close as they were the last
Settle
game.
down, woman. You got at least another round after this.
Looking at John's endgame, this is not going to be as clean as the last one, because oh my goodness, he could have, he would love to have gotten all of those blues in big combos, but he is going to get them out at a 740.
Yeah, not bad after all. And Packy just needs a couple of reds and a blue. Of course, they're coming all at the same time in red blue, but he's out at a 751.
Yeah.
So as John is out of danger there at the top of the bottle,
lead.
Packy starts in on it.
We're looking at about a 10-second difference going into the level. That won't mean a whole lot coming through it, but
God, it's so nerve-wracking when they stack them all the way up to the top like that.
Particular game. Of course, we'll still have at least one more game between these two after this, but this is.
And do you lose the round if the pills go all the way to the top? Have any of the really good players ever just like completely choked
dependency that John's
and fucking
creating for this double red here,
lost
on the
a round
right-hand
by fucking
but now he's actually
defaulting?
Well, I thought he was building up to it, but it didn't quite work out. The garbage fell, but now he's got the double red. He's gonna get that L. He sees it. He's here for it.
The only time an L is a good thing.
He holds just a slight lead there over Packy.
Yes, indeed. And we do want to say a quick thank you to our raiders at Monthly Tetris. You guys are great. Just like this game better.
Right.
Sorry,
okay.
this is a really exciting match we've got going on. This is our finals of the April monthly.
So it's not an automatic loss.
John Nash fourth, and
but you got to eat the time loss of starting over.
That's going at it in this level block.
That's forgiving but fair.
Levels 14 through 17, and boy, John is really not getting the pills he needs.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't love to see those spires for him, because it's going to mean drop time.
You ever play any puzzle games, Hoodie?
Just going to slam down on all those things.
considering
Meanwhile,
getting into.
Packy curing the
I
issue
don't do
that he
side
had
scrollers
in
much.
column 2. He puts down a
I do
double
top
red, but he did
downs
not want
and
it.
third
But now
persons.
he's pretty clear to
the,
go.
like,
That bottom of the board
occasional
looks a
first
little
person
bit tricky
shooter,
with the red sort of
but
interspersed everywhere, but we'll see how he deals with it.
puzzle games
John
and side
just
scrollers
needs to clear off that
just
column 4
remind me too much of
and start bringing stuff down.
He's not getting blues.
a childhood
He's not
where
getting the blues
I
that he
had
needs. There's a double.
very little
That's gonna
success
help
at
him
playing
out, but you know, it's
on
very
the
close.
Nintendo, and then
And
had to give it up because
if
I
he gets
lost.
the right pills, this is a win. If he doesn't get the right pills, it's not. That's pretty much the way it is right now.
It sounds so simple when you put it that way. Oh,
but it's so not.
Oh my goodness.
This
Oh
is
my
kind of
goodness.
that sort of situation
no.
where
Oh no,
No,
John.
no, John, no!
He doesn't
No!
realize he's still got a virus left, and Packy's
No!
out of the 1029. John still not catching that he's got
John,
a virus left at
no!
the bottom of his board. Oh, John.
Oh. Oh. Oh my
goodness.
gosh.
We've got something new to add to the DEEF. The DEEF definition.
No!
Oh, John out of the 1049. Oh, that is a definite.
This is
win
why you
see
wanted me
it,
to see
folks.
this one, because Nash makes
well,
a fucking
okay, so we've had all kinds of
0-2
all
to
kinds of crazy
3-2
things
comeback.
happening. We've had
Let me see the
the
timer.
wrong level started. We've had
Yeah, you
miscounting
bastard.
the viruses.
You set me
and,
up for the
you know,
fucking long game.
honestly, I
I
think
wanted to go to the gym, and you were like,
maybe-
no, watch a fucking
just one more pill difference.
exhilarating
and I think John
hour
would
of
have had that
Dr.
one.
Mario.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's kicking
I
himself.
don't,
for this,
if not
but he's getting a chance to
Soulsborne, I
laugh
usually
about
play
it,
Overwatch.
and,
Yeah, I
we'll
feel
see
you.
if we'll see if John can pull
Wait.
a Packy and Hulk out on this next run, but definitely want to give him an extra second to take a breather and get ready for this next game. So we are at best of 5. It's still at least.
I'm
one
only
more game
playing
to
with you,
go,
man.
up
We're
to 3
staying.
more.
Who had to bet a
Assuming we can
Nintendo
all
on a
take
game?
it.
Oh, no. I, like, if you lose, you have to hand the controller over
Yeah, I
to your
don't-
big brother or else he'll punch you.
I guess I would not describe myself as a calm person
And,
normally, but
Since I sucked at video
This
games,
really-
I
this
never
really
got to
brings
play
out
video
the,
games.
passionate sports
on
fan in me that
the Nintendo
I
Entertainment
didn't know
System.
existed.
Absolutely, go sports ball.
So
It's the little one this season, right?
my
Anyway,
heyday of video games started
so,
with
let's see. I've got it ready from
PlayStation
Packy. Do we have it ready from John? I mean, I don't blame him if he doesn't have one.
Windows Millennium
that's gonna
Edition
give him a minute.
when
All right, he's
I
ready.
played like Final Fantasy
Are
VIII
you ready?
and
I'm not sure I am.
Diablo
Well,
and Diablo
ready
2.
or not, here they come. 3, 2, 1,
So,
pills.
and
Okay.
Absolutely.
then at the beginning of the
Seed
pandemic,
versus
I
our 5
discovered
seed. Our newcomer versus our older
Sekiro.
general
So
here.
that's
More
what
experienced, rather.
shaped my
And they're
my
off.
video game
Liking
preferences.
top of John's board a little bit better, a lot more diversity there, and getting
I'm
a
a
lot of good stuff
latecomer
that
to
he
the
needs to get going.
to the
Packy is
actual
not finding a lot of places
true
to put some of the pills that he's got, and
true blue gamer scene.
he's gonna looks like give up on this horizontal. For
I
his
was a
reds.
filthy
He's gonna get one
casual
for the yellow, but that's gonna just mean eating up some more of
for
this
most of
garbage.
my life.
And John doesn't have. Well, he does have some of that problem right now. In fact, he's got nothing but that problem right now. But these two players, they're doing the best they can. But John's got about a 10 virus lead right now.
Yeah, and that's really just.
I
so
mean-
he got some really good luck, despite the fact that he got a longer.
I
red
think pretty
blitz
much
than
everyone
most
here
seeds
except
tournament,
Hollow
I guess I
Man
called it.
are filthy casuals
Really
when
good.
it comes down to the
funny thing
real
about
brass
that.
tacks of it. But
But look at that. I mean, Packy's top line is so nice and even, despite all of this. A lot of garbage. If he just gets a lot of blue and red, he'll be in the money. Just things are going all right.
And John getting another small red blitz. Only about two or three pills.
I feel like
but
if you've gotten
it was
a
enough to
couple of
trigger the
legit
red yellow at the end, which is what we
platinums
always see at the end of a red blitz.
on
They are
like
they're both
non-baby
just
games
doing the
under
best
your
they
belt,
can with the viruses and the pills that they've been
sort of
given.
enter the
But,
limbo
and
phase,
now we're back
the
to even
purgatory
again.
phase of
And
not being like a filthy
situation
casual,
that Packy's
just
in,
a regular old
this double
casual.
blue, great for him, clearing a ton of viruses off the board. Now, he does have another opportunity for a blue horizontal. Not quite sure, now that all this blue was coming, sometimes players will just start going with that. But this blue horizontal is going to be great and leave him open for another one.
And on John's side, he did the exact same thing. He had 2 blue horizontals at the bottom of his board. Packy's going to need 2 more blues. John needs 1 more red. John is out at a 216. Packy going to be out at a 220. So again, tight match. Very tight
counts.
at the end of this level 14.
Whew. Some really nice combos for John.
I don't think that's
the
the
board.
only way
he
you
avoided
graduate from
taking
filthy
out,
casual status.
all those center yellows with the
I'm
first
just
double
saying,
yellow that he saw.
it's my
because he might
claim
have the
to no longer
opportunity
being
to,
one.
use them for other colors on the side. But took it with the second, clearing things out, has nice diversity on the top of the board.
He's only had that 1 pill's worth
Slut.
of garbage at this point, and that's been really nice for him. On Packy's side, again, a really nice,
He ain't scared.
fairly diverse board. He would like to see more blue, and so in fact is going to dig out and get some more. And now he'd like to see some more yellow available. So it's just it's not been the kindest board to him, but it's not been too bad yet. We'll see what it's got in the later part of the level.
Yeah, and so John had opened up a little bit of a lead, still has it, but it
Just
keeps,
grabbing a beverage.
growing and shrinking,
Still
just like
watching
some
from the other
crazy
room.
RNG accordion. And he can, he's done with all of his yellow, and honestly, that's the same situation that Packy is dealing with right now, who's just exposed to yellow, but mostly using them for garbage. Nice combo, and it's about to turn into a yellow-blue situation. That's how this board goes. Again, as we talk about it, it just changes so much.
I'm sorry, you lost me at RNG accordion, but I'm here for it. I think we take it. We go with that. So at the 4-minute mark, we're still pretty close. John's still holding on to the slightest of leads, but Packy doing his best to take it away from him and doing so in style, as Packy always does. But he really doesn't have anywhere to put all these yellows that he's
That was
getting.
such a fucking
That's
rookie
really
mistake.
becoming a pain for him.
Quitting when there's
And he,
still
with that, he had a beautiful horizontal with some reds that took some nice planning, and now he
And there's still
did
pieces
have
on
a
the
space
board.
to put some yellows and cleared it out. And Packy has taken the lead
It's a
from John.
heartbreaker.
And it's a little more decisive, but if John gets the right blue, I would love to see a double blue for him, because then he could clear that out in a sweet tea. But
He's
we'll
gonna
see.
wait out for that.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets it at just the wrong minute. But it
Oh.
is going to be enough to give him the opportunity to make a tuck here, get this double out. He'll be out at a 459. Packy's out at a 459. We've got another tie.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And, already starting to clear some doubles and combos off of the board. Packy, luckily, RNG cooperating with him and giving him plenty of yellow and blue that he needs. But the luck might run out pretty quickly. John's board is a little bit messy here. Things are kind of sloping, and he's spired on column 5. So he's not out of the woods yet. He's not safely to the middle of the bottle yet.
Let's get out of that spire, though, with a double yellow blitz. Now, this is not bad for him because he knows the next pill he's going to get is that double blue. That is exactly the pill that he wanted to see because he had a bunch of blue on the very top. And that's, yet again, that's game knowledge. You got to know what's coming up next after you get these huge blitzes. And that double blue is exactly what he wanted.
Mm-hmm. And he's tied it back up again, as has been the case for so long in this game. And his board is looking pretty nice.
I'm not gonna lie, man. You're gonna have to tell me how I get this game,
to lay down
because
yellow exactly where he wants it, but now it's really open.
I'm so intrigued.
John is going to pull the trigger and clear off that yellow garbage with the double yellow. And so things are looking so clean for him.
I mean, I always did like playing Tetris at the dentist's office. I'm just saying.
But he's finding places to put it because he has a lot of blue and a lot of red lined up in double ready packets, if you will. Packy on his side is still behind, is back to being behind
That's
by
what's
just
up.
a few, and he's got a lot of red on that left hand side. He'd love to find a way to make these yellows disappear uh, in horizontals. Don't think he's going to be able to do that, but he might. No, he misprioritizes that red and isn't able to get the red horizontal in the most efficient manner, but does manage to get it horizontally. And now he's putting on these last horizontals as John's out at a 720, Packy out at a 724.
Yeah, and John already with an excellent cross at the beginning of the board, and now has a lot of blue and yellow to contend with up at the top of this bottle. Meanwhile, Packy with a lot of red that he needs, but it looks like he's going for this horizontal towards the top, but he cannot afford to waste any more pills, but the pills he wants are not coming. And wow, he is really selling out. Oh, for that L and the combo, but boy, was it worth it.
Yes, indeed. You're talking about Packy, so I'm watching John. I've got something to talk about, and I looked over as you were discussing that, and oh goodness, that's when I said, "Oh dear," because I did not realize how high up the board Packy was. It's the last thing I need. Savage is another thing to give me a heart attack in this matchup.
Definitely. Now, I think Packy still looks like he might be in a tiny bit of trouble on column 1. Notice we don't like that that yellow-red placement. So John is in a better position strategically, a little bit safer, but diversity-wise, not quite so good. And you see him.
Oh no.
Yeah,
He's going to get out of it, but that was not the way he wanted to place that blue yellow.
Right, and it's given Packy the opportunity to clear out some of that garbage and come right back. And so, putting himself ahead by just a tiny bit.
Meanwhile, John is going to get rid of most of the rest. That is the rest of his garbage, and he's going to have to make a little bit more. But cleaning up the board,
I wonder how
it's got a good
hyped up
psychological
John
effect.
has to be right now, dude. Like he's a commentator, and so is Packy,
A
obviously. But
positive for John.
How do
he
you
is
hold
still
your head
just
up if
that
you
4
go out
viruses away
fucking
from
3-0 in the finals?
Right, and John's board looks very good for clearing stuff off. Packy's doesn't have quite as many double opportunities, and he really needs to open up some blue possibilities. But things going pretty smoothly for him. John has taken the lead back, friends, and oh my gosh, look at all the blue he needs. Doctor, you know what to do.
I think the doctor will, because they're all set up for doubles. And so it's not going to take nearly as much. Here's that blue and red out. Here's that blue out. There's the red out. And at 10 minutes 3, John is 10 minutes 3. That's 40 seconds better than he had.
Wow.
I didn't realize we were at the last level at this point. That's how exciting this has been.
Yeah. And even though we have only been playing these level blocks for a short period of time, I have to say that, but getting really close to sub 10, that is a fantastic time. It's not, obviously you need good boards and good pills and good viruses, but wow, you need to play well, and John did just that.
Yes, he did. Look at this closeout from Packy. He's gonna he needs a double red. There it is, and then he's gonna use this other red for the bottom. Out at a 1045, which would have, I believe, won in that last match, but against John's just going
not a sweep,
nuts,
right?
Pulling a Packy, if you will. There was nothing doing.
Oh, that was so great, and so John's starting to mount that comeback. Very excited to see it, and here's the one problem. Matches against Packy tend to go in a very specific way that if you take a game from him, he will just storm back so fiercely. And so we'll see how that goes. We hope to see another close game. We got a ready from Packy.
John,
yeah, man.
Make
sure those buys and tries are nice and stretched out for all the heavy lifting you're about to do.
3, 2, 1 pills in the chat. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. Oh, so John gets not the first pill that he would like to see. Aki gets the exact same pill, and it's exactly what he'd like to see, but now he is out of blues on his top line. Regardless of that, manages to find a way to make a triple out of it. And John is making his own progress, so we are tied, almost tied again.
Yeah. Now, Don has no use for yellow, but got out of that situation where he basically just didn't need anything pretty well. This double blue is going to be great for him. And yeah, if you notice, just the way that his board is built is just sort of the alternating of those two color pairs. We've got blue red right now. It looks like blue yellow in a couple rows. And package blue, or sorry, I can't do colors right now. Red yellow all the way. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a common ailment for Dr. Mario players, folks. You lose your ability to tell what the colors are. The worst thing is when it happens during the middle of a game. But yeah, commentating on it doesn't make it any easier. So yeah, that red blue, I mean, it's just ketchup and mustard all the way down on Packy's board. John, luckily for him, has a little better diversity. And he's tied it up again. And I feel like unless Packy really gets a red yellow blitz, John is going to take a lead as we finish up this first level.
Yeah, John's board looking a lot more favorable at the moment. Packy was kind of high up on column 8. He's been bringing that down, but he's sort of got nowhere to go but drilling. And a lot of red on that top line, yeah, causing some trouble. Meanwhile, John, using these blues to his advantage, if he can clear out both columns 2 and 3 with all those blues, he actually has a really good horizontal opportunity for himself between the reds. So we'll see how that goes.
And I think he noticed that just as you were saying that, because I was having a little trouble figuring it out myself. But now he's just getting exactly the yellows that he needs. He's going to be out at a 223, while Packy's still sitting on 2 reds. And he's going to get what he needs out at a 232. 9 seconds of a head start for John on this level 15.
Yeah, but it is not the best 9 seconds now. He has that great double red coming just at the right time to take all those reds horizontally off the board, but no use for blue at the moment. Is manufacturing uses for it. And take a look at this interesting top line from Packy, just separated by 2 rows of empty space, which look at that slide that he could do all the way to the left-hand side. Not a lot of players can do that. And, it's not often that you can do that with charged DAS. Sometimes you have to really combine the DAS and the tapping there.
Yeah, and that's, again, Becky is one of the original players of this game. If you look on the speedrun boards and run back to when Dr. Mario first got its own speedrun board, Packy's one of the first players who ever speedran this game. And if you've seen him play Tetris, if you've seen him play this, you know that's what he does. He runs fast at these games. So those thumbs, they have seen it, and they know what they're doing when it comes to finding ways to just get every single pixel they can out of whatever game piece he's currently playing with.
Yeah, and he is currently playing with fire, and by fire I mean a lot of red. Meanwhile, it is still tied between these two players. I mean, this is one of the closest finals that we've seen. I mean, we have had them go to deciders, but I don't know how often we've seen the games themselves be this tight. And John is a little bit behind now, but that double red was awesome for taking care of that column 2, and he's not going to have to take a ton of drop time there.
But he's trying to figure out what he wants to do. Does get the pieces he needs for a bracket clear. Meanwhile, Packy does have that 1 red way up on the top right of his board. That should be the last thing he clears, unless he runs into a couple of double reds like this one. And I think he's wanting to do these two blues horizontally at the bottom, and that setup didn't eat up as much time as it could have. He is going to set up for this yellow horizontal. We're just going to see what he's going to be able to get.
Yeah, and he's got a fat log potential, does Packy. Now, John had a little bit of trouble trying to figure out his end game, but they are out of 15 at almost exactly the same time. I think it's less than a second difference between them. So, wow, this is phenomenal, Ook.
15 for both of them, and now we're down to 2 more levels left, possibly in the tournament, possibly just in this level block. We're going to see, and it's going to be exciting either way. I don't know what I was expecting from this final, but it wasn't this. This is amazing play from both players.
I mean, based on the fact that John casually mentioned that he hasn't been practicing very much, I thought that this might be a little more of a blowout. But this is amazing.
I don't think I would have gone quite that far, but I know you two have beef, but that's okay. I I will say this has been really good play from John, and it's been exactly the play we expect from Packy, but it's been really good from him as well.
And look at this. As we're talking about the potential of this match, John has opened up a dozen virus lead. And just look how nice and even this line is. Now, he needs a lot of yellow and blue, but as soon as he starts getting that, just things are going to come flying off the board. And look at this. He is going to use that double blue to prioritize that column 1, which is a good move because it opens up some diversity. But yeah, he's going to just keep ripping through it.
We get a nice long clear out of Packy. This is, it's not the cleanest board, but it is definitely one that he can work with. He's getting some nice doubles. He's finding places to put things with that right hand side. You remember what we said the last game? It's 3 columns all topped with the same color. He has fixed that, but man, that can really put a strain on your game. And that column 8, there's nothing to say about it. It's not going to be easy.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, John opening up a 9, or actually 8, 7. Never mind. I won't even say. Virus lead. He's got a lead, right? And he's finding ways to get himself out of this kind of tough blue situation. He was only really getting yellows and reds, and so figuring out where to put those so that blue was the only thing left. He did this extremely creatively. It just needs a couple more blues, and he'll be out.
And he's out at the 752. Some of the things that you notice, and you'll see it a little bit from Pack as well, although this is going to be a bit of a challenge. If you're not used to Dr. Mario, the thing that both these players are trying to do is reduce their drop time, because every line that a pill drops, Packy out at an 813, every line that a pill drops is a quarter second. That is, it's time that you're not doing anything. So that is a hallmark. If you see players kind of tucking stuff underneath that you don't understand why they're doing it, chances are they know how to get rid of the drop time, and that's what they're really trying to do there.
Right. And John's doing a spectacular job trying to avoid that drop time. Hasn't really had anything big going on. Has a 10 virus lead over Packy, and is making the best of the fact that yellow hasn't been extremely useful since the beginning of the game. Just fantastic in terms of cutting stuff down and leaving diversity. The board's starting to slope a little bit, but he's really killing it.
Packy, meanwhile, getting a nice T clear over in the middle of his board, but he's got a lot of altitude on that right hand side, and that's what really hurt him in the last level, and hopefully it's not going to do that this level. But now he's looking at not having reds, and it's causing spires again. It's just an unfortunate matter of the RNG, but hopefully he's going to get the pills that he needs, because otherwise this may be John's to lose.
Yeah, and speaking of pills he needs, John's been getting really favorable stuff so far, and just making it all work. Notice he's opening up he's basically half the number of pills that Packy has. Really nice here, and has just a little room for just about everything. Looks like he's made the declaration that he's going to be going horizontally on those reds, and it will take a bit of building up to a platform, but he's got plenty of other stuff to take care of in the meantime.
Yeah, these two are.
Jeez, John with the 11
It's hard to
fires.
remember. They're staring down the barrel of the last level. This is we're down to the last level again, and not sure I like that play from John. He's gonna have to figure something out with these reds on the bottom. That's gonna cause him some issues, but he's gonna get a double blue. The doctor's gonna bail him out this time. But now he's going to need to give him some reds. And this is a yellow blitz. He gets the double blue to finish it out. And it's getting close. It's getting close, you guys.
Ook, what? Come on.
One.
No.
He's not getting it. There it is. There's number 2.
One more.
There's number 3 before Packy can get his last yellow. That was a very tight
Jeez, that was crazy,
between
dude.
these two players. And guess what, everybody? It's time for a decider.
Oh my gosh, guys!
Down to one virus. Like he literally had all he had to do was slam down 3 pills.
He might just want to be over.
And what mentioning earlier, this is my.
You guys just want a handshake on it and share the trophy? I mean, fuck.
Not to mention his audition for NPR. If anyone works for National Public Radio, please send them this broadcast so that we can hear Ook nationwide.
Oh, me. I'm not sure I want to work in radio. They have to get up early. I'd have to change my my screen name as well. All right, so we have a ready from Packy. John may never be ready for this, but he's going to say he is here in just a second. Saying he absolutely wants it. Yeah, Betty saying this is not just a decider, it's D-Rama.
Oh yes,
fun, Betty, and yes.
If you say so.
This is dramatic. I haven't seen I don't think a match that's been this exciting since the finals of our December finals. I don't know what to say except 3, 2, 1 pills.
All right, just a couple more levels to separate these two and the rest of a relaxing Sunday night.
Packy starts off not getting the pills that he wants, having to create some garbage. John just now having to do the exact same thing. It's looking a bit of a mess for both of our players. They're finding ways down to it, but this is why they're tied again. John misses a slight opportunity to have taken a double out horizontally, but definitely can't fault him for that. He's excited to be where he is in this position right now, and he does have a slight lead over Packy.
Yeah, I mean, both players struggling through a little bit of crap at the beginning of this board. Looks like Packy has some big plans for some good blues. Notice clears off some garbage to make a nice double combo there. It's pretty much, it's still pretty much tied up here. And these
why would you not fat log really that whole mess of blues with the double blue? I mean, I guess maybe he had a better use for the double blue. Like that's just something I would never prioritize. I guess it was just easier. He could have done,
but
did more good putting it elsewhere.
He's playing a little more conservatively. Does get a nice cross clear there. Hopefully it's just this one level, and he's going to go back to playing the way he's been playing.
I have no standing by which to question.
He's still keeping a lead here, but conservative play will get you nowhere against Packy most of the time.
That's true. But one thing that I have liked about John's play in this finals is that he's been doing a good job of keeping his board free from spires.
Yeah.
Packy has been a little bit spired in a couple of these levels, and it costs you in terms of the drop time that you were talking about before. Now, Packy has regained the lead, and John's going to need a bunch of yellows, and he would love a double red there. to make a nice fat log, and it looks like he's manufacturing it. But Packy just needs one more blue, and he'll be out.
Not too much before, because John gets his blues as well, and he's at a 230. So not more than 5 seconds between the two of them again, and that's exactly what we're expecting. I mean, this is an hour's worth of Dr. Mario for these two almost, and it's taking its toll. It's taking its toll on the commentators for sure.
Oh, and I didn't get to use my favorite new phrase, which is log out when you do a fat log to end your level. Now, John has a beautiful combo and then a great cross to knock a lot of blues and garbage off of the board. And so, you know, he is a little bit behind at the moment, but look at all these blues on the top of Packy's board. That's going to give John the opportunity
to squeeze a log out
to keep things going with a nice sweet tea there for John.
Packy actually got one at the same time. I thought that was who you were going to call out for it. John really, really wants a double blue right now. I don't know if he's going to get it. Oh, he is going to get it. He called it for him, and there's a combo.
Good job.
And that's going to put him back into a virtual tie with Packy. He's one virus behind. As we say that, Packy, of course, gets a combo and makes it 3. But still.
Yeah, he had a beautiful lightning bolt just now to take off both some pills and garbage, or viruses and garbage. But now Packy needs a lot of yellow. And yeah, John seems to have some yellow garbage going on, but mostly cleaned out now. I would have liked to see him take out those reds in row 4 horizontally, but that's just me. You'll always hear me call out horizontals because I'm kind of obsessed with them now.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
But yeah, looks like Packy's got a 7 virus lead, but needs reds in order to get things exposed. This red blue is going to be awesome for him, but column 8 is still a little bit difficult.
And I feel like tucking that blue underneath would have given him the opportunity to get to it a little quicker, but he does do that. Looks like he's thinking about a D-sandwich, gets the wrong pills to do that, so he's just going to take this yellow out separately. Meanwhile, on John's side, he's just got a couple of viruses left. He is pretty much free and clear. He's got the opportunity to take this red horizontally. Packy out at a 459. John out at a 502 with some really good luck. So again, we're in a virtual dead heat here.
Oh, I can't take it.
Yeah, this is gnarly.
John getting some beautiful pills. His first couple pills out, like a nice horizontal and things like that. Wow, Packy right at the top of the bottle, giving us a heart attack. But knowing he's in full control here, just needs a lot of blue red. Notice these yellows going straight down the center of the bottle because there's nowhere really to put them.
As John gets a sweet tea, he's again not really getting the pills that he doesn't need, which is lucky and rare. And also just a reminder that he's playing out of his mind right now. It's about a 2 virus advantage. That's not going to last. But John finding ways to get horizontals, finding ways to get tees. He's really finding a lot of good plays. Looks like he's going to take his time and not pull the trigger on that red sweet tea on the left. And
now he's going
he should
to
do it with that one. Yep. There it goes. And now he's got a little bit of garbage to take care of, but he's still got about a 5-3, whatever virus it happens to be on Packy, depending on which second we're talking about.
Exactly. Now, again, as I was talking about before, I may sound like a broken record, but it's kind of the spires that were getting Packy in trouble. That's what allowed John to take the lead, even though he was holding out for a little bit.
Fucking
Packy
burning
had to take
this
care
level,
of that,
dude.
take care of the drop time. So, yeah, now you see John trying to take these things down strategically so that he's opening up a really nice horizontal with those 2 blues, and just everything is so clean at the moment, which you don't always expect.
Yeah, dude, he got RNGesus on his side, dude.
Yeah, this end game is really what he wants it to be, and of course he's getting the right pills.
No shit, he's getting the right pills.
And he's out at a 712 with Packy sitting on 12 viruses and two full spires on either side of his board. He's going to get this nice lightning fat log though.
Yep, get it together, Savage. Get it together. So Packy's going to take down a little bit that column 1 with a drill clear. But yeah, as you said, columns 1 and 8 just not coming through. He needs this blue. Luckily, it comes through. It just needs this one red, and he'll be out at a 748. But he's given the opportunity to John to really start going. Unfortunately, though, John hasn't been able to get going too much with all the yellow that's on the board in awkward places. Pretty soon, he's not going to be able to access that top yellow without really putting himself in danger of misflipping.
Yeah, he's definitely spired up there on that right hand side, and that's the sort of thing. I keep saying it. These are the things that you can't do against Packy. It's the little things that really will make the difference in a match like this. John has got a lot of yellow going on. He's playing on high speed. Don't forget that. That high speed means that he is going to run out of chances much more quickly to take care of these things that are high up on his board. And Packy has cleared up those areas of his board. John gets that double yellow. That's exactly what he wanted. Now, if he can get a red-yellow, that should be able to take care of that left-hand side. But it may be that at the end of all of this, we're talking about a spider that killed John and not one that killed Packy.
Ooh.
Ooh,
All right.
He got that.
He said, "Let's
scary.
go. Let's go." Now, it is basically tied up again. And, John's got the same problem that Packy did from before. He's got column 8 really high up. And he's going to have to take some drop time. But this double red, he wanted to send it on top, but he did have to flip it sideways, giving him some drop time. But, oh my gosh, these two are... This is so close, Ook. Oh my god.
I know it. So John with a slight lead still, but he's got a lot going on that left and right hand side. Packy, it's all kind of built up on his right side, but it's not nearly as big of an issue. John has cleared up that right side. Now this is something about John. He has studied this game. He's really put a lot of time into the theory behind it. And that shows in the fact that he's taking things like taking out the far right column first because he knows what a pain point that can be.
Oh my gosh, this is truly amazing. Some yellow reds, exactly what John's going to need. Everything is open. He just needs a couple of reds left. He's going to have to take some drop time there, but
it's 3-3.
It's 3-3. Just needs one more red, John.
Holy
my
fuck!
Gosh, John Nash takes the championship.
Half of a pill, bro.
Seconds.
One
John's
fucking half of a pill.
He had it at first, and he's surprised. I'm sitting here with my mouth covered. Oh my gosh, you guys! That was, and you can see the emotion on both of our players' faces. That was as close a final as we have had.
Man,
since our
yeah, that's a class act.
Bills indeed.
The
16
1-hour
players
video.
enter, 4 right now, and only 1 will take the crown.
Jesus, good call on that one, man. Thanks for the recommendation, brother. We're gonna be late for the gym, man. 9:30 start at the gym. We're only gonna get an hour and a half in tonight, huh? Tomorrow's Thursday. You gotta drive, huh? Yeah. All right, brother. I'll be back for sure later, but hey, dude, don't say sorry. I say thank you. I will catch you on the flip side, and if I don't see you, I don't see you, but I will definitely see you if you are streaming past like 10. Actually, either way, on Friday I'll catch your stream. I'll be working on Friday night, but either way I'll see you. And Hoodie, if you're hanging out in the back, good to see you. But if not, peace, everybody.